Hello everyone, welcome to What If Rimuru, Issei, Ichigo, Tanjiro and Asta went to each other's and I'm universes part 2. Before we start please go support IMKEYMON777 for writing that awesome fanfic. It's a trap. It's been a few days since Tanjiro and Nezuko's reunion with Rui and ever since, the group have tightened their security. Issei didn't know how he felt about not helping, but Ichigo did tell him that it wasn't his job or his problem too. He did argue back, saying that his friends were hurt, but Ichigo had told him that was the reason for upping security. The teen shrugged it off but appreciated the fact that Ichigo kept him out of their fight. It was about an hour before class was in session, and a group of boys were very upset that Issei of all people ended up getting a date. Even though he called it a hangout. They didn't view it as that. Boy 3. This just isn't fair. Vitsuda. Yay man, how you gonna do you boys like that, get a girl to go on a date with you and you don't even put your homies on. Motohama. He's as utterly disrespectful. Boy 11. They all are him, Tanjiro and Asta. Motohama. I mean come on, my GPA is way higher than him and for some reason they like him too. Boy 6. He's stupid, how is he getting away with this? Motohama. I don't know but they need to be brought down a few pegs. Vitsuda. I'm with ya, ma brother, if we gets no cheeks then no one gets the cheeks man. Boy 2. Guys. Maybe I'm the only one that thought this, but can't they fight? Vitsuda. I can fight too. Boy 2. Dude, can't you fight all three of them by yourself? Vitsuda. Shit. Boy 2. Yay, so, why would we go after all three of them? Boy 11. Bought all at one, you idiot, look, I got a plan. Motohama. Oh. Do you? Boy 11. Yay, but the smart thing to do is to go after Asta first. He's stupid enough to go along with anything. Motohama. Good idea, so, what do we do? Boy 11. Haha, well. The boy looked to see that Sona Citri went into the bathroom. After discussing their plan, they've decided to put it into action. Coincidentally, Asta was actually just making his way to class from the cafeteria with a whistle of happiness from eating his fill. As he drew closer to class, he saw that some of the boys were talking amongst themselves, but it sounded serious, which was weird. They're always goofy, so he wondered why the log faces. Asta. Hey guys. Everything okay? Motohama. Oh, he my Asta. Vitsuda. What's up man, we're good. Asta. You don't sound good. What's wrong? He gave them a smile and said. Asta. Maybe I can help. The evil aura came off of them when they saw that their plan was working so far. Vitsuda. It's nothing really, it's just that well remember our school president. Asta. Vitsuda. You know, man. The hot eye with the glasses. Asta. Oh you mean Sonar Sentry. Ball. It's Sona Citri. Asta. Yay, her, what about her? Motohama. Well, she's kinda been in the bathroom for a while now. We heard her coughing and stuff and we wanted to make sure that she was okay but. Vitsuda. It's the girls' restroom. We don't want the school to bite our head off for that, man. Asta. Oh man, that sounds serious. Boy 11. Yay, we tried calling the nurse and principal, but they're not in their offices yet. Asta saw that this could be a problem. Everyone liked Sona even though she wasn't the talkative type. Asta. You know what? They liked him. Asta. I'll go check for you guys, okay? Vitsuda. Really? You do that for us? Asta. Yeah, you guys seemed really worried about her. So why not? Motohama. Oh man, you're the best. He nodded and ran in with all of them chuckling darkly. Vitsuda. Haha, welcome to our neck of the woods, my man. Asta made his way in and looked around but saw that he didn't hear anyone. Asta. Huh. He scratched his head, being very confused, but then looked at Sona. Asta. Sona. Fixing her bra from under her shirt. Asta blinked at her while she blinked at him and a second later. She glared at him and demanded. Sona. Would you like to explain yourself, student? Asta. What's wrong? Sona. You are in the girls' bathroom and honestly you don't look like a girl to me. Asta. Oh yay, I'm not a girl. Sona. Then please explain what you're doing in here. The big outside chuckled darkly, hearing the irritation in her voice, thinking that Asta would start stammering, but he said. Asta. I was sent in to make sure you were okay. She blinked at him. Sona. What? What are you talking about? Motohama. Oh shit. Asta. The guys outside the bathroom were worried about you, so I told them I'd come in and check to see if you're okay. Sona. What do you mean? Asta. Yay, they said that they heard you coughing and stuff and wanted to make sure you were okay. Sona. Asta. Boy, people really look up to you, but I see why. You keep everyone in like, you're awesome. He grinned widely at her as she stared at the boy, but glared. Sona. They set him up. Asta. Well, it's nice to know that you're okay. Now I can let them know that you're fine. Sona. Allow me. Asta. She walked out with Asta following her, but when they looked out, they found that the guys were gone. Asta. Huh. Where'd they go? Sona. I wouldn't worry, they'll get their lesson one way or another. Asta. Huh. Sona. Seeing as how you didn't mean to peek in on me, I guess it's fine, it's not like you saw anything. Asta. I saw your bra. Sona. Besides that. She shook her head and chuckled a little. He was unfazed by a girl's underwear. Sona. Sorry, I never caught your name. Asta. I'm Asta your Sona, right? Sona. Yay, that's me. He offered her a hand. Sona. Asta. Nice to meet you. She looked at the hand before him and smiled. She took it and said. Sona. A pleasure, but do not mention what you saw. Asta. I wouldn't. I mean, it was a good thing to see, but I wouldn't tell other people. She was baffled by what he said cause it sounded perverted but also sounded like admiration. She coughed into her hand and said. Sona. You shouldn't talk like that to girls, it'll freak them out. He rubbed the back of his head. Asta. Huh. But you did have pretty underwear. I mean, the black with the red is a real eye catcher. Sona. Asta. Stuff like that shouldn't be discussed out in public. Asta. Oh yay, you're probably right. But said indeed, he got up early and headed to the kendo building to meditate and clear his mind. It was quiet there and he had a lot of time before class started. In his mindscape, he sat on the points that divided fire, water, earth, wind, lightning and every other element that were attached to the main five. He opened his eyes to see that his Anpactu soul sat across for him. They stared at one another before it said. You're worried about Rui. Tanjiro. Yes I am. Please forgive me. He, so courteous. I think if the others Anpactu souls knew about you, they may get jealous of you. Tanjiro. I hope not. I'm not that great. I don't talk to you as much as I should. You really should give yourself some credit, Tanjiro-kun. You talk to us in the morning after you wake up and at night before you go to bed. Tanjiro. Sigh, I know, but our relationship isn't as close as Kazui and Ichigo's. I must be doing something wrong. You're incorrect. Tanjiro. That is nonsense. Don't be so hard on yourself, Kazui and Ichigo have years on you. It's only been 2 for you and us, and our relationship has grown faster each day. We will release Rui from his pain, him and the others. Tanjiro stared at them both before smiling. But then he looked around them. Tanjiro. And where's the other? The 2 souls looked at one another before smiling. In his words, he didn't want to see that worried look on your face, thinking that he was mad at you. Tanjiro scratched his face and said. Tanjiro. Well, I can't always help it. He glares so hard at me. Tanjiro. We both know that he glares at you because you're so nice and he'd hate for you to get your feelings hurt. Tanjiro. I at least wanted to greet him. Maybe another time, but for now, you need to wake up. Some girl is calling your name. Tanjiro. He opened his eyes to see that a girl with blinded hair was snapping her fingers in his face. Tanjiro. Huh. He looked up at Kina who blinked at him. Kina. Ah, there you are. Tanjiro. Oh. He quickly stood up tall and bowed saying. Tanjiro. Please forgive the rudeness. Sometimes I like to meditate here. Kina. Yay, I have noticed that. But are you sure it's fine here? The floor is not very comfortable. The boy gave her a smile and said. Tanjiro. It's fine, I'm used to it. Kina smiled at him. Kina. Aeno wasn't kidding about them. I'm right next to him, but it's like looking at an executioner. I don't think we've had the chance to meet. Kina Udo. Tanjiro. Hello Kina. He took her hand and shook it, saying. Tanjiro. It's very nice to meet you. I am Tanjiro Kamado. Kina. Oh, I know you. They call you the handsome retard in school. Tanjiro. What but why? No, that's not very fine to spread rumors like that. Kina. Ooh, he's innocent darn it. It's gonna be a struggle not to tease him now. I wouldn't worry about it so much. So, don't practice with weapons. Tanjiro. I do actually. Kina. Really? She looked around and went to the kendo sticks and tossed him one. Kina. Catch. Tanjiro. Huh? He caught it, looking at the wooden weapon. Kina. Mind a little spar. Tanjiro. Oh, well, sure. Kina. Don't feel too nervous, okay? He and those others aren't really normal, so, before giving Rias the idea to watch them, I'll gauge what he can do first. Tanjiro. Some of the girls were walking by before they saw the two in the kendo club. They all bunched up around it and decided to watch. They know Kina as the best swordswoman in school. Kina? Heh. Tanjiro gave her a smile and nodded. Tanjiro. I'm ready whenever you are, Kina. Kina? Ooh. Such a gentleman. She then dashed in fast with Tanjiro lowered his eyes. She went for a downward slash, but he sidestepped her, then she went for a stab to his stomach, but parried with his weapon. She hopped up and spun over him, going for a strike to his head, but he moved. When she landed, she giggled and prepared herself for him, but he was already on her left for a stab to the ribs. She managed to block it, but she staggered back and fell to her butt. Kina. Ow. She felt arms on her shoulders and looked behind her to see the irritated there. Tanjiro. I hope that wasn't too forceful. Do you want to continue? She stared at the boy before saying. Kina. Sure. She tried to pull a sneaky attack and catch him in the face, but he moved out of the way and tossed her a little ways away. She caught her balance as the both of them parried each other's weapon, but Kina could tell that Tanjiro was taking it easy on her. She managed to use her strength as a devil and make him skid all the way back out of the view everyone that was watching. Tanjiro saw this and wondered what she was doing. Kina. Why don't you stop playing with me and get serious, handsome? She ran out of sight of the other lookers, but once she was out of their line of vision, she flickered away. Tanjiro saw her before he frowned. Kina. She knew for a fact that he was in front of her. But now, he was on her right, his blade centimeters from her stomach. Kina. How did he? Tanjiro then gave her an upward strike which sent her smacking into the ceiling. Kina. Gah. But realized what he did. Tanjiro. Oh no. He managed to catch her, seeing that she had a bruise forming on her stomach. Tanjiro. That looks bad, what was I thinking? He then rushed her to the nurse with everyone watching. The girls thought that boys would revel in defeating the top swordswoman in school. But Tanjiro was concerned that he may have been too rough with her. They smiled, grateful that he wasn't some hexist, taking pride in beating a woman. After getting her to the nurse's office, he texted Ichigo about his little sparring session and that he was gonna stay and watch after Kina for being so brutal with her. The man told him it was fine since he was at a parent-teacher conference at the moment. The blonde-haired girl groaned awake which made him perk up. She sat up with a moan of pain and rubbed her forehead, saying. Kina. Okay Kina, choose your battles next time. And choose them wisely him. She looked to her right and saw Tanjiro there with a nervous smile. Tanjiro. Sorry about earlier. I guess I was a little harsh with you. Kina blinked at him before smirking. Kina. No, it's fine, I was the one that asked for the spar. Tanjiro. Please, take this. He made his way to the bowl of warm water and wrung out a towel in it. He then folded it and put it on her forehead, laying her back down. Kina. Tanjiro. Please rest. The head nurse Emma should be coming here any minute now. Kina. Oh well, aren't you a gentleman? She then pulled him closer, which made him blush from being so close. Kina. You're not gonna try anything while the nurse is out, are you? Tanjiro. What? No I would never. She heard the stern tone in his voice as he sat and said. Tanjiro. I take pride in respecting women's boundaries and their free will. Whatever I want or crave should not fall onto anyone at all. It's my problem, not theirs. Kina. She stared at him. He was disciplined. Thoroughly disciplined. Kina. PFFT. Tanjiro. What is it? Kina. Hehe, you were so serious about it, haha. Tanjiro. Huh. Of course I'm serious. I wouldn't. Kina. Hehe, no, I get it. Chivalry and all that. He nodded as they waited with slight conversation. Kina would giggle at how Tanjiro would get all serious when she would assume that he'd probably get excited if she showed more skin. But Tanjiro also complimented her on how fast she was and how she could improve her skills, which made her interested in how knowledgeable he was. Author. Again, for those of you who are gonna question, can't he smell that she's a demon? Tanjiro knows what's up. After a while, Emma came in and checked the girl to make sure she was fine. Emma. It seems like she's fine, so you probably didn't hurt her that bad. Try not to be too hard on yourself, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Alright. I understand. Kina got up and stretched, but saw that the boy was listening to what Emma was saying. She grinned mischievously and said. Kina. Ah. They both looked at her to see that she was falling, but Tanjiro was gonna catch her. So, in the midst of that. She made her that when she fell. Tanjiro. Blush. Emma. Oh, haha. Her breasts would be in the palm of her hand. Kina. Oh no, what's with this big burly hand touching me, Tanjiro, you cad. He stood, took her by the shoulders. And put her back in bed. Tanjiro. Please try not to get up so fast. Rest a little more. Emma and Kina giggled at the boy for his uprightness. He sighed and decided to just leave. Kina. Thanks for keeping me company, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Why yay, you're welcome. Emma. I suppose you're going to class now, right? Tanjiro. Yes ma'am, Ichigo should be heading back here now. Emma. Splendid, think you can do me a favor? Tanjiro. Yes ma'am. She held out a piece of paper to the boy. Emma. When you see Ichigo, can you give him this for me? I know that if I gave it to him personally, my fellow nurses would have a fit. Tanjiro. Okay then, is that all? Emma. There's one more thing, but it isn't for today. Tanjiro. She gave him a schedule and said. Emma. You see, my niece will be starting a Kuo Academy tomorrow, and, knowing her, she'll get lost or boys will want to play with her. I was wondering if you could give her a tour seeing as how she'll be in your class. Tanjiro. A new student. Tomorrow. That's perfect then. Emma. Kina. Tanjiro. I guess it's a good thing that I made a little too many then. Kina. Too many of what? Tanjiro. Too many baked goods. Kina. Emma. Tanjiro. I make sweets from all of my classmates at the end of the week. But I ended up making too many this time, so I'll share some with her too. I may even have enough for you guys. Kina. You made them? Tanjiro. Yes. Emma. Kina. Oh my god, he can cook, can't he? Tanjiro. You can count on me, I'll keep her safe. Emma. Yes sure, just meet her at the front of the school. Tanjiro. Understood. With that, he left. Emma. I almost feel sorry for him. AC's gonna do that boy something fierce. But the orange tea, half an hour earlier. He was actually at Kazui and Nezuko's school for a parent-teacher conference he needed to attend. Ichigo. So, Ms. Sato, anything bad I should know about them? Sato. Ichigo. Ms. Sato. Sato. Oh. Sato. And nothing bad, honestly, they've been doing quite well. Even though Nezuko doesn't talk very much, she puts in just as much effort as everyone else. Ichigo. I was talking about my son. Kazui. Hey. Sato giggled and looked at Ichigo. Unlike other women, she did her best not to make a pass at him or try to ignore her job for him. But she did admit that he was a very handsome man. Sato. No, nothing on his part either, Kazui is actually one of the brightest in class. Kazui. Hear that, Dad? One of the brightest. Ichigo. Dullite, got it. Kazui. Hey. Ichigo. Heh, well, I'm glad to hear that they're doing well. And you said there was a school field trip coming up. Sato. Oh yes, this Friday, well, tomorrow. Ichigo. I'm pretty sure I can get out of work early. Sato. But aren't you a teacher as well? Ichigo. Yay, I am. Sato. Well, if you want, I'll blush. Ichigo. Sato. I'm going to be the museum guide anyway. So why don't we just meet there blush after? Ichigo. She saw that he was sort of not considering the idea mainly because of their professions, but she looked down, trying to force her blush away. Sato. And no poaching of course. I can give them the tour of the museum and that's it. Ichigo. Alright then. She gasped. Sato. Really? Kazui grinned and said. Kazui. Oh, look at you teach. Sato. Kazui. You're pretty excited to be on a date with Dad. Sato. Blush what? He crossed his arms with a proud expression and said. Kazui. Well, you kinda have a few in front of you, but if you don't mind it, go for it. You're not like the others, so you have my blessing. Sato. What? Izuko gave her a thumbs up for her blessing too on dating her foster father. Sato. And no, this isn't what that is, honest, that's not my intention. Ichigo got up and said. Ichigo. Pay no mind to Kazui's teasing. She looked up at the tall man as he said. Ichigo. I don't mind meeting. What time? Sato. Blush, you alright? How about F5:30? Are you fine with it just being us? Ichigo. Sounds good. Nezuko. Kazui. Mind Ms. Sato, alright. They both nodded as Ichigo then made his way to Kuo Academy. Kazui looked back and said. Kazui. You looked at my dad's butt, didn't you? Sato. Kazui, that's enough. The man soon got to the school with all of the girls and female teachers, bidding him a flirty good morning, but he ignored it. Then he got a lot of glares from the boys and male teachers. But he ignored that too. As he turned the corner to his hallway, he ended up bumping into Aeno. Aeno. Oh. Ichigo. Aeno. She blinked at him before giving him a smile. Aeno, it's nice to see you, Ichigo. How's your class? Ichigo. Sigh, rowdy as always. Aeno. Heh, we can hear it. But they seem to care dearly for you. Ichigo. Heh, I guess I should be lucky. Akeno. That you should, so. Ichigo. She leaned into him which made him lean back and said. Akeno. Did you hear about Lady Rias and Issei? Ichigo. Rias. You mean that red-headed girl? Akeno. Yay, I've heard that she's been a little bit more agitated with Issei since he's hanging out with Yuma. Ichigo. Ah, right Yuma. She turned her back to him. Akeno. It's totally out of her character to rack her brain over some boy. But I see the attraction, he's not like all the others, begging for a piece of skin. Ichigo. Akeno. Honestly though, I wonder what he sees in Yuma. Ichigo. What do you guys really want with Issei? Akeno. Ichigo. It was quiet between them. She gave him another smile and asked. Akeno. Whatever do you mean? Ichigo. You can drop the act. Akeno. Ichigo. Well. You and those other girls seem really fixated on him and not in the way other girls are. So what's up? Akeno. What gives you the impression that we're fixated on him? All I did make small talk about him. The man lowered his eyes at her. She kept her smile, but now it was one that told her that Ichigo may be a person of interest. She knew he was smart. But it was clear as day that he was smarter than he let on. Ichigo. Look, all I'm saying is that whatever you guys are trying to pull with Issei, make sure it doesn't force him to do or be something he doesn't want to be. He's nobody's property or plaything. He walked past her, putting a hand on her shoulder and said. Ichigo. From what I've seen around the school, out of all of your group, you seem to have more of a conscience that doesn't yell, all hail Rias Gremory. So, I trust you a little more. Please make it easier on all of us and don't piss the kid off, yay. With that, he walked away. She turned to him and watched him shrink in the distance. He seemed so wise and he felt so powerful. She still didn't know if he was aware of his power or not. But she didn't want to risk it for fear of exposing herself. Akeno. Ichigo. He didn't turn around as he said. Ichigo. Yay. Akeno. Why do you care of what happens to him? Ichigo. Cause having someone make a choice for you or being tricked into something for the benefit of others is a horrible feeling. But that, he turned the corner, gone from view. Akeno. She lowered her eyes. He talked as if he's lived long enough to see it all. After Ichigo came in class, he said. Ichigo. Morning class. Sorry I'm late, I had a confer. He saw that Sona was in his class with Asta beside her, glaring at the class. Mostly the boys. Ichigo looked at the girls to see that they gave him a glaring knowing expression. Especially Nero and Shinobu. Sona. Good morning, Kurosaki-sensei. Ichigo. Sigh. He grabbed his ruler and came to Asta, saying. Ichigo. Alright Asta, point them out. Asta. Huh. Motohama. What are you talking about, teach? Ichigo. If Sona is here and she has Asta with her, that only means that some of you boys decided to use him to do something bad or pervy because you all hate that Issei has a hangout with a girl tomorrow. Issei. Hold on, you guys set him up because of me? What type of shit is that? Asta. Wow Ichigo, you're really smart, that's spot on. Ichigo. Thanks, now point them out. Asta. Oh, okay. Mitsuda. Hey. Asta. It was this guy in the front, the one behind Issei, the one who told me to do it is the one trying to get out the window, and Mitsuda and Motohama. Group. Dude. Mitsuda. Why you snitchin'? Ichigo. Why am I not surprised? And what did they tell you to do, Asta? Asta. Well. Motohama. No. Asta. They told me that Sona wasn't okay in the bathroom, so I went to go check if she needed help. Ichigo. The orange tea slowly breathed in, before out. He glared at them. Boys. Mercy. Ichigo. That's God's job, not mine. Smack. Boys. Ooh. They were all on the floor from the steaming red on the back of their hands and knuckles. Ichigo. Typical. Easy. Ichigo. He took out his phone and looked at it, seeing that it was a message from Rimuru. Rimuru. Hey, just thought I'd let you know, but I caught a whiff of one of those Kazuki guys. Ichigo lowered his eyes, which Issei and the others noticed. Tanjiro told Rui that he'll find him, and even though whoever Rimuru smelt wasn't Rui himself. They still came from Tanjiro's world and that was better than anything. Rimuru. Hey, just thought I'd let you know, but I caught a whiff of one of those Kazuki guys. Thanks for that, what's the address? Rimuru sent it to him, making Ichigo nod and send it to Tanjiro, Kazui, and Asta. They all glared at the text, but Issei was confused on what was going on. Class went on like usual with the boys interrogating Issei, while the girls tried to know if his intentions were dirty or not, but he ignored them. In the cafeteria, he was seen sitting to himself but looked at Asta and the others. He understood not wanting to choose good or evil in Wetnet, but he still wanted to know about the glare they made earlier. Asta ended up seeing him stare and waved, which made Shinobu, Tanjiro and Nero wave as well. Issei. He then put one of his earphones in his ear, which connected to his phone. He ended up calling Asta, who saw what he was doing as they all entered a group call with their earphones in. Issei. So, just curious, am I supposed to not ask about the text that Ichigo got, or? Nero. No offense, but it's kind of an us thing. Shinobu. You getting interested could have you biting off more than you can chew. Issei. I'm not getting interested, I just wanna know is all. Just in case someone gets past you guys and I can jump in before they try to take a bite out of my friends again. Tanjiro. The entire reason they got to your friends in the first place was because we were too lax. It was our fault. Asta. I think you'll be an awesome part of us. But we don't want you to give up your school life like that. Not including me, everyone else wanted a normal life, but had to choose this path for the greater good. Issei. He smiled his way. Nero. We appreciate the sense of well, they helped me out, the least I can do is try. But we can do this on our own. Shinobu. We were only supposed to be training you to defend yourself, that's all. So please, enjoy the life none of us got to choose. The teen almost shivered from how they said that. Out of all of them, Asta seemed like the happiest, but he's heard about how tough Japan was back then. It's just that flesh-eating demons made that shit worse. He would say something back, but then heard gasps and whispering. He looked up and found that Ria's Gremory was coming his way. And even had the nerve to sit right next to him. In broad daylight. At a table that had no one else there. She began to eat silently while Issei stared at her. He looked at Shinobu and the others who shrugged, not understanding why she was there either. Issei. Rias. Rias? Yes. Issei. Why are you sitting here instead of the overly expensive balcony you paid the school to make for you? Rias. Well, I grew tired of my overly expensive balcony that I paid the school to make for me. And wanted to eat in the lunchroom. Issei. Next to me. Rias. Where else would I sit? Issei. Next to the people that actually care about what comes out of your mouth. Rias. You cut deep, you know that. Issei. Okay. He got up. Issei. I don't know what you're playing at, but this is borderline creepy now, so I'm just gonna go. Rias. I need you to call off your little hangout with Yuma tomorrow. Issei. He looked at her to see that despite the smile. She was serious. Issei. Excuse me? You're giving me orders now? Rias. Issei, it's a trap. Yuma is no different than me. She was just better at making you ask her out. Tanjiro and the others stared hearing this. But it was Asta who gave way to a firm expression. Issei. What do you mean by that? Rias. I could tell you, but that'll get me into trouble. Issei. In trouble with who? Rias. Let's just say that my brother likes to keep things private. Telling you the whole story may actually get me a scolding. Issei. Rias. I'm only looking out for you because you don't see it, and if you don't see it, it'll get you hurt. Issei. And what are you getting out of telling me? Rias. You're cute. She got up and dusted herself off, saying. Rias. I may want you to join me, but I'm not that low as to play with your life to do it. Issei. She could see that he was convinced, but now he was even more skeptical of Rias. What did she know? She exhaled with a content smile at him. Rias. Sigh, I'm gonna hear this later. Issei. Rias. There is no record of Yuma in this school. Issei. Tanjiro. Shinobu. Asta. Nero. Rias. No record, no dorm room number, she's not on the school roster, she not in any club activities, the only thing people know is that you have a hangout with her tomorrow. Issei. Rias. I'm just looking out for your best interest, not mine. I'm supposed to just let what happens, happen to you. She passed him up, saying. Rias. But I like you, so I'll take the thrashing. And don't worry about paying for the info I wasn't supposed to give you, I'll put it on your tab later. Bye Issei. He watched the girl walk off with a somewhat evil giggle. He squinted his eyes before looking back at Nero and the others. They were all on the same page now. The Occult Research Club was more than what they let on. Issei. With Rias, she came to her clubroom, seeing Sun in there with her arms crossed and Subaki with her. She smiled and said. Rias. Sona, a pleasure seeing you. Sona. Same here, but let's keep the small for when our meeting is over. Rias. Very well. She sat down in her chair with her legs crossed. Everyone else came after and took a seat. Rias. Hello everyone. Sona. Afternoon. Rias. Tell me, how are things going? Kina. Kaneko. Sai. The Keno. Rias? She saw that they all had different reactions to her questions. So, she started with Kaneko. Rias? How about you, Kaneko? Kaneko, none of the people that came with Ichigo Kurosaki are normal to me. That girl with the bamboo muscle in her mouth. She glared. Kaneko is definitely one of that witch's creation. Sona. Ugh, you mean that god complex having Neanderthal? As if Riser wasn't enough. Rias frowned at that. Rias? Well, that's not good. But then, why is she with Ichigo? Sona. Maybe he's being controlled. Kaneko? I don't know. Rias? What about you, Kina? Kina? Tanjiro's a really sweet guy. Really formal, takes the humility and respect for women very seriously, but he is hiding the fact that he's an abnormal expert swordsman. She looked down with a smile. Kina? He's even faster and stronger than me. They looked at her. Sona. He is? Kina? Yay, way faster. Sona. Any read on his magic power? Kina? No, all that he did was completely through muscle. Rias? He's that strong without anything added to it. Kina? Yay, and I get the feeling that his friend Asta may be stronger. Rias? As far as that one goes, I think we've been made. He knows. Kaneko? That's because he part demon too. Sona? No, only that, but his very being is a shocking phenomenon. I can't use magic around him. Kina? What? Rias? You can't. Sona? No, I really can't. It's like it's turned off around him. I'm as normal as a human when I'm near Asta. Kina? Maybe he's doing it on purpose. Sona? No, his intentions are as clear as day. He has no ill intention against us, well, me specifically. Kaneko? But why the rest of us? Sona scoffed with a smirk and looked at the redeed. Sona? Maybe it's because your leader here was trying to pull a fast one on his friend, Issei Haidu. Rias? Hehe, oh, is that it? He's looking out for Issei. That's cute. Kina? She looked at Aeno to see that she said nothing, she stared out the window, which got everyone's attention. Aeno found that it was too quiet and looked at everyone to see that they waited for her to say something. Aeno? Oh sorry, I totally spaced out. Kaneko? You never space out. Rias? Well, we covered everyone except Ichigo, you mind, Aeno? Aeno? What can I say about Ichigo Kurosaki? She put a finger to her cheek and looked at the ceiling. Aeno? A great father. A fair teacher. Very wise, like on a level of an immortal wise. Rias? You think he's immortal? Sona? I knew something was up about him. Aeno? I do. His aura is massive as well, it's honestly very intimidating. Just from his stature, the way he analyzes everything, to the scars he tries to hide on his arms. She looked at them, saying. Aeno? Everything about Ichigo Kurosaki is mystery. But, what I can say, is that it's not just Asta that knows about us. She paused before saying. Aeno? They all know about us. Kina? Kaneko? Sona? Rias? Aeno? Tanjiro, Asta, Shinobu, Nero, even his son and daughter, Nezuko and Kazui. They're just choosing not to say anything. Rias? I've seen Issei walked with them on the weekends. You think they're trying to recruit him? Aeno? I don't think so. Because if they were, why wouldn't they tell him about us? The redhead rubbed her chin. That was a good question because Issei was skeptical of Rias, but not to the point where it was like, you demon, get the buck away. Kina? What should we do? Kaneko? I got nothing. Rias? Me either. That's when a magic circle opened up on the side with them all looking at it to see a beautiful gray-haired woman with a 12-year-old little retarded boy next to her. Rias? Sigh, it's you. Hey there, Aunt Rias. Rias? Hello, you're looking as healthy as ever. Thanks. Lady Rias. Rias looked at the woman. Apologies, but Millard wishes to speak with you about your conversation with the Red Dragon. Rias? Sigh, fine, very well. She got up and came to them as her nephew said. Don't worry, I vouched for you. Rias ruffled his hair and said. Rias? Good job. With that, they were gone. But Issei, he was making his way to class after fact-checking Rias' earlier statements about Yuma. Only to find that Rias wasn't lying. No dorm room number for Yuma. No record. No roster. No Yuma in any clubs. Issei. Soon enough, he made it to class and as lessons went on, he thought about what Ichigo said. Because of Issei's powerful presence, it makes him seeable to people on the other plane of existence. And they were usually unfriendly. He may have not been good at soul sensing. But if Yuma wasn't normal, he should have felt something, right? Issei. Then there was Rias. Could he really trust her? Ichigo. The man looked at Issei, seeing that he was in his own head, but he knew why. Asta told him everything. Ichigo, hey Issei. Issei. He took some blank papers and said. Ichigo. I forgot to deliver these to the principal, you mind? I'll catch you up later. Issei. Sure. He took the blank papers, nodding at Ichigo for excusing him for the day, and walked the halls of the school for a bit before deciding to just head to his room for the day. He looked at his phone and Yuuma's number, staring at it. Issei. Sigh. Greg. You seem to be dealing with a hard decision. Issei. Oh really? You think so? Greg. Your sarcasm becomes you, partner. Issei. Well shit, you live in my body, what do you think about any of this? Rias or Yuuma? Greg. You're asking me which one I found more tolerable. Issei. I'm asking who I should believe. I felt something on Rias but not on Yuuma. One is lying to me, and the other one may or may not be telling the truth. Greg. Partner. You're thinking about this way too hard. Issei. What? His black-red gauntlet appeared on his left arm. This made him sit up from his bed, looking at it. Issei. How? Greg. It's simple. What have you been doing since you moved out of your parents' house? Issei. Fighting those demon things. Greg. Because they came after you, right? Issei. Yay but. Greg. Exactly. Call the hangout off and see who comes after you first. Rias or Yuuma. Issei blinked at that and groaned. He did make it hard on himself. He then texted Yuuma that he couldn't hang out tomorrow, but didn't get a text back. He shrugged it off and ended up taking a nap. Issei. Only to wake up and find himself in what seemed to be a dark forest. Issei. What the? He got up from the damp mud and looked around, the silence in the forest being a little too eerie. Issei. Twig crack. Issei. He twisted around. But nothing was there. He glared, he knew he wasn't alone. Issei. TCH so we're playing hide and seek, or are you gonna come out here? Twig crack. He balled his fist at this, but then heard something shooting through the air. It was like a whistling sound which meant that whatever was thrown was moving fast. He heard it on his left. He faced what was heading his way and caught it. Looking at the weapon, he blinked. Issei. What kind of weapon is this? Twig crack. Issei. This time though, he eat someone walking straight for him. Yuuma. You know, I actually wanted to enjoy our little hangout. You know, give you time to change my mind on killing you. Issei. TCH. Yumma. But then that Gremory bitch just had to go and run her mouth. Couldn't keep quiet for another day nuo, she had to be a killjoy. Damn devil, sticking her nose in shit that has nothing to do with her. Issei. Yuuma. Rainer. Actually, it's Rainer, sweetie. He furrowed his brow, seeing deep black wings coming out of her back and her rather flashy appearance. Rainer. Oh wow you're not even blushing hehe, you really are a hard one to get a reaction out of. Issei. Scoffs. Rainer. Issei. Wow this is funny. Rainer. Funny. What about this situation was funny? Issei. Because I was actually slightly gunning more for Rias being out here, not you. Rainer. Oh now aren't you just a treat? She flickered behind him with a light spear, but Issei twisted around and rocked her in the face, making her tumble to a stop. Issei. How about you explain to me on why you decided to do all of this shit just to try and kill me? Rainer. Hehe well, I was gonna kill you the first time I saw you, but there were too many eyes plus, I was in enemy territory when I wasn't supposed to be. Rainer grinned and said. Rainer. Now that I have you here, I can kill you and be on my merry way. Issei. Why? Rainer. Why? Hehe after all the fights you've had, you're just now asking why everyone's after you? She threw a blade of light at him, making him block with his left hand as his gauntlet showed itself. Rainer. That right there is why you need to die. Issei. Rainer. Trust me, it's nothing personal. Children born with too much power shouldn't be left unchecked. She frowned. Rainer. And you have way too much for my comfort. Issei. You're killing me because I'm strong. Rainer. If I don't others will try, the cycle won't end and all that. She dashed at him with her light spear and said. Rainer. Enough stalling. About halfway, he dashed in fast, getting in her guard which shocked her. He pushed her offending arm back, making her tumble backwards. She saw him coming for a face shot, but it was a fake as he kicked her in the stomach. She crashed through a few trees but caught herself with a glare at him. Rainer. Gasp. She watched as he picked up a tree and tried to slam it down on her, but she moved it out of the way. She flew high and summoned a light spear shower as countless amounts came shooting at Issei. He glared and caught the one closest to hitting him and parried the others before shooting that back at her. She dodged it, but when she looked back she caught a kick to the face, sending her into the nearby river. She got up, shaking her head from the ringing in her ears, but saw him coming down on her. She rolled out of the way as he landed with a tremor of the land and walked towards her. Issei. I wasn't stalling. Rainer. Issei. I just need every reason to beat your ass. Rainer. Grr. She dashed at him but then saw someone dashed in behind Issei. She grinned, which made him wonder why she did that. But then he was tackled. The person that tackled him then tossed him hard into a mountainside. Issei. He fell the floor and growled at the bastard that did that as Rainer landed next to him. She stared at the person with disgust and said. Rainer. Damn demon, the hell are you doing here? Lady Mulan has demanded that step in your battle. Because his blood is much too rare to just let go to waste. She glared with a light spear forming in her hand. Rainer. And you think I'll let you stop me? Because hehe, I believe you may have misread my intentions, chicken. Rainer. Chicken. Because I will see to it that you deliver the finishing blow. But before he dies, I'll turn him into a demon and he'll be under Lady Mulan's control. Rainer stared before looking at Issei, who took a stance that was gonna take them both on. She grinned and said. Rainer. Well, that's certainly better than him being within Rias' peerage. Issei. TCH. The meeting. Milim. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Baldora. You feel that? Milim. I taste that. Baldora. Hehehe, you know what that means. Baldora. Milim. Fight night. They both began to dash out of the house, but Xian got in their way. Xian. Hold on, you two. Baldora. Huh. Milim. Aw, come on, the lizard's fighting some people. Xian. Lady Rimuru has forbade you both from going. Milim. Baldora. Why? They both looked at Rimuru, who was drinking coffee and going over the papers of the business she just signed a contract with. They came to her desk. Milim. Rimu. Rimuru. No. Baldora. Come on, best buddy, we gotta look out for the little puck. Rimuru. No, we agreed that you two could train him, but whatever fight he gets in, you two can't join. You make too much mess as it is. Baldora. Please. Milim. We promise not to get too ahead of ourselves. Rimuru. No, I have to really crack down on the two of you. You breaking stuff makes Ichigo's job harder, and I'm not about to get a lecture from him because of you two. Xian. Lady Rimuru. Why do you make it sound like you're letting that man dictate what you can and cannot do? Don't you think you're getting a little too involved with him? Rimuru. Ah, blush, I don't mean it like that. They took her by the hands. Milim. And no powers, only fists. Baldora. Yay, that's a promise I know we can't break. Rimuru. The answer is still no. Baldora. Milim. They then tried to make a break for it, but she put her hand out and encased them in slime. Baldora. Milim. Ah. Rimuru. Really, running out on me? Baldora. Best buddy, listen, okay. Milim. We have to make sure that he does a good job, okay? Baldora. We don't want him to die on us, and Ichigo's group are out, going to that place you told them. Rimuru. Xian. My lady. Rimuru. The brunette thought about it. She already knew from the first meeting that Issei was strong. But she also felt that someone else showed up to aid whoever was attacking him. It's not that he can't handle them. But if one found him, even while he's masking his presence. How many more can find him? Rimuru. Sigh. They all grinned at the brunette, who groaned. Rimuru. Ichigo's gonna throttle me fine, but only your fists, got it? And don't pull the entire city into your fight, okay? Milim. Love you. Baldora. Thanks, Rimu. With that, they dashed out. Back with Issei. He glared at the two who grinned at him. Rainer chuckled darkly as Akaza giggled at this. He cracked his bones and muscles while Rainer summoned another light spear. Issei. TCH. They both then dashed at Issei, who blazed with red and green energy. He dashed in too and rocked Rainer in the face before blocking Akaza's fists. He could already feel that this guy was really strong. But he wasn't really shit. He kicked him away, throwing Akaza deep into the mountainside, but gripped him by the neck and threw him at Rainer. She moved out of his way and came down with her weapon. But Issei shattered it with his fist. Rainer. What? She saw him go for a gut punch next, so she conjured another light spear. But he broke that one too. Then another. And another. He began to just keep breaking through each one she made, shocking her. Rainer. How is he doing that with just his fists? Gasp. When she least expected it, she watched as he filled her mouth with his fist, creating a crater under them. She smacked into the ground, but then Issei caught a hard shockwave to the upper back. He fell over Rainer, who used this chance to kick him in the air. Akaza got to his height in the air and said. Akaza. Destructive death, annihilation type. Crown splitter. He then gave Issei an axe kick to the head, but he blocked it, sending him back towards Rainer, who grinned. She summoned tens of light spears, ready to fire. Akaza saw what she was doing, so he said. Akaza. Destructive death. Disorder. They fired off countless punches of shockwaves while Rainer let her light constructs fly. They both crashed into the boy, but a huge blast of red magic covered him, defending against the attacks and pushing them back. Mukago was the first to get up but ended up getting a knee in the stomach so hard that the skin on his back exploded. Mukago. They ended up getting behind him and suplex him, breaking his neck before big-footing him in the face, cracking his skull. Rainer tried a sneak attack behind him, but he threw her over his shoulder and stomped on her back. He gripped her wing which made her gasp. Rainer. No. Issei. Yes, bitch. He gripped it hard, about to rip it off, but then someone else sent a light spear at him. He dodged, rolled out of the way and dashed at who it was. He didn't care who it was. He didn't need to know who it was. Halwarner. Damn kid, he could have died quietly. Don't seek. Guess I was right about Rainer screwing this up. They both dashed at Issei who tackled Donaseek into a line of trees. Halwarner growled and threw her weapon at him, but he caught it and stabbed Donaseek in the wing. Donaseek. Gaia. She dashed at him, but Akaza shot past her, skidding to a stop yelling. Akaza. Destructive death, annihilation type, leg type. Explosive flurry. He then gave him countless kicks which ripped up his shirt from the shockwaves that he gave him and sent him flying back. Halwarner, Donaseek and Rainer used that time. As a group. To stab him through the back and bust his heart. Issei. Akaza. Hehe, destructive death, annihilation type. 8-layered demon core. Donaseek kicked him in the back of the head which made him fly into Akaza, who gave him 8 powerful strikes to the body. 2 being where his heart used to be. He then gave him 2 elbows before Halwarner and Rainer slashed up his body. Issei falling to the floor right after. The 3 fallen angels breathed out, a little sore more Rainer than the other 2. Halwarner. Stubborn little punk. Donaseek. Good, he's out of the way. He glared at Rainer who looked away. Rainer. You didn't have to come help me, I would have figured out a way to kill him. Donaseek. Yay, sure you would've. Akaza. Heh. They watched as the demon stepped to Issei's lifeless body. Donaseek and Halwarner knew the situation since they were in earshot distance. Akaza. You are going to be a most useful servant to Lady Mulan. The 3 fallen angels rolled their eyes at Akaza and began walking away. But right when Akaza reached for him. Issei gripped him harshly by the neck. Akaza. Issei. Hehehehehe. Boost. 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 Donaseek, Halwarner, Rainer. Boost. 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 They watched as mountains of red, black, green magical energy blazed off of him and changed the very terrain of the area they fought on. Their stomachs turned from what they felt. Was he getting stronger? Boost. 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 The aura felt thick and heavy as a droplet of sweat came from them. All felt this energy which made the fallen take a step back. Mukago tried to get free, but couldn't, he kept coughing up blood from the amount of force that was in Issei's grip. Halwarner. How? Rainer. How is he standing? Donaseek. We busted his heart, you couldn't be standing. He stepped to them with a crazed smile, saying. Issei. What are you talking about? Haha, what's that bullshit coming out of your mouth? Halwarner. Grrr, how are you alive? He chuckled more, killed intent leaking off of him. Issei. How? Haha, are you guys bucking stupid? They all looked at him weirdly. Issei. You busted my heart, you idiots, not my brain, haha. He smirked angrily and evilly and said. Issei. So guess what? Issei. I still have 7 more minutes to live, so let me not waste time, this is how it's gonna go. Issei. I'm gonna make these next 7 minutes your personal hell, because if I'm gonna die, 2 of you bitches are coming with me. They all went wide-eyed at how chilling his words were, but they then got distracted by Milim gripping Halwarner by the hair while Voldora face planted Donaseek. Rainer? What? She saw their real nature and was very confused. Rainer? More dragons, what the hell is going on? Milim? Hey there, lizard. Voldora? Whoa, it looks like you took some damage. Haha, but they still look worse than you. Issei. Voldora. Milim. They looked at him, seeing that the adrenaline hit him. Issei. Make sure you keep your distance, I'm kin to having trouble seeing the right people I'm supposed to punch. They both laughed at him for this. The 4 opponents really pissed him off this time. Milim. You got it, lizard. Voldora. Come on, let's do a stage change. His eye gleamed with light as a huge explosion went off, shooting them all towards the city. Issei took Akaza and whilst uncontrollably in midair, punched him out over and over. Rainer flew faster as him and stabbed him with her weapon, but he backfisted her into the ground. With Milim and Voldora, they both landed on a skyscraper with their opponent, but they both kicked them into each other. Milim, Voldora. Ha. They flew to them, taking them by their head and threw them both to the ground, crashing down on them, making sure not to take the entire street with them. They kicked them away as Veldora looked at Issei. Rainer smacked into the ground as Issei landed and walked to her, saying, "Issei. Come on, I literally don't have all night." As he beat her, he said, "Issei. You really can't fight without someone backing, can you?" He kicked her back and yelled, "Issei. Come on, try harder, I'll even use one hand on you. Issei. Let's do this, I ha 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 ha." Mikaza landed, growling. "Mikaza. Grr. Issei. And then there's you." He dashed at Akaza, who was gonna do the same, but found that Issei was already in his guard. He broke both of his legs with one kick, making the Redeed fall into a red-encased punch to the face, splattering his brain everywhere and sending him shooting through 2 buildings. His hands blazed with fiery green magic, with Veldora saying, "Veldora. There you go, Puck, use the black flash." Issei. Ha. Right when Akaza got back up, not even giving him time to recollect himself, he smacked him with blazing emerald magic. He crashed through 8 buildings, which had Kalwarner and Donasek baffled by the boy's complete change in attitude. He was totally unhinged. They both clicked their tongues as they tried to get from under Milim and Veldora. But that made too much noise. Issei. Hold up. Issei. Did you bitches just talk back to me? Now they knew he was unhinged, they didn't say anything. All they did was make a noise. But he took that as if they called him his mom and dad a bitch. He flickered from view, coming for the 2 that tried to sneak him. Veldora. Oh. Milim. Hahaha, he's going after everyone. They then moved out of the way for the 2 fallen angels to get up. They moved away, but Kalwarner was gripped by the leg. He threw her into the side of a business building before dragging her bucking face against it. Veldora. Oh, do it like one of Goho's attacks, the red one. Issei. Bucket. He appeared in front of Donasek and said, "Issei. Let's live a little tonight." He was short a small red orb of magic at him, ripping up the streets and empty houses. Issei. Come on, that's all you cowardly bitches got. Akaza heard that as his anger rose. Akaza. Weak. Weak. He dashed at Issei, yelling, "Akaza. I am not a coward." He kicked him into a car, yelling back, "Issei. You're a coward-ass bitch." He then proceeded to beat him senseless, right when Rainer used this time to try and stab him in the back of the head. But Issei twisted around and slammed his foot into her face, putting her on the floor. He then kicked her onto her stomach, yelling, "Issei. Now where were we? Oh yeah, I was plucking your bucking wings off, you lying bitch." Rainer. No. Issei. Yes. Akaza came back in and gripped him by the head to rip it off, while Donasek and Kalwarner tried to pull him off of her. Rainer. Issei. Ha 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 ha. What happened to the laughs? Rainer, come on, laugh with me. She screamed as he ripped her dignity right off of her back, her going silent from the pain and realization that she was wingless. Issei. Ha. He forced them all off of him, ready to continue, but they looked at Rainer. Rainer. Go you my wings and no. Issei. Snickers. All. They all heard the snicker and looked at him, Veldora and Milim being the only ones laughing with him. Issei. Snickers. Issei. Snickers, wait, you're horrified. You're upset. Why? Rainer, Kalwarner and Donasek stared with shock. He found this shit funny. He was for real laughing. After what he just did. Issei. Why are you upset? This is supposed to be hostile. This is supposed to be a last man standing situation. Why are you all mad now? He sent out a huge blast of magical energy, throwing them all back. But as Akaza was getting thrown back, a portal opened up, closing right after he went in. He tapped his head, coughing up blood and said, "Issei. You all premeditatedly tried to murder me cause I was born and you're mad that you're not winning the buck you thought was gonna happen." He broke Donasek's arm and forced Kalwarner's head into the engine of nearby 18-wheeler. Rainer growled at him with hate, but he tackled her to the ground. "Issei. You came after me. Punch. Issei. And you the nerve to have an attitude because the tables turned. Nobody gives a buck. Punch. Issei. You should have never been a weak bitch." In a last-ditch effort, Donasek and Veldora shot their light spears at him, but he caught them. Using the distraction, they grabbed Rainer, flying up to the air. "Issei. I ain't done with you." He dashed at them trying to get a hold of all 3, but they ended up disappearing in a swirl of feathers. Issei. When he saw that they disappeared, he landed. He stood there, smacking his lips. Issei. TCH, it's coughs up blood, all fun and games when I'm not in the mood, but when I am, you run. He looked at his chest, seeing his skin turn pale and his center turn red-purple. Issei. Phew. He began to fall, hit Milim caught him. "Milim. Hehe, this guy is cool. Eldora. Hell yay, he is him. Haluk. Milim. Oh. They watched as his chest, back, and anywhere else that the four attacked him began to heal. Milim. He's already healing, that's great. Eldora. Come on, let's get him back to Ichigo's. Milim. Yay. Somewhere else with Tanjiro, Kazui, Shinobu, and Asta. They all stood in front of a club, seeing as how. Tanjiro. Are you guys ready? Asta. Yay, let's make this quick. Kazui. Do we? Shinobu. Kazui. Kazui. I don't get to fight much since we all made it into school. It's boring. Tanjiro. I'm sorry, but we're not here to have fun. We just need to incapacitate the demon and bring them back with us. Asta. But what is that Mulan lady has her under their control? My anti-magic didn't work the last time to free Rui, remember? Tanjiro. You're right, but Ichigo told me that the Zanpakuto cleanses a person's soul. If that works, we can get around to figuring out why your anti-magic didn't work. Asta nodded before Tanjiro looked at his sister. Tanjiro. Are you ready, Nezuko? She grew her normal size with a glare on her face, wanting to free Rui and the spider family just as much as her brother. They then made their way into the nightclub, hearing music banging as everyone danced and drank to their heart's content. Shinobu. Why would the demon be here? Tanjiro looked around with a furrow of his brow and said. Tanjiro. For shields. He closed his eyes only to be surprised that these people were under some kind of trance, thanks to the music that played. He didn't notice it at first, but the melody of the music had a mesmerizing feel to it. Kazui. These people are in a trance. Shinobu. Well, that's not good. Asta. The team gasped and pointed, saying. Asta. Hey. They liked where he was looking and saw a girl. She was sitting on the ledge, watching as everyone drank their lives away in her club. Nobody else saw it, but the more they drank the more blood they hacked up back into their glass or bottle. Author. Play Chariot by Yusao while reading this part. Mukago. Today's haul shouldn't be too bad, She then noticed Shinobu and the others on the first floor of the club, making her gasp in fear. She stood and backed up as they then made their way up to her. She looked behind them and shivered before manipulating the people into getting in her way. Tanjiro and the others pushed through then, but they were stronger than they expected. Asta jumped over them with Nezuko as they landed in front of her. Mukago. And no. She then turned one of the humans into a pseudo-demon that attacked them. Shinobu. The music puts them under her control and turned them into temporary demons. Tanjiro. TCH. She then changed the rest of them into demons and ran for her life, towards the door. Kazui. I have it, you guys go after her. Nezuko nodded, getting to him to help. The demon girl shot off like light after the fake demons, punching them to sleep, clawing herself, throwing her blood on them before setting them off in a pink explosive blast. Some tried to catch up with Tanjiro and the others, but Kazui intercepted them, cutting them down with minor wounds. Just when she got to the door, the three flickered in front of her. With their blades drawn, but she yelled out. Mukago. Nuo. She slammed her hands on the dance floor as everything shook, they looked at everything falling apart. Mukago. I will not be abused and killed because you want to save people. Before they knew it, they were all dropped into what seemed to be a dimension where beat blocks that rose to the literal beat of the music. Shinobu. This is. Asta. What the hell? Tanjiro. They watched as Mukago became huge in size with a fearful glare on her face. She brought her fist down on the three, but they split up on different sides of her. They all circled her at high speeds with Shinobu super jumping onto her arm and stabbing her in the arm. Mukago. Ah. She waved her arm, throwing the girl away and turning off her arm from the quickly rising poison. Asta. Demon Slayer. Black Meteor. He grew black wings and shot through her, putting holes in the demon. Mukago. Ayayaha. She regenerated and willed the beat blocks to encase Asta as powerful sound waves reverberated through him. Asta. Rias. But he cut through that and dashed at her. Shinobu did as well, but then Mukago blasted them back with sound waves. They both caught their balance, seeing that she wasn't gonna go down easily. They all saw that she was scared, and she had a right to be scared. She works under Lady Mulan. They looked at Tanjiro, who nodded, which made them give him one back. He stepped to her and slowly drew his blade, saying. Tanjiro. Ms. Mizu, please forgive me for asking this of you. But I need your help to speed things along. You have our support. Tanjiro. Thank you, water breathing. In the next instant, a huge tidal wave destroyed not only the dimension they were in, but the club itself as everyone was washed onto the floor, wondering what the hell happened. They all ran, not wanting to find as Shinobu and the others reappeared in a flicker of speed. Tanjiro had Mukago in his arms as he laid her down, waiting for her to wake up. Mukago. What's where? She saw the slayers standing before her and scurried back with ragged, fearful breathing. She tried crawling away but saw Shinobu in her way. Mukago. No. She bangs her fists against the ground. Mukago. No 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 no. Tanjiro. Shinobu. Nezuko. Hazui. Asta. Grrr. Tanjiro and Shinobu looked at their allies. It was Mulan that pissed them off, not this girl. And to have her this scared. Hazui. Yay, okay, so, what's stopping us from going after that Mulan wench lady right now again? Shinobu. If Asta's anti-magic didn't work on Rui when he used it, it's a problem. That means that Mulan has something up her sleeve and we need to know what it is before we kill her. Asta. Is there nothing we can do for this girl? Right now look at her, she's having a heart attack because she lost in a 5v1. Tanjiro nodded and came to her. Tanjiro. Can I? Mukago. Just kill me. Tanjiro. Mukago. Kill me and make it painless. Don't ask me anything and don't offer me anything. Just please hick. She bowed her head to Tanjiro. Mukago. Just kill me so I can go back to Lady Mulan. They all stared at her, but Asta was getting impatient as he said. Asta. How do I find Mulan? Shinobu. Asta. Asta. No can none of see the abuse she has in her eyes. Tanjiro. I know, but I think I have a better idea. Asta. Huh? Shinobu. What is it? Tanjiro. I think it'll work but you all will have to bear with me when I do it. They looked at him confused when he said that before he stood over her. She looked at the boy as he then quickly stabs her in the center. Mukago. Asta. Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Just wait, okay. They all just kept quiet and trusted him as they heard a chain breaks. Nezuko. Asta. Huh? Shinobu. What did you do? Hazui. Mukago fell flat on the floor, unconscious. Tanjiro. Let's get her back to the dorms. They nodded and left with the demon in hand. Everyone was in Ichigo's dorm as he and Rimuru looked over the demon girl's body. Ichigo already checked on Issei but turns out that he was fine and Milim and Voldora were gonna watch after him for a while. After a while, Ichigo sighed and smiled at Tanjiro. Ichigo. Nice work. Tanjiro. No, I honestly didn't think it would work, so I can't take the credit. Nero. What did he do? Ichigo. It was a rough way to do it, hell, even I didn't think of it. But what Tanjiro did was sever the bonding chain between this girl and Mulan. Asta. Huh? Why? Tanjiro. Back in my world, we ended up meeting a demon named Tamari. She was sent to kill me and Nezuko, but we beat her. He frowned, saying. Tanjiro. But Tamari was told by Mulan not to mention her name to anybody and when she did, Mulan morphed her body to kill itself from the inside out. Shinobu. I see now. She looked at the demon. Shinobu. You severed the link between the girl and Mulan so that she won't panic like she did. Hazui. I get it now. So when she wakes up, she can give us info without fearing for her life. Tanjiro. Yay, I came up with the idea when I met Ms. Tomeo. She, on her own, severed her link to Mulan. And for some odd reason, so did Nezuko, but I don't know how she did it. The redhead nodded. Tanjiro. Exactly. Mukago. Groan. Yet again, Mukago woke up, feeling a little lighter for some reason, but when she looked around, she wasn't in the club she made it, or the forest that Tanjiro and the others had her. She seemed to be in a room of sorts, a bedroom to be specific. And for some reason, there was a kitchen area in the bedroom. She tightened her jaw and saw that everyone was looking at her and almost scurried away, the panic attack coming back, but Ichigo said. Ichigo. Calm down, it's okay. Mukago. She looked at Tanjiro and the others and shook, but she didn't feel that Mulan could see what she sees. She didn't feel bound by her. Mukago. What's happening? Why am I here? Ichigo, being someone she doesn't know, came and sat next to her. She felt a little more calmer with him because he didn't look like a slayer. Ichigo. The reason you're here is because my friend over there decided to save you. Mukago. Ichigo. And he wants to save others, but he needs your help to do fa. Mukago. No. Ichigo. Mukago. Please, don't ask me to do that, just kill me. If Lady Mulan finds me here. Asta. She won't. She looked at Asta who glared. Asta. Tanjiro snapped the chains on you. So, she can't hear or see anything that we talk about. She can't even find you. Shinobu. You're still a demon. But, you're more like Nezuko here. A free one. Mukago. Ichigo. Can I get your name? She looked back at Ichigo. Mukago. They stared at one another, but she didn't feel any evil in him. Now that she calmed down a little, she didn't feel hate or malice from any of them. Looking back at the man, Ichigo gave her a reassuring smile and a soft, slight chuckle. Mukago. It's Mukago. Ichigo. Mukago, huh? Nice name. Listen, Mukago, we all don't want to hurt you, we want to help, but the only way to do that is to know what we're dealing with. Emotion to Asta. Mukago. Ichigo. His name is Asta, his powers have to do with anti-magic, but the thing about that is that Asta met Rui and they fought, and even with Asta's anti-magic, he wasn't able to help him, can you tell us why? Tanjiro. I know that we're starting off getting right on topic. She looked back at the irritated as he came and sat on the floor in front of her. Tanjiro. But we need your help. We know that a lot of you didn't choose this life, it just happened. We want to help, but we need to know what all Mulan is doing. How can she counteract Asta's anti-magic? What is she tampering with that she's not supposed to? Please. He bowed before her. Tanjiro. I want to help him, so please, tell us what you know. Mukago. Ichigo. Asta. Kazui. Nezuko. Rimuru. Shion. Shinobu. Nero. She stared at him before looked down. Mukago. Eshi's. Tanjiro looked up at her to see that she struggled to say it. What is Lady Mulan was testing her loyalty right now, and as soon as she caves in, she'll get tortured. The demon breathed in raggedly and held her chest, but Rimuru sat next to her. Rimuru. You know, I'm actually way more powerful than your Lady Mulan. Mukago. Rimuru. Oh yay, I would see her out in the open once or twice, and, I gotta tell ya, she's nowhere near my Ichigo's level. Mukago. Rimuru. She can't play all the tricks she want, but she won't beat us. You really are safe. Mukago. She's using magic creation. They all blinked at her. Rimuru. Oh, really? Ichigo. Magic creation. Nero. I see. Shinobu. You know what that is? Rimuru. It's a rare type of magic that gives the user to make any kind of magic they wish. Shion looked at Asta. Shion. That's probably why she could counteract Asta's anti-magic. She made a magic that can fight back his. Ichigo. I see now. It's probably because she's seen, through her own subject's eyes, that Asta uses only anti-magic. But not his other abilities. Shinobu. He's only been using Demon Slayer to fight so far. So, there's no guarantee that she can counteract his other blades, meaning that. Nero. The more dark she's in, the better the advantage we have. Kazui. If I had to guess, once she catches on that we know that, she'll send stronger demons after us to force us to use more power, so she can counteract it. Ichigo. Yay, you're right. Well, alright, we got our info, we're good for now. Mukago sat there quiet. She gave them what they wanted. What would they do now? Ichigo. You really can't eat anything else except flesh, can you? Mukago. I am MM. Ichigo. It's fine. Rimuru. Is it? There's no telling when's the last time she's eaten and don't know if you know this, but we're in a school full of young tender skin. Mukago. Stomach growls. Ichigo. No, you have a point. He then grabbed his regular katana, which made the demon girl flinch at him. Ichigo. Relax, I'm not gonna kill you. Mukago. Ichigo. But I'm also not gonna let you starve, so, think you'll do okay with just an arm this time? Mukago. Nero. What? Shinobu. What are you talking about? He held out his arm with the katana aimed at it. Shion. Oh I. Rimuru. Ichigo why? He sliced his left arm clean off, a hard thud being heard as she looked at the limb in front of her. Shinobu. What the hell is your problem? Nero. Why did you do that? Nezuko. Gulps. Rimuru. That was the first thing that came to mind, are you stupid? Shion. Stop the bleeding before you keel over. Ichigo. Guys. All. Ichigo. Look. His bleeding limb then turned white before bubbling up. Regenerating him a new arm. It was white and clawed for a while before becoming like his regular old arm. Ichigo. See. Everything's fine, it's cool. He looked back at her. Ichigo. Go on, that's all I can give you for tonight, so bear with it, okay? Mukago. She looked at the appendage and slowly took it, biting into the arms. She then proceeded to have her fill of it while Ichigo looked at Shinobu, Nero, and Rimuru. Ichigo. They were obviously still upset with him since he didn't let them know that he could regrow limbs. But he honestly thought that was self-explanatory. What kind of person would cut off his own arm without any kind of reaction? Ichigo. He gave Nero and Shinobu a look with a nervous smile and said. Ichigo. Breakfast date on Saturday. Shinobu Nero. Sigh. Nero. Seriously, don't scare me like that. Shinobu. We talk about a lot, Ichigo. I would have thought that regeneration would have been a topic to bring up. Ichigo. Yay. They then shook their heads at him with a smirk and left his dorm to get back to theirs. Ichigo. Rimuru. Ichigo. You're really mad at me, aren't you? Rimuru. Shion. Go back home. Shion. What? But, Lady Rai. She gave her a glare. Shion. She sighed and left out. She didn't like that Rimuru liked being around Ichigo now. She could see it on her face. She was getting a little too attached too quickly. And because of Ichigo being more lax around her, especially when it comes to her touching him. She knew that the countdown may be already started. As she walked the halls, she thought about what to do about this. She couldn't make Rimuru stop in her path. But maybe she could make Ichigo. Shion. Back in the room, Ichigo had told Mukago that she could sleep on the couch in Kazui and Nezuko's room for now. But she had to finish eating first. It was mainly for Nezuko. Because of Whis, she can walk in the sun and eat regular food. But the flesh and blood of a human was still something that got to her every now and then. After closing the door, he looked back at Rimuru but sat down and said. Ichigo. Would you like to sit? Rimuru. Sigh. She sat with him and said. Rimuru. You're a real piece of work, you know that, right? Ichigo. Well, when you think about it, the only fun in being an open book is that people can take advantage of you. Rimuru. Ah, now jokes. He chuckled a little and leaned back as she said. Rimuru. So, what are you gonna do about Mukago? Ichigo. I'm gonna bring her to Rias, she should be good with it. Rimuru. The redhead you old me about. Ichigo. Yay, I don't know her very well, but I do know Aeno. She's quite powerful, and Mukago joining them should be enough to change her from one of Tanjiro's demons to one of Rias. Rimuru. So that's your plan? Putting her with another group of demons. Ichigo. Not the best plan, but I sense that, unlike Tanjiro and Asta's demons, those under Rias have a will to do as they please, as long as they aren't causing trouble. Rimuru. So, you're gonna go talk to her tomorrow? Ichigo. Yay, all of us. Might as well get it over with. She's been using her group to spy on us, especially Aeno on me. Rimuru. Wow, hehe, must be nice to have high school girls chase after you. Ichigo. Stop it, it's not like that. Rimuru. Of course it is. Look at you, Ichigo, you're a whole catch. She shrugged saying. Rimuru. I mean, even I would try my luck, but then again, you're not into non-genders. Ichigo. I only said that because non-genders can change into a gender. I don't want to get in bed with one as a girl and then I see them change into a guy on me. Rimuru. Well, I'm a slime, plus, I think I've been a girl long enough to where I actually am a female slime. Ichigo. Huh. Wait, is that God it works? Rimuru. Yep. She then turned into a blue blob of slime, but Ichigo noticed that she had a feminine trait to her is the eyelashes were anything to go by. Ichigo. Whoa, hold on, slimes are supposed to be slimy and stuff, right? It's in the name, but. Rimuru. See what I mean? Even my voice is a little more feminine now. Ichigo. Why is she so soft? I mean, of course she's soft, but wow, this is something else. Rimuru. Ichigo. He tilted his head her being. He began to touch her all over as a blob of slime which made Rimuru blush. Rimuru. Blush you, Ichigo. He didn't listen as he groped her springy, sticky, and soft slime body, making Rimuru kind of wince from how good it was starting to feel. He didn't know it, but he began to rub the underside, where a female slime's backside was. Which in turn led him to put his fingers in her. Rimuru. Eep. Ichigo. This is the first time I'm seeing Rimuru like this. My fingers went in so easily but, and it's so tight and warm in the shit. He quickly got up. Ichigo. Sorry, my bad, that wasn't supposed to happen. Rimuru turned back with a bashful blushing look on her face. She gulped, the feel of his burly fingers being all over her and in her. Rimuru. That was too intense. Is this what it feels like to be a girl? My head's mushy for some reason. Ichigo. Sigh, I'm sorry, really. That was my first time seeing you as an actually slime, and I touched you a little too much. Rimuru. No, it's fine. Ichigo. She waves it off and said. Rimuru. Really, trust me, you wouldn't be the first to do that. I was shocked by how sudden it was. Ichigo. I'm not accepting that, I just assaulted you. Here, let me make it up to you. Rimuru. Ichigo, really, relax. If anything, we're even. I didn't know you could grow limbs back, you didn't know how soft a slime was. Ichigo. Sigh, I feel like I owe you dinner or something after that, though. Rimuru. Hey, I'm not gonna turn down food. She made her way towards the door and said. Rimuru. So, if you feel like treating me, you have my number. Ichigo. Yay. Rimuru. Oh, Ichigo. Rimuru. Listen we're both adults, we're not kids, so if you were interested I wouldn't be opposed to it. Ichigo. Blush. Rimuru. It's not like anyone has to know about it, okay? Ichigo. Gulps yay clears throat true, but I'd rather go slow with that. Rimuru. Then. She came back to him and looked up at the man. Rimuru. An eye for an eye then. Ichigo. The next thing Ichigo knew was that he was restrained on the couch with Rimuru staring at his length and width. Rimuru. Whoa, this guy is massive. The man tried to get free, but the brunette quite literally had him in a bind. He could raise his spiritual pressure, but then he'd be killing everyone else, so he sighed and let whatever was to happen, happen. He did finger her, it was kinda fair since she's not going to the police about it. Rimuru was red-faced, looking at his member as she thought to herself. Rimuru. Shit, that Orihime girl must have been a soldier to deal with this through their marriage. Okay, I'm gonna start now. Ichigo. She slowly reached and grabbed for his member, taking it into her hands. She was surprised by the heat that came from it. She caressed his hick, rubbing and touching all over, but found herself flung a little faster. Ichigo. Rimuru. Ichigo. He quickly shut up, but it was too because Rimuru heard him already. She smirked and said. Rimuru. So, you like that, huh? All I did was touch it. Geez, never figured you for a quick shot. Ichigo. My wife died when Kazui was 6, you really think scratching my itch was the first thing I wanted to do? Rimuru. Heh, well, at least you got options. Lemon skipped. They both breathed out, their faces red and ready to see how compatible they were in hex. But they both ended up coming back to their senses. They backed up from one another with Rimuru saying. Rimuru. Sorry about that. Rimuru. I guess we can both agree that we kinda jumped the horse, huh? Ichigo. Rimuru. Ichigo. He had his eyes closed before finally looked down at Rimuru, who flinched with a blush. The look he gave her was a warning. Stopping won't happen again. If this situation repeats itself, then Rimuru's gonna have to start thinking of baby names. Rimuru. Scary. Sage. But very stimulating. Rimuru. Where the hell you been at? She looked away. Rimuru. Maybe I should go. Call it quits while we still can. Ichigo. Sigh. Rimuru. He gave her a slight smile, his usual self finally coming back. Ichigo. Yay, you're absolutely right. Rimuru. He's back, great damn it, now I feel disappointed, this was supposed to be a little sneak peek if you wanted to, Ichigo. I'll get back to you on that. Rimuru. Sure hehe. But that she closed the door. She leaned against it, looking at how wet she was and groaned. Ichigo, from inside his room, didn't same thing. Looking at his massive beating hick meat, he groaned at being hard. She could have at least finished the second round. The next day with Issei, he was busy eating in the cafeteria after all that happened last night. Finding Milim in his bed wasn't something he needed right now. She was already bucking hot and he didn't need the morning wood. He ate, thinking of the black-winged bastards that attacked him, along with the pink-headed bitch boy. He beat their ass. He hoped that Rainer and her bitchy friends took the hint. But Akaza bitched out and he wasn't done with him. He wasn't gonna let the jumping shit slide either. The only good thing about all this was that he got to pluck Rainer bitch ass. He then seen Rias come to his right, but then he stared at her, being very skeptical and ready to beat her too, but when she sat, she began to start eating. Issei. Rainer. This is good. She held out something to him. Rias. You should try this, here. Issei. I don't want to try your food. Rias. You don't want to try expensive food that you can't get just anywhere? Issei. Rias. Fine, have it your way. She ate her food but then said. Rias. So, I'm gonna guess from the wreckage last night, you finally found out what Yuma was, right? Issei. Rias. So you did. Well, at least you knew that I wasn't lying. Issei. What does my trust in you have to do with anything? Rias. You listen if you trust me. You haven't gotten up yet, have you? Issei. Rias. Rias. Yes, handsome. Issei. What are you? Rias. Moving straight into it, are we? Fine. She looked his way with a smile and said. Rias. Well, if we're being honest, I'm way worse than what Rainer was, of course, what I am doesn't account for what my intentions are. Issei. You knew her name? Rias. Yes. Issei. Meaning that you knew that I was being attacked? Rias. I did, but I was off getting chewed out by my brother for shedding light on you, remember? Issei. Rias. So, even if I wanted to help, I couldn't. My group doesn't make a move without me, and they don't meddle in the affairs of others that we have a pact with unless provoked. Issei. That demon asshole, he's one of yours. Rias. No, he's one of that witches that my brother made a pact with. Issei. You still left me to fight on my own. Rias. Did you not hear the part about me being bound by law not to meddle in things that doesn't benefit me? You told me no, remember? Issei. Rias. Besides, it looked like you were doing okay out there on your own. Rainer couldn't touch you without any support. She then got up and said. Rias. Come to the occult research club after school, okay, we'll talk more there. There's too many ears around. Issei. Rias. Oh, and bring your teacher and his adoptees. He lowered his eyes. Rias. Don't worry, I'm not gonna get hostile with them. It's just that they're in my territory and I need to know why. Bye Issei, I hope you say yes this time. Issei. Damn it. Motohama Mitsuda. What up, my boy? Issei. Damn it. Back with Ichigo. He was in Ms. Milani's office as she was showing him a video of all that happened last night. In his room. He couldn't believe that she set up cameras in his room. He was shocked that she saw that Rimuru wasn't human or anything but mostly. The hex will acts that they ended up doing. Ichigo. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Milani. Hehe, didn't I say that I was gonna catch you, Ichigo? Ichigo. Now just hold on a second, alright. There's an explain Milani. Oh no, go ahead, floor is yours. Ichigo. Sigh. He sat in a chair but she came to him. Milani. Ichigo, it's okay, it's fine. I know all about the abnormal world. Ichigo. What? Milani. Oh yes, I do. I serve under the devil you know as a Keno. Ichigo. Milani. I'm nothing but a servant. I should report this to her about another unknown being present here in our territory, but I won't, I'm going to let you off, but only if you. Ichigo. Ugh, of course this is blackmail. Milani. Hey Ichigo, you and I both know that the number of pure-hearted people decreases every minute in this world. All I'm asking is for a little fun, besides. She reached in his pants and stroked his length. Ichigo. Groan. Milani. That slime thing didn't finish you off, did she? Ichigo. Why am I always getting myself in some shit? Elsewhere with Tanjiro. Irritated made it to the front of the school and ended up seeing the niece of Emma who was actually really beautiful, but also looked really lost. Tanjiro. Oh wow, and I thought Ms. Emma was beautiful. But she got everyone's attention with her body. If they weren't angry at how hexy she was. They were horny behind how hexy she was. AC. Darn it. Which way to the nurse's office? Tanjiro. Hello there. AC. She looked at the cheery and tall teen that came up to her. All the girls flinched. Why is the hot Tanjiro talking to the foreigner girl? AC. Oh, hi. Tanjiro. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but are you related to Nurse Emma? She asked me to give you a tour of the school. AC smiled and said. AC. Yep, that's me, I'm AC, and you? Tanjiro gave her a hand. AC. Tanjiro. I'm Tanjiro, a pleasure, AC. She was a little taken aback because originally she thought he was gonna reach for her breasts. It's happened before where people would come to her or pull her into an alleyway and make advances on her. She would manage to just get them off with a sloppy, spit-covered handjob or an oily lotion-lathered tit job. But only after they ask her nicely instead of demanding anything. AC. Oh wow, never had a guy wanna shake my hand. He didn't even go boner city on me, this school is already awesome. She took the hand and said. AC. Hey there, can I call you Tanji? Tanji. Sure, that's fine. Come on, we have some time before class. AC. Okay. For a full 20 minutes, Tanjiro was showing her all the places in the school which had her in awe. Not just because he was very knowledgeable. But because they passed by a couple of hidden away places to do dirty things and he didn't even ask for anything. AC. This guy is really cool. Tanji. And over there is a library, I wouldn't get so intimidated by the size of it. You should look at it as an opportunity, there's really good reading material in there. AC. You're really well informed, Tanji. Tanjiro. Thanks. He looked at his phone and said. Tanjiro. Well, it's almost time, let's go ahead and get to class. AC. Okay, hey, would you mind helping me get to my other classes too? I think I'll feel better if I'm with you. Tanjiro. I don't mind helping you. AC. This guy cannot be stopped. Okay then, how about I get you lunch after, to pay you back? Tanji. What? Oh no need for that, I made my own. Keep your money. AC. He makes his own lunches. Tanji. Speaking of that, here. He then handed her a cake. AC. Tanji. It's to commemorate your first day at Kuo Academy. AC. Tanji. This one was mine, but I don't mind eating one of the others. She stared at it, it looked so good to her. AC. I can actually have this. Tanji. Yay. AC. But it's yours. Tanji. Heh, now it's yours. AC. She looked at him, he was serious about it too. AC opened the package and tasted the tiny cake which made her gasp at how good it was. Silence. AC. She then looked around and meant to herself which got Tanji's attention. Tanji. AC. MMMM. The hallways were practically empty at this point. And there was one bathroom where the cameras didn't point to. AC. Tanji. Tanji. Yay, AC. She pointed to the bathroom and said. AC. I sort of need your help with something, think you got some time? Tanji. In the bathroom? But that would be bad, people'll get the wrong idea. AC. I really need your help. He tilted his head because she sounded serious. Tanji. I guess it's okay, right? If you really need my help, then okay. But let's not be long, I don't want anyone thinking that the new girl is easy or anything. AC. Blush, she's talking reckless now. Sure, come on. But that she walked off with him following her. But Tanjiro didn't know what she had planned for him. In the bathroom. Tanji. Ha. Lemon skipped. The two then left out of the bathroom and were on their way to class, but it was quiet between them. AC sort of did force him into it and he went along with it in the heat of the moment. She caught up with him and scratched her cheek, saying. AC. Hey, sorry about that. Tanji. AC. I got a little out of hand, back there. It's just that, I always see the nice sweet guys end up with girls that aren't like me. She giggled nervously and said. AC. I usually get stuck with the guys that like to demand stuff and call me all sorts of bad things. Even when I do give them what they want. Tanji. AC. Oh yay, it's always what's with these bucking cow tits or you bucking lut your ass is so obscene or everyone's favorite. I knew you gyro girls were bucking luts. Tanji was lost for words. AC. Like, that's really hurtful, I'm not even a gyro girl. And guys want to go all the way and when I tell them that they have to take me out on a date first, they get mad and spread rumors. Tanji. AC. Like, I didn't even say that you had to wait till marriage. It's just that, being treated like something other than a toilet gets me going. He stared. No guy has been nice to her. Like at all. No guy has talked to her with the intention of just wanting a conversation. Tanji. AC. AC. Tanji. You don't need to do that to make friends, you know. Make people like you. AC. Tanji. Your body looks and feels incredible, but it's not obscene or misshapen, and I wouldn't call you a harlot. Harlots give up on life, you haven't. You just view the world differently from everyone else, and that's okay. He took her by the hands and said. Tanji. And I'm really glad that you at least want someone to court you before you give them your all. I respect that about you. She stared with shock as a blush came back to her face. Her body shivered at this, it felt like she was about to get the best orgasm ever just from his kind words. She touched her stomach and said. AC. What's going on? Tanji. Something row. AC. Am I ovulating? Even past the birth control. This is insane. Tanjiro gave her a nervous smile as they finally made it to class. Ichigo. Tanjiro. You finally made I. Girls. Gaiisp. Boys. Aig. They all stared at AC and how she was shaped. They couldn't believe how good she looked. The girls heard around school about some buxom brown-skinned hussy wandering around, but they didn't think that she'd be a new student. And the fact that she was with Tanjiro. Their golden boy. Their sweetie. Girls. Not only that, but. She had a hand on his arm. AC. Hello new classmates. Boys. You're so hot. Asta. Hey there. Issei. Sup. Tanjiro. Sorry for the tardiness, Ichigo. Ms. Emma asked me to give her a tour. Ichigo. Instantly, Ichigo knew. Nobody saw that his face was recovering from being red for so long. A slight sweat on his neck. A slight expression of I wasn't supposed to do that. Ichigo. Shit, she got him. No worries, I didn't mark you tardy yet cause I just got here a while ago. Take your seat. Tanjiro. Yes, sir. He then passed Ichigo a note from Emma that Tanjiro forgot to give him yesterday. How did Ichigo know it was from her? Because there was a plump-looking kiss mark on the folded paper. He sighed and decided to get to it later. But he knew it was just her number in the paper. Ichigo. Alright, you must be my new student Allison, right? AC. That me AC's cool too. Ichigo. Well AC, nice to have you in class. You can sit wherever you want. AC. Cool, can I sit next to Tanji? Girls. Tanji. Shinobu. Oh. Ichigo. Sure, go ahead, you'll be the first girl on that side. AC. Cool. She then sat right next to him, but then the boys crowded her. Mitsuda. Sup girl. Motohama. Hello there boobiful. AC. You mean, beautiful, right? Motohama. I know what I said. Boy 11. So, if you know Tanjiro, you should get to know us too. Boy 6. What's your dorm number? I'd love to just come on in and hum on you ga. Ichigo. Back. In your seats. Class went on like usual from there, but now the girls were wanting to know as to why Tanjiro walked in with her and more so why she had her hand on him. During class, she even leaned into him, not understanding some of the lessons that Ichigo was doing, but her breaths touched Tanjiro who blushed a little, but gently pushed her away and helped her. The girls found themselves trying to compare their breasts and ass size to hers, but it was nowhere near her. After school finally ended, AC said. AC. Thanks for helping me, Tanji. Tanji. No problem, let me know if you ever need help again, okay? AC. Sure, but I was wondering. Tanji. She scratched her head. AC. Oh, would it be cool if we exchange numbers? I don't want to be a stranger to a new friend. He smiled brightly and said. Tanji. Sure. And with that, they both exchanged their numbers, something that everyone saw and went into full chaos over. AC. Cool, thanks. Tanji. No problem. She came to his ear. AC. And if you ever want to feel my boobs on your hick again, just ask, I like you, so you get personal access. He went red in the face again from that as she ran off, waving at him. AC. CI. Tanji. Sigh. Issei. You had hex with her, didn't you? Tanji. What? Issei. Is that why you were late for class? Wow, and here I thought you were the good one. Tanjiro pouted and said. Tanjiro. So, what happened with you and Milim in your dorm? Issei flinched at that. Tanjiro. Yay, that's what I thought. Ichigo. Alright, that's enough you two. Come on. He frowned. Ichigo. Let's go ahead and get this little meeting over with. They all nodded at him and made their way to the orc, walking the halls quietly. Once they did reach it. Tanjiro began to knock on it but heard. Rias. It's open. Tanjiro. He looked back at them, they all nodded as he opened the door, seeing the dim and spacious club room. They looked around the area with Asta noticing that Sona was in there. Asta. Huh. Oh hey Sona. She gave him a quick smile which Subaki was a little taken aback from. Sona. Hello Asta, not being tricked into going into any more bathrooms, right? Asta. Nope, I'm smarter now. Sona. Heh, good. Tanjiro. Huh. Kina Udo. Kina. Heh, surprise, surprise. How are you, Mr. Swordsman? Tanji. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Kina. Yay, me either. Tanji. Well, how's your stomach? Kina. You're still on that. It's been almost 2 days. I'm fine, and thank you for worrying about me. He nodded as Asta then looked at Kaneko. Asta. Hey, I know you. Asta. You're that girl, the boys call you the school's mascot. Hey there. Kaneko stared at him but now that she got to meet them, they honestly didn't seem that bad. Kaneko. Hey. She then went back to munching on her sweets. Rias. It's nice to know that I finally got you to come here Issei. Issei. Ichigo out a hand on his shoulder. Ichigo. Relax. Issei. Ichigo. She's not an enemy. At least not now. Akeno. Ichigo. Akeno, hey there. Akeno. Ichigo. Ichigo. How's your studies? Despite him not being normal, he was still a father and teacher. It wasn't an act. It was who he was. She smiled and said. Akeno. I'm keeping the average, a few B's here, some A's there. Ichigo. You shouldn't let what you are make you feel like you have a responsibility to blend in with everyone. Yay, you're a demon, but that doesn't mean you need to be a homeless or dumb one. Akeno. I guess you were right, President. He knew this entire time. Rias. I had a feeling. Rias. Kurosaki-sensei, hello. We never got a chance to officially meet. I am Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory family who have laid claim to hell itself. Nero. Hell. Shinobu. She's the princess of hell. Rias. May I ask your official titles please? Ichigo. Sure. Emotion to the Black Bull duo. Ichigo. This is Asta and Nero. They're both magic knights. Akeno. Magic knights. Kaneko. What are they? He then motioned to Tanjiro and Shinobu. Ichigo. And over here is Shinobu and Tanjiro, they are demon slayers. Kina. Kaneko. Akeno. I see, they spend their life killing people like us. Rias. Really? Ichigo. Yes, or maybe I should be more specific and say that they kill the demons causing trouble. That calmed them down. Kina. Whew, that's a relief, I was afraid Tanjiro was out to get me. Tanjiro. No, it's not like that. Kina. He smiled at her. Tanjiro. My little sister was actually turned into a demon and she's still as cute and cuddly as the day she became my sister. It's fine. Kina. Haha, what Tanjiro, are you flirting with me? You're so bad my boss is right there. Tanjiro. Blush and no, that's not what I was doing. Rias. I suppose you already know that Issei is. Ichigo. A dragon, yay, we caught that. Rias. And what of you, Kurosaki-sensei? Ichigo. Ichigo's just fine and is for me well. Her let her his eyes and said. Ichigo. I am death. I'm not joining you guys. Elsewhere. Rainer. Damn it. Rainer looked into the water in a forest, seeing that her pride and joy was still gone. She was under the impression that Issei versus her was nothing but a nightmare, but it was real. Her bruises and broken bones healed, but now her wings. She fell to her knees as tears dropped into the lake. She shook with anger as the things that the teen said echoed in her head. Issei. Weak. Issei. You really can't fight without someone backing you, huh? Issei. Hehe, wait, you're horrified. Are you upset? Why? Issei. Bitch, you came after me and not you're mad cause you're not winning. Issei. Buck you and your attitude. Issei. You shouldn't be so buckin' weak. Rainer. I am not weak. Issei. Weak. Rainer. I am not weak. Issei. You weak bitch. Lady Rainer. Rainer. I'm not weak. A surge of light energy came from her, pushing the blonde girl back as she hit the floor. On. She tumbled back before Rainer came to her senses, seeing who it was. She glared at her and picked her up by the hair. Asia. Oh ow. Rainer. What took you so long? Asia. I'm sorry, children came to the church in need of healing and. Rainer. I am the only person you should be concerned with. The blonde winced at her harsh words as she then asked. Rainer. Did Calawerner and Donasek see you leaving? Asia. No. Rainer. Are you sure? Asia. Yes, I'm sure. Honest. Rainer. TCH good. She didn't want them knowing because since her failed siege of Issei's life, they've become rather abusive by her. She then tossed the girl to the ground and sat down with her back to her, saying. Rainer. Heal my wings, now. Asia. Why yes. She then looked at her back, seeing what happened and was horrified. Asia. What happened? Who did this? Rainer gritted her teeth and said. Rainer. A dragon. Asia. With poison on her tone, she said. Rainer. A bucking dragon did this to me. Back at the orc. Rias and the others stared at Ichigo like he was crazy for what he just told them. They could see it on his face that he was lying, this was not a joke. He meant his statement and stood by it. Sona and Subaki tried to find a crack of a smile on his face, but there wasn't one to speak of. He was serious. Rias. You're death. Ichigo. That's right. Just as my namesake, I have a job that I'm pretty sure you all are familiar with. Kina. But if you're death. Akeno. That makes you an angel, does it not? The orange tea looked at Akeno for how her time changed. He blinked at her before looking at the others, seeing that they wanted him to answer truthfully. He rubbed his head and said. Ichigo. Well, I wouldn't exactly call myself an angel. Where I'm from, I govern over other reapers. But I guess you want to get into why I'm here, right? Rias. That is correct. Sorry to say, but you're very much trespassing on our territory. Tanjiro. We didn't know that's what we did. Asta. Aw crap. He looked at Sona and said. Asta. Hey, Sona, is that true? Did we just barge in here? She couldn't help but smirk at his childish personality and nodded saying. Sona. Yay, you kinda are. Shinobu. We had a feeling that you all were keeping an eye on us for a reason, yet we didn't know the reason why. Nero. Just to clear, despite us being in your territory, we won't be moving on anytime soon. We can't. Rias. Do you really mean you can't, or do you mean you won't? Nero. It's up to you to choose. Rias. Ichigo. Relax, all of you. Listen. All. Ichigo. I think it's only fair that you all tell Issei of the info that you have on him and his power. Issei. Irritated lowered her eyes. Ichigo. From how close you were trying to get to him and how close you all were keeping an eye on him and our interaction with the guy, I can only guess that you're familiar with his strength, right? Kina. He. Hineko. Akeno. Wow, there's really no getting past him, he guessed it accurately, right off the nose. Issei. Wow, Rias, you guys are just full of surprises. Rias. Heh, I guess I am. Issei. So. He willed his sacred gear to his hand and held it up, saying. Issei. You know what this is. Rias. Wow, and he can summon it at will. Yes, at first, I thought it was just a boosted gear, and even if it was, that would have been amazing, but it's more than that. Issei. Rias. I'm guessing you already know. Issei. It calls itself Drag. He said he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Rias. Well, you're right. Drag is known as a very powerful dragon king, which became one of the 13 parts of Longinus. The very spear that pierced Jesus himself. Issei. So what I'm hearing is that I'm automatically going to hell, right? Ichigo. Tough break. Issei. You shut the hell up. Rias. Hehe, it doesn't work that way, Issei. God wouldn't immediately throw you into hell. Issei. I'm packing around the thing that shanked his son. How would I not go to hell? Tanjiro put his hands together and thought. Tanjiro. Dear God, you were merciful on me and my sister, please continue to show mercy to Issei. Orc. OWWWW. Kina. Hey Tanjiro. Kaneko. Ow. Ichigo. Huh, so praying near them all hurts them. Tanjiro. Huh. He caught on. Tanjiro. Oh sorry wait, that hurts you. Akeno. Yes please stop, that knife in my head really hurt. Issei. That's gonna be fun. Ichigo. That's gonna come in handy. Rias. I have this sinking feeling that they're gonna use that. Anyway, back to my explanation. She looked at his gauntlet and said. Rias. As far as your gauntlet goes, it's called the Welsh Dragon, and as for what it can do, it boosts the user's magical and Issei. Physical capabilities. She blinked. Rias. You knew that. Issei. Yay, some blue-haired chick told me that. But it has like a time when it boosts me. Rias. Yes, there's a 10-second cooldown before it boosts you again. Issei. Does the strength go away after? Rias. It's supposed to. Author. Now before any of you say that, that's not how Issei's gear works. Let me explain my piece. Author. Through his one-sided fight with Rainer, he was boosted over and over, till he defeated her, right? Author. And when it came to the games with Riser, when he was working out for it, he couldn't do a pull-up or a push-up. Author. Meaning that he has to grow his already existing strength for the boosts of strength to have more of an impact. Author. That is all, continue to read. Issei. I'll just chalk it up to it's Ichigo, Vildora, and Milim's fault. Ichigo. Wow, thanks. Rias. Yes, but besides that, I'm surprised that your gear hasn't went through any changes. Issei. What do you mean? Rias. With a Welsh dragon, you reach a certain level of power that makes it do a type of metamorphosis on you. And yet you haven't reached that level yet. Issei. Are you telling me that I've been kicking ass in a warmed-up state? Rias. Hehe, that's exactly what I'm saying. Anything else about the Welsh dragon, you'll have to learn on your own, cause that's all I know. Issei. Sigh, alright then. I guess I should thank you for the info. Rias. It's so good to hear you thank me, I think I just got lightheaded for a second there. Issei. Oh, go stub your toe. Rias. Now that's just rude. Akeno. Now that we've concluded most of our business with Issei. Issei. Most of it. Akeno. Yes, don't worry, we'll come back your way, but first. She looked at Ichigo and his group. Rias. If you all don't mind. Ichigo. Riite. Well, to be frank, we have a mission here, in your territory. Rias. A mission. Emotion to his group. Ichigo. Yay, there's some demons that are very different from the ones that were already here, that have been making a mess of things, and it's their job to deal with them. Akeno. What kind of demons? Tanjiro. They hail under the one known as Mulan Kibutsuji. Rias. Kaneko. Kina. Akeno. Ichigo lowered his eyes. Rias. How do you know that name? Issei. Hold on. Rias. Issei. You know her? Rias. Sigh, she's among my brother's ranks. When she found herself in his court, he offered his assistance, but she refused and had him send her and her subjects back to Earth. She paused. Rias. But, since she was attacking and killing people, she and her lackeys were labeled as strays, but we never could catch them. Issei. What does that mean? Rias looked back at him with a smile, saying. Rias. Remember when I told you that my group doesn't act unless there's a benefit or we're provoked? Issei. Rias. When you undermined the king of hell, you provoked the princess of it as well. I was assigned to taking care of her plenty of times. Shinobu. But you just said that she was a part of his court. Rias. That I did. She looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Rias. Because of me and my peerage tracking her down and some maroon-haired swordsman seeking her life, she decided to accept his offer. Tanjiro. Rias shook her head. Rias. I told my brother not to accept her, but he didn't listen. And since she's stayed at his hip. Tanjiro. She's protected. Nero. I may be stretching, but I'm gonna guess that she learned magic from him. Rias. Well, him and another by the name of Dante, as long as he got to lay with her at the end of the practice. Nero. Dante. Aeno. Yes. Again, Ichigo looked at Aeno, who had a distasteful tone. Aeno. He claims he hailed from some Spade Kingdom. Asta. Nero. Haneko. And he's tried to force himself on each and every one of us. Rias. He's sickening, almost more than a certain chicken I know. Issei. Ichigo. I see. He rubbed his chin. Ichigo. So all of the people we need to take care of is right there in your homeland. Haneko. What do you mean? Sona. Your mission is to kill Milim and Dante. Rias. Not a bad plan, I would say. Ichigo. Yay, that was our goal. You see, she's done a lot of things and even has children who want nothing more to do with her fight, battling Tanjiro and the others. We want to stop her. Aeno. I see, so, you weren't here for us or Issei. Shinobu. No, our goal was to take them out and for Tanjiro and the others to live a somewhat decent life, that's all. Kina. I get it now. And I'm guessing the whole thing with Issei was. Tanjiro. Complete coincidence, yes. You all don't seem like you're evil, so we'll try not to get in your way too much. Kina. I'm Ian. She gave Rias a grin and said. Kina. You always can, if you want. Rias. Kina. Kina. I mean, you're still with the chicken, right? Why not? Issei. Who is this chicken I keep hearing about? Rias. No one worth mentioning. Kaneko. Rias' fiancé. Rias. Wow, thanks Kaneko. Kaneko. I view this as helping, so, you're welcome. Issei. Hold on. You spent all that time flirting with me and you're engaged. Rias. Not by choice. Issei. You're still engaged. Ichigo. Getting off of the future lovebirds for now. Issei. Excuse you? Rias. I think I like the sound of that. Issei. Well, I don't. Ichigo. Is there any way we can have you take us to your brother's kingdom and we discuss a way to deal with some of his subordinates? Rias. Ichigo. They stared at one another before Rias sighed and rubbed her temples. Rias. I really wish I could tell you yes, but no. Ichigo. Yeah, I thought as much. Rias. Again, they have a pact with my brother. You attacking them will make my brother have to respond to you in kind. She took a second before continuing. Rias. Now, if they came after you, then that's different. It'll be self-defense rather than assault. Ichigo. Well, guess we're stumped for now. Tanjiro. Damn it, she's cowardly. Doing what she wants and using her allegiance to keep out of harm's way. Ichigo. It is a cowardly method. But it's a smart one too. Rias. If we could help, we would. Kina. Yeah, we're not exactly thrilled to be working with her. Issei. They must have really ticked you guys off. Rias. Remember when I told you that I was getting scolded for telling you info that I wasn't supposed to tell you? She felt the need to find me, get in my face, and tell me that I'll never be as beautiful and as tranquil as her. Issei. Unprovoked. Rias. Unprovoked. Aeno. The first time I saw her, I respectfully greeted her. Nero. Shinobu. Tanjiro. Asta. Ichigo. And what happened? Aeno. She ripped off her subject's arm and splattered the blood on my face, saying that it was a sin for me to even consider addressing her. Ichigo. Are you kidding me right now? Aeno. I wish I was. But no. Haneko. I was eating at the palace one day and she just decided to pour her urine on my chocolate cake. Tanjiro. Her urine. Haneko. She literally went to the restroom, peed in a cup, only to come back and douse my cake in it. I waited on that cake for a week. He looked at Kina. Tanjiro. Please tell me she didn't get to you. Kina. Oh, you really do like me, don't you, Tanjiro? Sorry to tell you, but she did. Tanjiro. Oh god no. Kina. She sought me out and demanded that I bear her right-hand man and that fan guy's children so she could physically abuse them. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Asta. Shinobu. Nero. Come again. Tanjiro. Can you repeat that again? Kina. Oh yeah, sure. She said that I was barely passing in looks and wanted me to have their children so she could spend her days beating on them for no reason at all. Kina. And the two guys were fine with it, like they found more pleasure and excitement in her giving out domestic abuse to children than double-teaming me. Shinobu. So, is it just you guys or? Sona. No, it's my peerage too. She was just harsher with Ria's peerage because she's the sister of the Lord of Hell. Asta. Not you too, Sona. She nodded and continued. Sona. Yay. She felt the need to yank my and Tsubaki's glasses off our faces and break them. Asta. What Sona, you're kidding right now, right? Rias. You did hear how much worse it was for us, right? Asta. What about, like, spare glasses? Sona blinked, she just said that Rias got the harsher treatment, but breaking glasses was a mortal sin. Sona. No, I'm not. Asta. Why would she do that? Sona. You know, I asked her that too, and, aside from her waiting on my big sister to not be present, she told me that she just felt like doing it and there was nothing a flat-chested whore like me could do to stop her. Asta. You. All. Issei. I'm about to get mad. Ichigo. Sigh. Issei. Like, this isn't even my situation, and I'm about to get all the way pissed off like you doing this shit, just to be doing the shit alright. I see now why Asta and Tanjiro wanna buck and murder their demon so damn bad. Tanjiro. I am so sorry about her. Asta. Sona, you're not a whore and there's nothing wrong with your chest. Sona. I appreciate the sentiment, Asta, but you didn't need to bring up my body. Your first sentence was fine. Asta. No cause that's not right. Big or small, I like to believe that your boobs would be awesome regardless. She almost flinched at that cause she could tell that he meant that from his soul. She cleared her throat with Subaki quietly looking at her king. She was never fazed by what people had to say about her body. But this magic night boy got a reaction out of her. Haneko also stared at him before patting her chest. She didn't really care for boobs either, but it was nice to hear. And he wasn't a pervert about saying it. So that was a plus. Issei. It's like, you can see it. Issei. Yay, he's most likely next. Tanjiro. I'm sorry about your cake, Ms. Kaneko. Haneko. It's fine, that was a year ago. Tanjiro. What kind of cake was it? Haneko. Devil's food cake. Tanjiro nodded and seriously said. Tanjiro. Then please feel free to come by my dorm. Haneko. Tanjiro. I'll make you your own, free of her tampering or ruining it. Haneko blinked. Haneko. You bake. Tanjiro. Yes. He gave way to a bright smile so pure and bright they thought they'd die from the holiness in his teeth. Tanjiro. She's my problem and my responsibility and she did something so horrible to you, so, to make it up, I'll make you a whole cake to yourself, alright. Haneko. Kina. Issei. He's doing it again. Ichigo. After what AC did to him. Issei Ichigo. He doesn't learn, does he? Haneko. My own cake. Tanjiro. Yay, I'll even add strawberries to it. Haneko. Kina. Hey Tanjiro, can I come by your room too? I'd just love to see it. Tanjiro. Sure, I'll make sure to whip up something good. He took on a firm expression and said. Tanjiro. And don't you worry about what Mulan Kibutsuji said about your appearance. You're a very lovely lady. Asta. Yay, screw Mulan Kai whatever the rest of her name is. Haneko. Sona. Kina. Now I feel bad for preying on him. But Asta too. Ichigo. Welp, I stand corrected, now I don't know who's next, you, Tanjiro, or Asta. Tanjiro. Ichigo, that's not okay, they're not coming to my room to do things like that. Issei. Tanjiro, they're demons. And you're a pure and bright summer child, you're free eats to them. Tanjiro. That's not true, I believe the Kina is classy enough not to come onto me like that, and Ms. Kaneko barely knows me and holds herself to high degree. Kaneko. Nero Shinobu. He's making it worse. Akeno. Rias. I can't tell if this is genuine or an act. Ichigo. Sigh, poor kid. Ichigo. Wait a second, I just realized something, why did you put me in this? Ichigo. The leader of this entire demon group is a total simp for you. Every time you two see each other, you say rude things and she wants to get even closer. Issei. But you just opt yourself out of this. Ichigo. Oh please, do I look like? Issei. Right, you must have forgot that the principal wants you in her office after this, huh? You know, the whole blackmail thing she has on you. Ichigo. Chop. Issei. You motherf. Ichigo. Careful, you're still in school, kid. Issei. Rias giggled at them, which caught their attention. Rias. Well, getting past all of that. I'm glad to know if your intentions and that you're not here for a takeover or trouble. Ichigo. Likewise. I had a feeling that you guys were okay people. But it's nice to know that it's confirmed. And we also know where Tanjiro and Asta's demons are and we can go from there. Thanks for the info by the way. Akeno. Well, it's nice to know that you gave us the benefit of the doubt. Ichigo. Yay, which leads me to the next thing I have to say. All. Ichigo. Since we're all on the same page that Mulan is a problem, we wanted to offer you one of her demons as a sign of goodwill and in addition to your ranks. Rias. Really? Ichigo. Yes, it's no secret to us now that you don't abuse your subjects, and to say that Mukago has been abused is an understatement. Rias. Mukago, huh? Pretty name. Well, if it's okay with you, think you can bring her by tomorrow? Ichigo nodded to this as Rias gave him one back. She then looked at Issei, who raised an eyebrow as to why he suddenly became the center of attention. Issei. Her smile widened with her eyes lowering. Issei. Okay, what the hell is going on in that thick skull of yours? Rias. Issei. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit you with a one-liner. Issei. Rias. Even though I couldn't help you fight, I've watched how you prevailed throughout your battles. Issei. Rias. I've felt how powerful you are and how much more powerful you can be. You've gotten to the point in your evolution that if you joined any faction, the others may be weary, but I could care less about that. She stepped to him and looked up at the teen. Rias. I want you to join us. All. He was silent as she said. Rias. That's the truth. I've found myself a little interested in you. All. A little. Rias. So, I wouldn't mind spoiling you if you join. She put her hand on his face and said. Rias. I want you to be a great help to me. And of course, I could be a great one to you as well, but only if you let me. Issei stared at her with his mouth closed, he caught on to what she was getting at. He was gonna say no, regardless of her persuasion. But he saw that she really wanted him to join. Issei. He looked in her eyes which turned slitted for some odd reason. He was a little taken aback because Ichigo and the others were right there. He's been with them plus Voldora and Milim, so he knew of how strong they were. If she asked, Ichigo would help for a little while. But she wanted his help. Did it have to do with Drag? Or him? He didn't know. He sighed and took her hand off of his face, saying. Issei. Rias, I'm not joining this. Rias. Issei. After Rainer, I had a feeling you wanted me to be in something. The truth is, I don't want to. No offense to your friends, but I like to have my own free will that doesn't say, as long as my master is happy, I'm happy. Rias. She frowned a little which made Issei raise an eyebrow. Pause. It wasn't out of anger. She was just a little sad. Rias. Heh, it's because of the lies and manipulation attempts, right? Issei. Well, that was part of it at first. But it's mainly because I don't want to be someone's slave or dog. I like having a mind of my own, making my own decisions that doesn't have to do with benefiting someone else. He looked at the rest. Issei. These guys are happy with you, and I'm pretty sure they have a good reason for being with you. But that's not for me. Sorry. Rias. Sigh. She gave him a smile again and said. Rias. You know, I never thought I'd enjoy you reject me again like this. He scoffed. Issei. You surprised by that? Rias. A little. Most guys would jump at this opportunity, soul or no soul, but. Issei. Rias. I'm your not most guys. Rias. Yes, I know. And I think that's why I like you so much. Issei. Ugh, you can keep that to yourself. Rias. Haha, but can you at least honor a request of mine? Issei. Rias. Whenever I need you, you'll help me. Issei. Rias. Not as a servant. Or a lackey. Or a slave but as something closer. Issei stared cause he didn't know what she meant by that. But he knew that it somehow had to do with whoever this chicken was. For Rias to try her best and make him say yes, that must have meant that whoever her fiancé was, had to be a shit person. Aeno and the rest stared, perplexed by how genuine this was of their red-headed king childhood friend. Not like she hasn't been genuine with them. But for Rias to be this attached to the dragon boy. Kina. Wow. Kaneko. This is real. Sona. I can't believe it. Aeno. Rias is really into him. Issei. Sigh, I don't know. Rias. He thought about it. Issei. Well, you're being truthful now, even though I had to go through all of the bullshit of trying to figure it out, I guess I have no choice, but don't lie to me again, okay? She stared with slight happiness, something her peerage found surprising. She wasn't being her usually self. Issei. The only reason I'm even doing this in the first place is because if people find their princess all sad and depressed, they'd come at me with questions, and I'm not ready for that headache. He looked at her with a serious expression and said. Issei. So, as long as you don't lie or use me, I don't mind helping you out. Ria's smile widened and she put her hand out. Ria's. Deal. He looked at it before pushing her hand back to her. Issei. Sorry, I'm not gonna shake your hand, you may try to turn that into a deal. She giggled genuinely at this. Again. Ria's. Very well then. Quickly, she gave him a small peck on the cheek. Issei. He stared at her like she was crazy for doing that. She was really bending her own rules of not touching the opposite hex so casually. Rias. I may not can have you in my peerage, but maybe, just maybe, I can have you as something else. She leaned into him, sensually saying. Rias. And I will not be giving up on that anytime soon. Issei. I'm not into popular girls. Rias. Haha, and I wasn't into rude boys. Issei. Scoffs. With that, he shook his head and made his way out along with the others. Tanjiro and Asta stopped and waved to Kina, Sona, and Kaneko. Tanjiro. Please come by tomorrow morning. I'll have the cake ready for you, Ms. Kaneko. Kaneko. Sure. Asta. Hey Sona, maybe I can stop by your room too. Sona flinched at that but composed herself as Subaki finally spoke up. Subaki. No, that will ruin the president's image to the student body. I'm sorry, Asta Kurosaki, but the president won't be getting as familiar as you intend. Asta. Huh? I just wanted to hang out with her in her room. Can't a guy and girl hang out? I mean, Tanjiro's doing it with Kina and Kaneko. Kina. He ate Subaki, can't a guy and girl hang out in a room together? Kaneko. That's just you know that, right? Kina. Kaneko, you're willing to go to his room cause he offered you sweets. Kaneko. There's no point being made here. Subaki. Regardless, it won't happen, Asta. Please continue to enjoy your day. Asta. Okay I guess. Out of all the girls that have tried to sleep with Issei or try to get him to date them, Rias was the weirdest. But at least she was back to her old self again. Later on that night, Ichigo was in his classroom, gathering the test papers that he needed to check for tonight. Nezuko and Kazui already texted him, letting him know that they were in his room along with Nero and Shinobu to watch a movie. But he knew that it wasn't gonna go that way. When they found out that Ichigo got blackmailed and the reason for his blackmail, they've made it clear that Milani's demands should fall on deaf ears. Rias and the others know about him already. But she was the one that got them into the school. Ichigo. He now realized that was a dumb reason to obey her demands and called it up to the fact that he didn't want to waste the energy in trying to talk her out of it. Ichigo. Oog, I can't believe that this is about to happen. He rubbed his face and sat down, saying. Ichigo. And Shinobu has such a good nose, she'll figure it out before I even hit the hallway. The hell do I do? He felt it again. The presence that's been following him since he and Kazui arrived in this world. The very same presence that's been doing nothing but gathering info on him. Ichigo. Sigh, look, I get that you have to report back to your superior, that's not the part that bothers me. Before the presence knew it, he was in front of her with his hand gently but firmly on her wrist. Ichigo. The part that bothers me is that you're still doing it after all this time. Haven't you gotten enough info? Ichigo. It's been 2 years you've been in my house, my bedroom, around my son. I honestly think that you have enough proof to know that I have no ill intentions. She then became visible as Ichigo blinked at the beautiful gray-haired woman in front of him. Raphia. Ichigo. Sigh. He backed up, leaning against a desk with his arms crossed. Ichigo. Alright, that's more like it. Sorry for handling you like that. But you're kinda making me and my son uncomfortable. Raphia. It wasn't my intention to make you uncomfortable. I have a duty. Ichigo. Hey, I get that you have orders. So, I guess what I said before wasn't fair. You've been doing this for the last 2 years and I haven't considered that you're probably missing a crucial factor to your investigation. So, let's hear it, what are your questions? Raphia stared at him, wondering if he would lie or not, but he didn't look like the type. Plus, she knew that she was nowhere near his level of power. She weighed her options before saying. Raphia. Since Lady Ria's known more about you, my investigation has closely been concluded. Ichigo. Is that right? Raphia. Yay, but seeing as how you're still in her territory with no intention to leave. Ichigo. You just want to confirm if I or the blue-haired girl are a threat since Rias didn't get around to asking us. The gray-haired beauty nodded. Ichigo. Well, as far as I go, yet again, I'm not. But as far as Rimuru goes, I suggest you don't stalk her. She'll see you coming a mile away and I can't promise she'll be as gentle as me. He paused. Ichigo. But I would like to set up a meeting with your superior. She blinked at this. Raphia. I'm sorry. Ichigo. Yay, I'd like to talk to Ria's brother, that's who you're under orders from, right? She was mildly shocked because Rias didn't say anything to Ichigo about her. And yet he pieced it together that quickly. Raphia. May I ask what you would like to discuss? Ichigo. The termination of his pact with Mulan and the 12 Kazuki. Raphia. Lord Zeno wouldn't accept that. Ichigo. He would if I challenged him. Raphia lowered her eyes. That was very shocking, coming from Ichigo. Raphia. I never took you for a man to choose violence so quickly. Ichigo. Sigh, trust me, I'm not. But your king doesn't strike me as the type to do something as mature as talk. Raphia. May I ask what you mean by that? Ichigo. For you to be his right-hand man, I didn't expect you to ask me a plain question like that. Rafia. Ichigo. He's had you surveying us for almost 2.5 years, not Rimuru and his group, but us. He didn't tell his sister about us. Mulan and her cronies have been running amok, pact or not, and he's stayed quiet through it all. He looked at her seriously and asked. Ichigo. Which leads me to believe that he wants my attention for his entertainment, right? Rafia. Ichigo. Rafia. Rafia turned her back on the young man and said. Rafia. I will inform my lord of your request. Ichigo. Thanks, I'd appreciate. Can I get your name? Rafia. Grafia. She turned to him. Rafia. Grafia Lucifage. Ichigo. Ah, that sounds like a noble's name. Let me guess, you're his wife, huh? Rafia. Till next time, Ichigo Kurosaki. With that, she was gone as he sighed. He then made his to his dorm room, not the principal's office, like he was supposed to, but to his room, to enjoy his time with those that waited for him. Yay, he may have agreed to pound town with Milani, but she never specified when. He was just gonna do it today to get it over with, but he changed his mind. He really wanted it to be Shinobu and Nero first, since Rimuru already had a taste. Ichigo. Now, he don't know where that thought came from. He could almost feel his dead wife giving him a cheerful and supportive thumbs up, which made him growl and yell at the ceiling. Ichigo. Shouldn't you be relaxing in heaven instead of binge watching my life, damn it. Back with Issei, a few hours later. He was just finishing a quick workout and he was sweaty. After all of the info he was given, he needed something to take his mind off of things, and as of right now, Asta and Tanjiro left to go patrolling. He wanted to go with them, but by the time he got up the motivation to ask, they were both gone. He went ahead and took himself a shower, refusing another offer for one of the girls in his class to come and cuddle with him in his room, and laid down with his towel wrapped around him. Issei. Dreg. Breg. You rang, partner. Issei. What did Rias mean about a metamorphosis? Breg. She speaks of my Welsh dragon crimson armor. If you thought you had power now, then you'd be happy to know that you've only scratched the surface. Issei. Okay, and how exactly would I even get to that level? Breg. From the boosts that you've been acquiring. Issei. But I've been getting a lot of those and nothing happened. Breg. That's mainly because of the interference of Rimuru, Milim, and Veldora. Issei. What do you mean? Breg. The gauntlet is supposed to increase your magical capacity and physical attributes till you reach a certain level. Issei. Okay. Breg. The gauntlet is supposed to upgrade from that point to match the power that you're getting, but thanks to them training you and their otherworldly methods of how magic works, it has more of an inward effect, not an outward effect. Issei. What's that mean? Breg. Your body is changing, not the gauntlet. Issei. Breg. Did you not notice it earlier? Issei. He then got up and went to his mirror, checking his appearance, but he found nothing wrong. Till he looked closer. He saw that some of the strands on his hair became a noticeable red color, which he found weird. And when he looked at his eyes, he saw that his left eye was red. And his right eye was amber. Issei. Breg. The Welsh dragon gauntlet isn't changing, because you are. Issei. Sigh, damn it. Breg. But that's not to say that it won't change eventually. You just won the tug of war of where the metamorphosis is going. Heh, not only that, but you have options now. Issei. Options. Breg. Yes, I see it in your inventory. Issei. The foo, I have an inventory. Breg. I did say that Rimuru and his group's method of how magic works would change you. Not only that, but you took spiritual training from Ichigo, so, naturally, for all the things you were learning, my gauntlet had to arrange them accordingly. Issei. Sigh, this is so much for my 3rd month of school. Breg. Hey, you chose to be trained. Issei. Asshole, you knew I had a reason behind that. Breg. Hehe, yes, I know. But for now, I suggest you pay attention to the rather very attractive pink-haired girl standing behind you. Issei. Huh? Milim. Hey there, Puck. Issei. The Buck. Breg. She's rather very attractive. I like this one. Issei. She's like half our size. Breg. And yet, her body shows promise of bearing strong children. Be nice to her, would you? I've never had a mate before. Issei. Everyone around me is a damn pervert. What the hell are you doing here, Milim? Milim. Hey. She pointed her finger in his face and said. Milim. That's not how you talk to your better. She pinched his nose, which got him wincing from the pain as he glared at her childish antics, but this hexy half-naked girl was distracting him from his anger. Milim. Now, say it again, but nicer. Issei. Yay, screw that. Milim. Ah hey. She pulled harder. Milim. Say it better. Issei. Let go. He managed to get a hold of her nose. Milim. Ow, that hurts. Issei. You let me go, I'll let you go. Milim. Grrr. They were then seen rubbing their faces before he said. Issei. Alright, back to my question. Milim. Sigh, you're a disrespectful lizard, you know that. Sigh, here, Rimuru told me to drop these off for you, since they were your spoils of battle. Issei. Spoils of battle. Milim. Well yay, since you ripped the wings off of that bird girl, he decided to make you weapons to use. Hehe, Xian tried to make her tell you to pay for them, but she didn't listen. Thunk. Issei. Milim. She made you 3 of them. Milim. A pair of gauntlets that can merge with you and add to merge with your original gauntlet thingy. Milim. 2 daggers that she made out of the hatred that the bird lady had for you, and my favorite. Thung. Milim. A great sword, made out of the bones in the wings. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? Issei blinked at them before trying to reach out for them. Only for the 3 to disappear. Issei. Huh. What the? Greg. Inventory, partner. They're in here with me. Issei. You could have said something. Greg. True. But I chose not to. Milim. Guess you did like them. Welp, I'll be on my way. Issei. Use the front door next time, don't go barging into people's rooms. Milim. No promises. Issei. Sigh blush. Milim, see you later Issei. He watched her as she walked off, waving at him before saying. Milim. Also, take care of your ding dong, okay? It's been staring at me since I got here. Issei. Huh. He looked down. Shocked to see that he was at full mast. Issei. Are you kidding me right now, Dreg? Greg. I promise that wasn't on purpose. Why are you not being a perv? Later on, after Asta and the others get back from doing their rounds, they decided to turn in for the night, with Asta bidding the boy farewell. Tanjiro. I'm gonna turn in, so don't stay up too late, okay? Asta. Sure, I'll probably go and get some grub before heading to my room. Tanjiro. Okay, but make sure you're in your room later. It's 10 o'clock. Asta. Got it, see ya. With that, the maroon-haired teen left the gray-haired boy there. He made his way to the cafeteria that was giving out the last of what they had, only to see Subaki, Sona's queen there. Asta. Huh. Oh hey there again. Subaki. She saw that it was the boy that her king was so nervous around for some reason and said. Subaki. Asta Kurosaki. Did you need something? Asta. No or well, I guess. Subaki. Asta. So, just curious, Rias mentioned stray devils, what are they? Are they a problem for you guys? Subaki. In a way. Asta. He then grabbed his food and ate his way to her room, just to walk her there. Subaki. Stray devils are what's considered the rebels. Devils are usually a part of a team of peerage if you will. But once they defect from their group and refuse to go back or stop hurting other people, other peerages are sent out to deal with them. Asta. Ooh, I get it. So, they're like, unnecessarily annoying. Subaki. That's a rather brash way of putting it, but yes. Why do you ask? Asta. Well. He smiled brightly, food still in his mouth and said. Asta. Just in case Ona needed a helping hand I don't mind. We're all trying to keep Strides from hurting people, right? Subaki stared at him before stopping. Asta. Subaki. What are your intentions with my king? Asta. Subaki. You seem to have this urge to be close, why is that? Are your carnal desires overtaking you? Asta. Oh well, I mean Sona is pretty, but that's not why. I just wanted to help out, you know. Why not? She raised an eyebrow at how he just said that she was pretty, with no added expression to it. Asta. Plus, she has really great taste in underwear. Subaki. Again, he said this with no added emotion to it. It was confusing for her because he said something that should be counted as perverted, but it didn't sound that way. He just admired her choice in undergarments. Subaki. Do you not hear that you're saying? Asta. I do, why? Subaki. Never mind. They soon reached Subaki's room, the other girls seeing Asta there, and gasped before whispering as to why the hottest doofus in school was walking Subaki back to her room. Asta. Alright. See you later Subaki. Subaki. You know, you didn't have to walk me back. Asta. Aw come on, it's okay. We're friends, right? Subaki. I don't know if I'd go that far yet. Asta. Oop you said, yet that means we're getting somewhere. Subaki. She couldn't help but scoff at the big as he left, waving her off. He didn't see it, but Sona was actually watching him from her room, chuckling a little from his good nature. Sona. I'd hate to see him pissed off. In Ichigo's room. Mukago. What? Ichigo. Okay, calm down, it's fine. Mukago. You're sending me to another group of demons. Ichigo. Yes, but they aren't like your group, honest. Mukago fidgeted at this, but he put a hand on her shoulder. Ichigo. Listen, the reason I offered you up was to get you out of taking care of you. It was to help you. Mukago. Ichigo. I had a theory that Tanjiro's blade would cut off your connection to Mulan, and I was right. Now, I'm thinking that maybe just maybe, our blades could most likely make you human again. Mukago. Shinobu. It is a possibility. And if we're right, I know that Tanjiro would be very impatient to try out this theory. Ichigo. But I don't want to test it yet and end up getting you killed. And I can't watch you all hours of the day and night. As of right now, you're known as a stray devil, and they're meant to be dealt with. If you're a part of Rias' peerage, you have protection. Mukago. Nero. It's only for a little while. Once we know for sure that we can turn you human, we'll get right onto your conversion. Okay. Mukago. She looked away. Mukago. But I don't know them. Ichigo. True, but I assure you that they're harmless. She stared at the man, wanting to believe him. Especially after he ripped his arm off again to feed her. But again, this was a big stretch. She sighed, thinking that if she was to be killed by Rias, all she has to do is keep her soul away from Mulan, and she won't be resurrected. She nodded at him as he said. Ichigo. Alright. Thanks for going along with this. He put a hand on her head which made her flinch, looking up at him. Ichigo. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Mukago. Okay. With that, she, Kazui, and Izuko headed to bed for the night as Ichigo yawned, stretching his back. Ichigo. Yawn, come on you two. I'll walk you back to your room. Shinobu. Actually, we plan to stay in here for the night instead of sleeping by our lonesome. Nero. Sorry, we probably should have informed you of that earlier. Ichigo. What? No, that's not happening. The other teachers will be doing their rounds, and I don't want them thinky. Nero. Ichigo. Ichigo. Nero. We know what you and Rimuru did. Ichigo paled at this. Ichigo. Shinobu. Yes. And how bold of you to try and keep it from us, Ichigo. We're just learning more and more new things about you. Ichigo. I can explain. Nero. We don't think you can. Ichigo. Guys, come on, the teachers. Shinobu. As long as the teachers are keeping it to just cuddling, there's nothing wrong. That was the rule. Ichigo. You don't think you two are moving a little too fast? Nero. Oh, I believe that we are. But can we please address as to why we are? Ichigo. Huh? Nero. Let's not forget about the previous events, yes? You and Rimuru have kept up more of a professional companionship since our training started, and anytime there was a sign of small talk beginning to happen, Shion and Milim were always there to stop you two. Ichigo. Shinobu. It took us an entire season to get a friendly conversation out of you, it took even longer to get to know you, and let's not get started on the dating. We literally just managed to get that out of you. What's funny is that you feel the same way about us, you just kept a wall up. Ichigo. I mean. Nero. And yet Rimuru non-gender strolled in here and managed to not only get closer to you within the span of a month you two were having for playtime. He gave them both a pale expression as they stood on the bed to seem taller than him for more of an intimidating aura. Shinobu. We put in the work, we performed every step it'll take to have a more personal and romantic relationship with you. So, if I'm correct. Shinobu. I do believe that now is the appropriate time that you should compensate us properly for all of our hard work, don't you think? Ichigo. Nero. Shinobu. The sweat dropped at them both before sighing, understanding where they were coming from. They stayed diligently, trying to have some form of romantic relationship with him. He's been ducking them, he's been dodging them, and yet they still took no ill will by it. Only for them to witness him being intimate with a girl that doesn't know him personally. She literally skipped all the steps to his heart and got him close to the bed. Well, they played by the rules. Ichigo. Alright. I get it. That wasn't fair to you guys. He sat down and said. Ichigo. Let's just take showers before we sleep together. Nero. We need a little more than that. Ichigo. Followed by a date night tomorrow. Shinobu. More. Ichigo. Shinobu. Nero. Ichigo. A nice romantic weekend with just the three of us. Shinobu. Finally, more progress. Nero. It's nice to see that we're all on the same page. We won't make it this weekend, but the next one, so you can be prepared. I hope we have a great time. Ichigo. Ichigo. Shit, they're scary when they're mad. With Tanjiro, he was making his way to his room when he heard that some of the boys were trying to beg some girl to come to their room. Boy. See, come on please. Boy 89. Yeah, you're like, already here. AC. Wow, you guys are really backed up, aren't you? Tanjiro. The maroon-haired boy heard what was going on and got curious as to why AC was over on their side of the dorms. Then he remembered how she thinks. Tanjiro. Oh no. So he ran to them quickly. AC. Sorry guys, but I was actually looking for my room and made a wrong turn somewhere. I mean, usually I world help you with your ding-dongs, but I kinda just wanna get back to my dorm. Boy 70. Damn it, there's nothing we can do. Boy 50. J, just a picture, I'll take a picture. AC. Well, I mean, it is just a picture. I guess that's okay, but only one, alright. Boys? Yes. They all fished desperately for their phones as she began to take her top off. Only for Tanjiro to take the bottom of her shirt and pull it back down. AC. Huh. Oh, Tanji, hey. She hugged him and said. AC. How's it going? He gave way to a nervous expression. Tanjiro. It's good. Boy. 38. Huh, Tanjiro. Boy 16. Come on, man, it's one picture. Tanjiro. No, that's not right. You shouldn't try and take advantage of her kindness like that. Boy 10. But we really. Tanjiro. Just think for a second, you guys. If you had sisters or daughters, would you want them doing that? They opened their mouths. But nothing came out. They then looked at one another. Boys. Sigh no, but. Tanjiro. See. Listen to me, okay? AC. Tanjiro. I understand that it must be hard for you all to have urges and they aren't being met. It must be hard for you. But would you all really give up your morals and take advantage of others to get what you want? Boys. Tanjiro. Do you really think you can hurt someone else like that just to feel something when it feels way better to do it when you know them? They now groaned because they not only saw that AC was latched onto the boy. Which might mean that they all avoided a prime ass-kicking if he liked this girl. But he had a point. Yay, Ichigo explained to them that the girls were willing to do dirty stuff but the boys just had to be patient. But to hear it coming from Tanjiro struck them. He was always nice, always considerate, he was a really sweet guy. Some of them agreed that if they were gonna be gay, Tanjiro was the go-to. But all in all, he had a point. Boy. Okay, Sai, we hear you, man. They all then bowed to AC and said. Boys. We're sorry. AC. Ha, it's okay guys, Tanji talked to me too, so you're not the only ones. Tanjiro smiled and said. Tanjiro. Thank you. It must be hard to see all of us getting attention from the girls, but it doesn't mean you're ugly. He smiled, saying. Tanjiro. You all are uniquely handsome. And I believe that you all will find a girl that would like to do stuff with you. Just you wait and see. Boys. Blush all, bro. Ooh. They all looked up, hearing the curfew bell. Tanjiro. Oh no, curfew. Everyone, in your rooms hurry. AC did hear something like that from her aunt, but she forgot all about it. AC. I'm screwed, aren't I? Tanjiro. AC. Come with me. AC. Huh. Oh, okay. He then gently took her to his room with the other boys watching. Mitsuda and Motohama looked at one another and sighed. Mitsuda. Yeah, can we do it? Motohama. I mean, we did try to get Asta's reputation ruined. Boy 90. My arm did get broken from touching the girls. Mitsuda. Me and Murayama are still dating, but I guess I was trying to rush it. Boys. Motohama. Sai, I guess we'll try it the girls' way. It's the weekend, so I guess we'll work on it all this weekend. Mitsuda. I feel like this'll just end up horribly, but bucket, I guess. Show of hands, guys. They all raised their hands, saying. Boys. I. Within Tanji's room. Tanjiro. So, you got lost. She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. AC. Yay, I'm not good with dorms. Tanjiro. I'm sorry. That's my fault, I should have gave you a tour of the dorms too. Here. He then gave her some of his pajamas. AC. Tanjiro. Here, take these and go shower, okay? AC. But these are yours. Tanjiro. It's fine, you're my friend, remember? AC. Tanjiro. And friends help each other out. So, let's hurry and get to bed. There's no school till Monday, so let's relax and enjoy some food in the morning. AC. Witchery, this is Witchery, how is he saying things so cutely like that, is it on purpose? Okay. He nodded and said. Tanjiro. I'll take the couch, you can take my bed, okay? She got up and put her hands on his shoulders. Tanjiro. AC. Tanjiro. Tanjiro. What's wrong? Listen, if you're worried about the bed, don't worry about it, I wouldn't have you sleeping on the coup. It's been 3 days now, making it Monday morning with Issei. He was just waking up from his sleep with a groan of relief for finally getting rest. The reason he was happy was because this was one of the few times he actually got some sleep without waking up in the middle of the night, thanks to Milim, Ichigo and co, demons, and Drake's surprise welcoming of how lucky he is to be his partner. Drake. Excuse you? Issei. You're excused. After all that happened, he couldn't help but wonder exactly all of what he could do. He could ask his partner, but felt that he won't get a straight answer out of him. Then there was Rias. Issei. Her face and how she looked were hopeful. He shook his head of these thoughts and sat up. He rubbed his forehead with a groan of relief, but felt that there was extra moving in his bed for some reason. Issei. Greg. Hehe. He heard that moan and furrowed his brow at it, that is. Till he saw some strands of long red hair at the edge of the covers. Issei. Greg. Hahaha. He threw the covers off of him and saw a very naked Rias Gremory in his bed for some reason. He saw it all. Issei. Every nook and cranny that she had to off, not a blemish or spot. A cute little beauty mark on the outside part of her left boob. And not a hair to be spoken of at all. She fluttered her eyes open, she stretched with another moan and said. Rias. Wow, I haven't slept like that since I was a little girl. She smiled and looked at Issei and said. Rias. Hey there handsome, how are you? Issei. Buck out of my bed, you damn devil. Rias fell out of the bed from the force of the pillow smacking her in the face, but got back up with a genuine giggle saying. Rias. Hey, now that's not how you're supposed to treat the woman you slept in bed with. Issei. Nobody told your ass to buck and sneak in my room. How the buck did you get in here? Rias. Well, the door, of course. You left it unlocked and we tried to wake you up, but you were dead asleep. Instantly, he knew that Drake was the culprit here. Issei. If I ever find a way to kick your ass, you're in trouble. Wait, we. Drake. Snickers. Milim. Yawn. What's with all the noise? Issei. He heard that other voice and saw the shuffling of his covers, seeing that Milim was there as well with her hair all the way down. She wasn't naked, but her ass was swallowing up that thong she was wearing, which looked so good. Now, he didn't need to know how Milim got in his room, it's happened before. But he really had the urge to spend the day playing with her. Issei. Bastard, you knew this, didn't you? Greg. Hahahahahaha. Issei. You think this shit is funny. Milim. Geez, I come here to get a good night's sleep, not having to listen to Voldora's snoring, Rimu's fingering, and Xian's typing, and I wake up to you yelling. She pointed her finger in his face. Milim. You got some nerve, Puck. Issei. Just shut up. Why didn't you just stay at home? Milim. I didn't want to. Issei. You don't just go around sleeping in random guys' beds. Milim. You're not a random guy. Rias pressed her breasts up against his chest saying. Rias. We met last night with the same thought to sleep with you, but that doesn't mean I'll lose you to her. Milim. Haha, you wanna get with the Puck? Good luck with that. I hear that every girl in school wants him and he likes to play hard to get. Rias. Haha, not with you. Issei. Rias. Shut your mouth and get your boobs off of me. Rias. Oh, Issei. He then found himself falling to the bed with the redeed on top of him. Issei. Hey. Milim. Hahaha. Issei. You're still naked. Rias. What's wrong with it? I can't sleep if I'm clothed. If you would have gotten naked too, then it would have been real fun. Milim. Ooh, that'll be a great idea. Your body is really warm, so sleeping naked would be great for me. Issei. Devil, I rebuke you. Thing. Rias. Milim. Ow. Milim squatted down, rubbing her head. Milim. Oh, that hurt. What was that? Rias. That not okay. Why would you do that to me? Issei. He then remembered their conversation about praying. But he didn't know it applied to Milim as well. But then. He forgot that Voldora said something about her being a demon lord. Issei. The princess devil of hell. And a demon lord. Issei. He slowly began putting his hands together. Rias. Issei, wait. Milim. Hey, whatever you did to hurt me, don't you do it again. I think I got a bruise in my brain. They drew closer. Rias. Wait, okay. Rias quickly scrambled to put her clothes on. Rias. See. I'm clothed, I have clothes on, you can quit it now. Milim. Hey, stop, if this is about the ice I slits out of your fridge, I'm sorry, it just looks so good. But he didn't stop. Rias. Issei. Issei. Dear Heavenly Father. Peeing. Rias fell to her knees. Milim. Rias. Oh www. Milim. Ahhh, stop bullying me, that hurt worse than the first time. Rias. That's not funny, that really hurts. Did you seriously start it off with the dear Heavenly Father thing? Issei. You damn right I did. From the other side of the door, everyone could literally hear Rias inside of Issei's room and another girl, which was shocking. The other girl sounded really cute and hot. They then watched as the three left out of his room, Rias holding Issei's arm with Milim doing it as well, since irritating the lizard was funny to her. Issei. I said let go. Milim Rias. Hahaha. He then looked to see the boys staring at him. Issei. Wait, this is not what it looks like. Rias. Of course it is. Rias. Issei, you dog. The way you grabbed me last night was just so naughty. Issei. You're annoying. Milim. Hahaha. They then left with the team growling out about how he was gonna make them both pay for this later. But for the boys, it was the fact that Mitsuda. Issei had Rias in his room. Boys. Yay. Motohama Mitsuda boys. Issei has Rias in his room and she spent the night. Asta. Hey guys, what's up? They watched as Asta walked past them, greeting them as he made his way to the girls' dorm. That was another thing they found shocking, since the day they tried to sabotage him with Sona, he's been going to say hi to her. Then there was Tanjiro. AC. Tanji. Come on, let's head to class. Tanji. Blush, why yay, oh of course. She energetically took him by the hand, the two walking off. But they could tell that, for the entire weekend. AC's been with him. And he was a little pale. Though, it still looked like they had their virginity intact. But she definitely got overwhelmed by his kindness and couldn't take it anymore. Mitsuda. Sigh guys. Boy 11. Yay, no, you don't have to say it. Boy 18. I see now how far they got by just being nice guys, lovable doofuses, or just regular ass human beings. Motohama. And let's not forget Issei, Mr. I say no to girls and they still try to give me what I want. Mitsuda. Let's just try it the girls' way. We spent 3 days preparing, so let's see if we're actually irredeemable or not. They all nodded and made their way to class, but, unlike them, with the girls, they were all shocked by what they saw of Issei. Rias has attached herself to his arm before, but now, she was blushing and grinning at him. Then there was this other girl who was wearing a Kuo Academy uniform that got the boy that weren't in Issei's level of the dorms, drooling at her. Murayama. Who is she? Hadis. What is happening? Girl. Is Issei not single anymore? The Keno stares with slight confusion and surprise at her king. The Keno. So that's where she went last night. She went to spend the night with Issei. Kaneko. This isn't like the president. Kina. I knew that she was into him, but this is wow, she's completely head over heels. Girl. I've never seen Rias that close on anybody. Girl 88. You don't think that they. Girl 66. No, as she wouldn't. Sona and Subaki watched with Asta rested his arm on her head. They gasped at them too, but Rias was a much bigger shock to them. Asta. Haha, look at her. Issei. Rias. Milim. You're being too clingy. Greg. You like it, shut up. Issei. You shut up, you bucking reptile. Rias. Can I not stay like this? Issei. No. Rias. You don't seem to have a problem with Milim holding your arm. Issei. Cause she's stronger than me, I don't have a choice with her, I have a choice with you. Rias. Sigh, alright, fine. We're here at your class anyway. She said this as they walked up to Ichigo's class with him blinking in slight shock at the three. Ichigo. Milim. Milim. Hey there, Ichigo. Ichigo. Why are you here, harassing Issei? Issei. Cause this is harassment. Milim. I'm going here now. Somebody's gotta look after the puck, right? Ichigo. But you don't go here. Milim. I do now. Ichigo rolled his eyes and just decided to call Rimuru about it later. Rias. Alright Issei, our time was short, but I have to get to class, it's too bad, really. She looked at Ichigo. And held out some money. Rias. Unless, Ichigo-sensei, wouldn't mind me being in here. He snatched the money away from her and said. Ichigo. Oh wow, this is just enough for the school's fundraiser. Thanks for your contribution, Rias Gremory, I'll make sure to turn it into the principal later. You can go now. Rias stared at him incredulously, for that is Issei and Milim. Issei Milim. PFFFTT, ha 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 ha. Rias sighed and was about to make her way to class, but then she looked back at Issei, who managed to calm down. Issei. Rias. He. She quickly tried to come in for a kiss, something that everyone was shocked by as the boy came up to the classroom. Issei grabbed her by the face before she could get her kiss and began to pull. Issei. Does it look like in the mood for your bullshit, get your retarded ass to class. Rias. Ow ow ow. The girls stared because it's only been 3 days. They all left to get some time away from the boys, but now they wondered. Exactly what happened in those 3 days to make Issei and Rias so damn familiar with one another. The retarded girl whined a little before grinning and saying. Rias. So you do look at my ass, huh? He got ready to chop her in the forehead, but she said. Rias. Hey okay, okay. I'm done. But, if it's fine with you. Issei. Rias. I want you, Tanjiro, and the others to meet the orc after school. You fine with that? Tanjiro. Asta. Ichigo. They all knew that it had to be about Mukago and some demons, so they all agreed, but everyone else wondered exactly what she wanted with them. She looked him in the eyes like she was ready to happily drown in his emerald green eyes. He scoffed at her but looked back to see that she still stared. They all saw it. Whatever Issei did. Had the king of the school love struck. Murayama. Damn it, did we lose him? Hadis. No. Tomo. This is a nightmare. Issei. You done? Rias. No. Issei. Rias. But maybe I should go. Issei. Yay, you should. Rias. Yay, I'd hate for everyone to see exactly what I'd do if I had you alone again. Issei. That was a hard flirt. They all stared with red faces before she left off and nodded him farewell. Ria. Geez, she's laying it on him thick. Bira. Wow, huh. Ugh. Girl. Ugh. Mitsuda. Wow, that's bucked up. Motohama. Yay, Kinda. Boy 11. They just saw us. Issei. You guys kinda do it to yourselves. Shinobu. Yes, you most certainly do. Nero. Boys. CEI. Ichigo. Sorry guys. Boys. It's fine. Boy 8. Yay, wasn't like we were expecting anything else anyway. Issei. Ichigo. Asta. Huh. Girls. Milim. Shinobu Nero. Ichigo. Well then, nice to hear that you guys are aware. Who knows, you might get somewhere with someone. Motohama began to walk in, saying. Motohama. Thanks for the confidence. But Ichigo stopped him. Motohama. Huh. Hadits. Don't him, you know what he wants. Ichigo. Sigh, you know I don't have to do this, right Hadis? Hadis. But the boys have done it before, plus it saves you the trouble of finding out later anyway, Ichigo-sensei. He shook his head and said. Ichigo. Sigh, sorry Motohama, the girls jeered me about you guys phone suo. Motohama. Oh, you gotta go through them. Ichigo. Yay, but hey, I'll do you a favor. If I find anything, I won't punish you for it. Motohama. Nah, it's fine. He then gave him his phone. Without an argument. Ichigo. Without rebuttal. Issei. And without hesitation. AC. Oh. Asta. Whoa, he just gave it up just like that. Ichigo and Issei blinked at him before looking at each other. Issei raised his eyebrow, not believing his best friend turned over a new leaf and looked into the phone too. Ichigo. Issei. Oh wow. Murayama. I knew it, it's dirty pics of feet, isn't it? Ichigo. Actually heh. He smirked. Ichigo. There's nothing in here. Girls. Huh. Issei. Oh no, he's not kidding. Hadis. Motohama. With no pervy pics of us. Murayama. He probably deleted them. Issei. Actually the last time he deleted anything was. He looked at the date and said. Issei. Haha, 3 days ago. His trash folder too. Ria. The Motohama, going 3 days without anything dirty. Impossible. Motohama. That's fair. Ria. AHA, he admits it. Motohama. Yay. Was I not supposed to? Girls. Asta Milim AC. Snickers. Issei. Snickers. AC. Hey, they're cool now. Murayama. No, they're not. Don't fall into their game, AC, watch this. She came to Mitsuda who said. Mitsuda. Murayama. Phone. Now. Mitsuda. Sure. Murayama. Ichigo-sensei. Keep going through the other boys' phones. Ichigo. If I'm being honest, if Motohama doesn't have any pics I doubt the others would. Murayama. It's a ruse I'm telling. He shrugged and said. Ichigo. Sigh, alright guys, let's just get this over with. They all came to his desk as Murayama checked her boyfriend's photos, backup photos, videos, and hidden content. Only to find. Nothing. Murayama. Huh. Girl 4. What did you find? Ichigo. Heh. Issei. Hahaha. Murayama Ichigo Issei. Nothing. Nothing. Girls. Nothing. Hadis. You're kidding. Hanji smiled excitedly at them since they actually listened to his advice. He wondered why they were so quiet over the weekend, but realized that they were training hard to become upstanding young men. Girl 10. Like it all. Girl 6. There's nothing. I can't expect that. Mitsuda. Sorry to disappoint you all. Boy 8. Look, if we're being honest, Tanjiro talked to us and said to us the same thing that Ichigo-sensei's been saying. We just didn't listen. Motohama. So, we're gonna try it you guys' way and, hopefully, you don't beat us up all the time like before. Tomo. Ha, so you admit you're doing this for dirty stuff, is that it? Boy 7. We didn't say that. Nero. You kinda said it. Boy 7. Right. And you and Shinobu aren't sleeping in Ichigo-sensei's bed. Issei. Ooh. Ichigo. Oh. Asta. Ha. Shinobu. Nero. He shot back at me. Shinobu. He did. Nero. They never shoot back at me. Shinobu. They don't. Mitsuda. Issei nags us about being simps. Ichigo-sensei nags us about being horny and desperate. And Tanjiro pleaded with us to be better people because he'd hate to see guys like us end up as the scum of the school. Boy 3. Duh, we're guys, so yay, we'd love to get in bed with you girls. Boy 9. But Issei and the others told us that we shouldn't beg for it or be desperate for it. Motohama. Which is why we say. Boys. We're trying it you guys' way. Girls. AC. They're cool now. Asta. Oh yeah you guys are baddest now. Issei. Heh, well, about time you guys get it. Tanjiro. Bravo well said I'm truly happy that you all are working hard keep it up and you get what you desire. Ichigo. Ichigo scoffed at the boys, saying. Ichigo. Well, and here I thought that the girls were onto something about me checking you guys' phones. But, you sure did prove me wrong. Shinobu. Oh wow, you guys really are trying to change. Props to you. Nero. You earned a little respect. Mitsuda. You can't win them all. They then turned in their homework and went to their seats, but the girls weren't buying this little act. Even though the boys let it be known what they want. They want to have unprotected breeding sessions with the girls, but they weren't gonna go to crazy hexwell harassment lengths just to get what they want. But that had to be a lie. It's a trap, right? As Ichigo began teaching his class. The girls watched the boys who knew they were looking this way. Boys. This shit worked too quick. Boy 8. Why the buck are they staring at us like that? Murayama stared harshly at Mitsuda who stopped paying attention to her till he got a notification on his phone. He snickered at what he saw as his girlfriend said. Murayama. Gotcha. She rushed over and snatched his phone away. Murayama. What were you laughing at something pervy? Mitsuda. It's a guy's group chat what are you doing it? Girl 4. A group chat for pervs. Boy 4. Where did you hear that? The girls then looked at the phone. Girls. Huh. They all saw what looked like a meme that he was chuckling at. They blinked at it as he gently took his phone back. Mitsuda. Yep, this is suo pervy. Look at how that ass just twerks back and forth. Murayama. I mean. Mitsuda. It's fine, we already felt that this would go the wrong way. Girls. You guys did. Boys. Duh. Ichigo was actually enjoying this change of pace as they got back to learning. But this didn't make the girls pay attention. They were still fixated on the guys. This was a ploy right? It had to be, and they were gonna figure out their plan. Even though the boys said it to their faces already. After school was over, Ichigo was seen making his way out to go and get Nezuko and Kazui, and he was being followed by the principal. Milani. Wait Ichigo sweetie, let's make a deal please, I'm really in need. Ichigo. Ms. Milani, no, it's already been done. You need to leave it alone. From what he got earlier, Grafia had a small chat with the principal and absolved Ichigo of all blackmail binds that Milani tried to put on him. Milani. Listen, I know that Lady Grafia herself freed you of what I tried to do. Ichigo. Which is blackmail. Milani. I know but, we can still have a fun time. Where's the harm in it? I mean, if we're being honest here, you've already did some stuff with a slime having hex with me wouldn't be too strange. Ichigo. Do you not hear yourself? You're begging me to have hex with you. Milani. Cause I actually tried to get it from somewhere else. And none of it worked. Ichigo. How is that my problem? Milani. Help a girl out here. Ichigo. Sorry Ms. Milani. But I have to go and meet up with your leader. Milani sighed in depression as he walked off. He looked back and only shook his head at how shameful she was being right now. He was actually happy to get this break cause Emma and her assistant nurses were at an expo for a week along with the girl's kendo teacher. This was nice. After getting his son and daughter that night, they made their way to Rias club with Mukago with them. He looked at the demon girl who, he knew, thought about making a run for it but didn't because she wanted to believe Ichigo. Ichigo. You ready? She flinched, hearing that as she stared at him. She sighed a second later and nodded her head. Mukago. Yay, I guess I am. Kazui. It'll be fine. If they start to try something. We'll kill them, simple. Kaneko. Harsh. Akeno. Well, you're certainly a battle-ready one. Kazui. They looked to see Rias and her peerage actually locking up the room. Ichigo. Something came up. Rias. Yes, actually it did. Issei. What, you guys got business somewhere else? Rias. Aside from your bed, yes. Issei. He started to put his hands together. Rias. Okay. Issei. That's what I bucking thought. She pouted and said. Rias. You don't have to be so mean, even after I let you feel my body and wetting it. Issei. Rias. Tanjiro. Issei, you really did that. Issei. Weren't you and AC stuck in the room all weekend? What happened with that? Tanjiro. AC. There you go, keep bucking my tits, I love much you like it. AC. Dude, you're still cooming. You like them that much. AC. I really shouldn't do this, but hawk to a gawk 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 gawk. Tanjiro. I'll be quiet. Issei. Yeah, you do that. Kina. Oh, Tanjiro, you and AC. I'm a little hurt. Tanjiro. How, why? She gave him a fake pout and threw her arm around Kaneko, saying. Kina. And even after me and Kaneko considered coming by to hang out with you. Tanjiro. No, it's not like that, I wouldn't try anything bad like that with you too, especially when you don't want me to. Nezuko was very confused but gave her brother a flat expression. What has he done? And would it make her see him differently? Ichigo. Tanjiro. Tanjiro. I have too much respect for you and Kaneko to ever try and pressure you both into my carnal desires. I wouldn't dare, you two are very attractive, but my libido isn't your responsibility, nor will it ever be. Kina. Snickers. Kaneko. Kaneko lowered her eyes at him. Kina was right. He does talk reckless. Shinobu. Kina. Why do you keep doing that? You know he doesn't know he's walking into a trap, right? Tanjiro. A trap. Asta. You kinda are. I'm actually seeing it. Issei. Asta, you do the same thing. Asta. No, I don't. Ichigo. Yes, you do. The only difference is that they got to Tanjiro first. Asta. So what you're saying is, I'm not the dumb one in this situation, right? Tanjiro. Hey. Ichigo. Nezuko. Issei. He. Shinobu. He's as he. Nero. Nuo, he's not wrong. Hazui. Wow, Asta having a point is crazy. Asta. I'm not that dumb. Rias and her peerage giggled at Ichigo's group's antics before the redeed finally looked at Mukago, who tightened her jaw and looked away. Rias. Mukago. Rias. So, I'm guessing this is her? Ichigo. Yay, this is Mukago, she was one of Mulin's lower ranks, but gained magic from her. Rias. Really? What kind of magic? Nero. She could turn normal people into pseudo-demons and control them. She also uses the music around her to manipulate the space around her. Aeno. That's actually quite powerful. And you're only a lower rank. Mukago hesitantly nodded. Rias. Very well then. Mukago. She then came to the girl who gripped Ichigo's sleeve hard. Rias. Wow, you weren't kidding. She's suffered a lot of abuse, hasn't she? Ichigo. Yay. Rias. To think that Mulin would do this to her own subordinates. Her own allies, it makes me sick to my stomach. She stared at the girl again before saying. Rias. Well, it doesn't seem like you're all that excited to fight in the front lines, so, making you a pawn, rook or knight are out of the question. Your magic is pretty strong, but my queen slot is already filled. Can you use your magic to support and heal? Mukago thought about it. Mukago. I can when I sing, I can empower others and heal their wounds. Rias smiled. Rias. Very well then. She then held out her hand to the demon girl. Mukago then saw a bishop piece, being confused as to what it was for. She took it and inspected the evil piece as the redeed said. Rias. Well, now that we have that settled. How about you all come with me? I want Mukago to see how we do things before she makes her decision. Mukago. Rias. And Issei too. Issei. Ichigo. Well. He looked out the window and into the distance as his eyes lowered. Something was here. And it was heading this way where children were turning in. Ichigo. Rias. Rias. Yes. Ichigo. You can fill me in on the rest later, you guys go on ahead, alright. He began to walk away, but Kazui said. Kazui. Where are you going, Dad? Ichigo. Just gonna go deal with an annoyance right now. Just stick with them for the night, alright. Kazui. Sure. Asta. Did something happen? Tanjiro. Is it my demons or something? Ichigo. Or something. You guys don't worry about it, focus on this for now, and I'll deal with this, okay? They all wondered what he was talking about as he made his way outside. With that, they all left out to a location that was the outskirts of the city. When they arrived, the stench of blood was very heavy in the air as Nezuko went wide-eyed and almost began to salivate a little. Tanjiro. Nezuko. She breathed in and out, they saw the drool from her mouth, but she fight it back. Tanjiro. So even though you can walk out in the sun and eat regular food, the hunger hasn't gone away. She gave her brother a sorrowful look cause she tried to conceal it so that he wouldn't be worried. Ichigo. It's okay, if we can actually help Mukago turn human with his Zanpakuto, we can do the same with Nezuko, for now. He took his jacket off and put it up to her face. Ichigo. Bear with it a little for me, okay? She nodded, his scent in her nose instead of the blood. Issei. Alright, we're here and there's obviously something dead around. What's with that? Rias. As I told you when we had our meeting. In the orc. Our job is to vanquish those that are known as stray devils, when they're left alone and killing people for their own selfish gain, we are called. Issei. So you kill them? Rias. Exactly. And I wanted you all to see how we work. Aeno. But we also wants to see how you guys work. Tanjiro. What do you mean? Rias. In case the day comes when we have to collab with another. We like to see what we're working with. Issei. Isn't there only one enemy? Kina. No. They looked at Kina who was at the edge of the hill they were on. They came and joined her, seeing that there were at least 50 of Tanjiro's demons and 2 huge topless strays. 1 male and 1 female. Kina. It's a decent amount. Kazui. Huh, that's barely a handful. Ichigo. That isn't untrue. Rias. You've all fought more. They all rubbed the back of their heads. Issei. Fight freaks. Kazui. Weren't you unhinged when you fought the bird woman? Issei. You're the worst fightaholic here. Kazui. Trust me, I know people even worse than me. Issei. Seriously? Kazui. 2 names. Kenpachi and Akaku. Rias. Alright, so, this is how I want it to go. They all listened to her. Rias. Tanjiro. If you and the rest wouldn't mind, I'd like for you to deal with the 50 demons. I'm aware that you guys want to try and save them, so, we won't try to kill them. Tanjiro. Yes, but, what about the 2 big devils? Kina. We can handle them. Kaneko. They're fodder. So they're not a big deal. Tanjiro. Okay then, Issei. Are you going to help? We did practically drag you here. Issei. You didn't drag me here, I came because I wanted to see how you guys work. Relax, I get it about not messing up my normal like, but let's be honest. My life was never that. Nero and Shinobu chuckled at that, but we're still gonna make an effort to keep him out of the fight anyway. Rias. Alright everyone, are we ready? They all nodded and just when they were about to charge in, Asta yelled. Asta. Why it? All. Asta. My brain, the gears are turning. Kazui. And you're not dead. Tanjiro. Kazui. Kazui. What? Asta. I just thought about. He zoomed over to Mukago who fell to the floor because of how fast he got to her. Asta. Mukago, you said that you can make people into pseudo-demons from singing, right? That's what you can do with your magic. Mukago. You yay, why? Asta. So what's stopping you from using your singing to undemonetize them? Mukago. Kazui. Tanjiro. Nezuko. Rias. He. Nero. We. Shinobu. I'm a little upset. Issei. How the buck did nobody think about that? Greg. You didn't either. Issei. I'm getting tired of your bucking voice, shut up. Asta. I mean, am I wrong? Or even better, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Me. Asta. You used yours and Zanpakuto to break the chain between Mulan and Mukago, right? Wheel. Tanjiro. Well what? Asta. What, and you stabbed her again to make her human? Tanjiro. All. Mukago. He looked at his blade before saying. Tanjiro. Let's test it out on the demon before we do it with Mukago. Deciding to test this theory, they went and grabbed one demon that flailed around in anger and bloodlust. Kaneko was not okay with his attitude since, so she caught him in the chin. Kaneko. Sorry about that, you were annoying. Tanjiro. Okay, Mukago. You first. Mukago. I don't even know if it'll work. Asta. Let's try it anyway. Mukago. Sigh. Her eyes glowed purple as she began to sing to the demon, trying to force him out of his demonic state. He began to writhe in pain and gripped his head, shaking back and forth. Only to change into a human. Mukago. Gasp. Asta. It worked. Tanjiro. Wow. Kazui. Asta's brain was braining today. They all smiled at this but realized that. After a few minutes. He changed back into a demon and roared out in bloodlust. Asta. Why didn't it work? Aeno. I think it's because Mulan or one of her allies turned him into a demon, not Mukago. So she can't overwrite what they did to him. Asta. Damn it. Tanjiro. Let me try. Nezuko and Kazui then held him down as Tanjiro took the hilt of his zanpakuto and stabbed it into the man's center. He roared out in pain, but they all heard the snap of a chain. Tanjiro. Okay, the chain snapped. He pulled his blade out saying. Tanjiro. Let's see if you're right, Asta. He stabbed the man again but this time. Instead of flailing in pain. The man was awestruck by this feeling of comfortable warmth. His body then glowed and began to float in the air. His breathing was sharp as demonic energy misted off of him and into the air. He fell to the ground not as a demon. But as a human. Rias. Okay, this seems to work. Tanjiro. We can't be sure, let's wait a while. Kazui. Cool, while you guys are doing that, me and Nezuko will handle the 50 demons. They dashed off with Nero and Shinobu following them just to make sure they don't get hurt. Rias giggled at this and said. Rias. I guess it's pointless to make you my clergywoman now, Mukago. Rias. I mean, think about it. You'll be human if this works. Mukago. Rias. Tanjiro. That's true, so will Nezuko. He smiled at this contently. Mukago was very relieved, but then the thought of Mulan came back to her mind. Rias. If you don't mind, I'd like my evil piece back. She held out her hand to get it back. Mukago. But the girl wasn't willing to give it back. Rias. Mukago. Even if Lady Mulan can't find me, she knows that I'm still alive and that I'm with all of you. So, turning back human would be pointless if, by some chance, she gets me back. Akeno. But you have Ichigo, Issei, Asta, and Tanjiro. Kina. Plus that blue-haired chick, I mean, I'm sure you'd have to come out of a down payment with her, but still. Mukago. I know, but it just feels safer to stay like this, till she's. Rias. Dead, I see. Tanjiro. You don't want to turn human until she's dead. Mukago nodded and they understood, she didn't want to take any chances with this. Tanjiro. He looked at his sister who was helping with tiring out the demons, wondering if she'd feel the same way. Tanjiro. Knowing her, she wouldn't want to stop fighting till we both stop fighting. Sigh. Rias. And are you sure you still want to do this? One day, we're going to meet Mulan face to face. She's going to see you. Mukago shivered at that, it almost made her panic and beg Tanjiro to turn her human. But she calmed down, with a shiver she opened her mouth, only for the Redeed to gently take her by the hand. Mukago. Rias. Let's make one thing clear. Despite her having a pact with my brother, that doesn't mean that she has a right to touch you. Mukago. Rias. You'd belong to me for the time being, which means that I keep my pieces away from people with dirty undeserving hands. We only dealt with her antics because of my brother, but if I have to go against him for my peerage, then I will. Mukago. Tanjiro. Asta. The girl closed her eyes with lowered eyes and held the evil piece close to her chest. Rias smiled and said. Rias. Alright then, we'll begin the ceremony. Mukago nodded as the rest smiled. Elsewhere though, Ichigo was seen walking to the other side of town, on the phone with Rimuru. Ichigo. Of course they were pissed. Ichigo. Hey, that's uncalled for, the foreplay stuff was not my foul. Ichigo. Sigh, okay, it was partly my fault. But you kept on going with it. Ichigo. Yes, I can blame you. Look, I can't help it, it's been years since I had attention like that. It felt good, alright. Ichigo. Atop trying to tease me, sigh, listen, I gotta go. Ichigo. Yay, the 3 I told about, I see them in the distance now. Ichigo. Yay, bye. He then hung up and sighed at that rather invigorating conversation and looked at the trio. He lowered his eyes as one gave him an excited look while the other stared at him with no emotion. The last one glaring deathly at him. Ichigo. So is there a reason you 3 were targeting my place of work? Oh no, I wasn't targeting it. Serafal. Sona talks about you and a boy named Asta and I wanted to come and see for myself, so, you're really death. Ichigo. Yay, that's me. Serafal. Wow, that's so cool. Ichigo. Well, you're a happy one, nice to know that at least one of you are. He looked at the only male in the group. Ichigo. And what about you, guy? There a reason you're here? Zenon. Ichigo. No word, huh? That's fine, I get that way too. But can we like not? He tilted his head, dodging a bone pillar trying to strike him in the back of the head. Ichigo. That was uncalled for. Zenon. Ichigo. Listen, whatever business you have up here. Don't include a bunch of innocent people. You got a problem with me, you handle it with me. I'll handle it with whomever I see fit, you trash. Ichigo. How dare you strike my slaves and expect me not to come after you. You will be murdered brutally, you and that orange-haired bastard of a son you have. Ichigo. I'm gonna guess that you're Mulan. Mulan. Don't it speak so casually to me, you wretch. I will kill you here and now and force feed your carcass to Tanjiro. Ichigo. Alright, so, you're obviously angry, but have you ever thought? Mulan. Do your ears not work, you worthless mongrel? You are to be executed by my hand. She glared. Mulan. Instead of running your mouth, you should be thanking me for your death being at my hands. Ichigo. How much ego do you have? The blood tendril whipped out, smacking the pavement next to him and leaving a deep gash in it as the city itself shook from it. Ichigo. Mulan. Come, I will mount all of your heads on my wall when I'm done with you. Ichigo stared at her. Before looking at Zenon. He obviously felt the same way. Then he looked back at Seraphol. Ichigo. I didn't catch your name. Seraphol. Oh right, I'm Seraphol, Sona's sister. Ichigo. Am I to assume that you're here for the same reason they are? Seraphol. Haha no, not really. She put her hands together in a cutely pleasing way and said. Seraphol. But I would like to test you out just a little bit if that's okay. Ichigo. On Surzich's orders, right? Seraphol giggled and rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Ichigo. Sigh, of course you are. Seraphol. Sorry. Ichigo. No, it's fine. If fighting me will satisfy you guys and have you not go after my students, then I guess I have no choice. Think you guys can just settle with a full-bring blade? Seraphol. He opened his hand as green energy sparked like static and materialized a medium-sized blade that he had, resting on his side. Ichigo. Alright then. Ichigo. Ready whenever you guys are. The lives of the fallen. Elsewhere. Huff 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 huff. The woman with white hair was running through the outskirts of the underworld as many other women chased after her. You will come back with us. Lord Riser demands it cease and you're running before we hurt you more than he will. The white-haired, long-eared beauty growled at them but kept on running before she looked at the two in front of her that were also running. The two brown-haired girls and two dark-skinned girls looked back at her as she twisted around and put up a field of light magic. The four girls stopped and gasped. And no. Mother. Though it'll be fine. The eldest of the twin brown-haired girls came back yelling. I won't leave you not to these demons, we managed to make a way back to Earth, please just keep running with us. She then used her magic to push her daughter back. I love you. But please, keep going. It's alright, I'll be fine. It was always our plan to let you girls escape anyway. The brown-haired girl got choked up from her mother, sacrificing her escape for them, and began to cry. She was grabbed by her sister as they continued without their loved one, but right as they got near the portal. They found Graphia on the far left. Graphia. The gray-haired beauty stared at them but closed her eyes and turned away from them. They then took this chance to jump through the portal, it disappearing a second later. The ultimate queen then walked back to the peerage of girls that surrounded the long-eared woman, but she didn't even try to fight back this time. Her mission was done. You damn light elf, all you had to do was pleasure Lord Riser, it wouldn't have even been that bad, he offered your people sanctuary, and this is how you repay him. You were deplorable. No wonder the lower demons and orcs wanted you all dead and used. Say what you want, but I did what I had to do for my people. Do what you will with me. Aha, you sound so confident. But have you not noticed that the reason Riser Sama wanted to have hex with you old as dirt people was because he finally figured out how to take down that chastity magic you all use? Do you think me afraid of some devil with hormonal issues? Graphia. Enough, all of you. They all looked at Graphia with one saying. Graphia Sama, why did you let the others get away? Graphia. They were not my mission. My task was to make sure one of the four elven mothers didn't escape. TCH. Graphia looked at the girl that showed a little disrespect from her tongue. She flinched and looked away saying. Please forgive me. Angering you wasn't my intention. Graphia. She then looked at the elven woman and said. Graphia. Come Assel, I'll escort you to my husband's palace. Assel. You would have had a better chance killing me, Graphia. Cause I do not intend to listen to that husband of yours. Back with Ichigo, Zenon, Mulan, and Seraphol. Seraphol. Hehe. Zenon. Mulan. Ichigo. Ichigo then lowered his eyes as Mulan dashed in as a fast speed, with her flesh becoming a jagged blade on her arm. He stood there as she drew closer. Only to swipe up with his back which shattered everything in its path, blowing back both Seraphol and Zenon who were shocked by the strength of his attack. They three flew about 8 miles backwards, being unable to forcefully stop themselves with Ichigo's sweat dropping. Ichigo. That may have been too much. It's been a long while since I've had to actually fight someone. Boichi. Yo King. I just woke up to find that you were fighting, like really fighting. Is it worth the trouble? Ichigo. No, not really, sorry Goichi. Boichi. Then why are you fighting? Where are you? Ichigo. Another world. Boichi. Like isekai type of thing or? Ichigo. it's a very long story. Boichi. Okay, so, just answer me this, did you solo this world yet? Ichigo. I don't fight like that anymore, remember. I'm a school teacher now. Boichi. School teacher queen dies and you become a boring ass bitch. Ichigo. Sigh, would you shut up in there? Boichi. Whatever, who are you fighting anyway? Ichigo. Also another long story. Boichi. Geez, they still aren't back yet. Ichigo. Just give them a minute. I did knock them away pretty far. The two then came back, skidding to a stop with Mulan missing a leg, an arm, and half of her head missing. She growled out at him while Zenon came out of a portal behind Ichigo, his bone tendrils, along with Mulan's flesh blades, came shooting out at him. Ichigo. Bakido 44. Sakisho. The barrier was then formed in front of him as he easily blocked the bone tendrils with the tip of his blade. He looked up, seeing that Seraphil used her teleportation magic to get above him. She followed up and fired off some fire magic at him, but Ichigo let down his barrier, grabbed Mulan's flesh whips, and yanked her in while jumping out of the way. The leader of the 12 Kizuki gasped as the magic crashed into her, incinerating her flesh off her bones with her falling to the ground. She regenerated and roared out from the orange tea, playing them the way he did. Seraphil then released a huge ice attack, yelling. Seraphil. You're not getting away. Ichigo. Not trying to. He got behind Zenon and kicked him into the ice magic, which made him go wide-eyed. How is he that fast? Seraphil. Oh no. She came down to her allies, saying. Seraphil. Sorry, it wasn't my intention. Ichigo. Welp, now that you guys are all bunched up like that. Zenon, Seraphil, Mulan. They watched him as a lot of pressure and power came from how he charged his blade. Seraphil was in awe of him because this young adult practically toyed with him the entire time. And it's only been 2 minutes. Ichigo. Seraphil. I suggest you steer clear. You're not an enemy, they are. She flew back as Zenon and Mulan glared, but the woman looked to the side as Kakishibo came out of a traditional Japanese doors on Ichigo's right. Kakishibo. Moon breathing. First floor. Ichigo. Sorry, but no. He fired off a small zero at the man as Goichi said. Goichi. So, just curious. Ichigo. You're wondering why I'm not killing them, right? Goichi. Yay, what's with that? Ichigo. Slightly long story. Basically, they have a pact with this guy that's had his wife stalk me for over 2 years, and… Boichi. Is he gay? Ichigo. What? No, I don't think he is. He's a devil, so that kinda means he goes both ways, right? Anyway, they have a pact with him, and if I kill them, he'll try to strong-arm me into stuff. Boichi. Dude, you can just… Ichigo. I don't feel like killing him. And the only reason I'm going along with this is cause fighting against him means I'll have to exert more energy. And I don't feel like doing that. In that moment, he sliced down Mulan and Kakishibo yet again. He looked at Zenon, who tried to stab his bone magic at Ichigo from all sides. But he took care of them all at one time in the span of a quarter of a second. Zenon. What the hell is he? This is no human. He was then kicked in the face as Seraphil dashed at Ichigo. Seraphil. Hey Aya. Only to trip. Seraphil. Eep. He began to tumble towards the man, stopping at his feet. Seraphil. Ichigo. Seraphil. Question. Ichigo. Sure. Seraphil. The attacks you're using, are you not tired from using them? Ichigo. Attacks. What are you talking about? Seraphil. Huh. Ichigo. I've only used 2 actually attacks so far, everything else was just me throwing my spirit energy around. Seraphil. Ichigo. You want to give up? Seraphil. No, but I don't want to lose my life for fun, Suo. Ichigo. Oh yay, sure, go ahead. Seraphil. Thanks, you're really sweet. With that, she made her way to the side. As more of Mulan's demons came out to Ichigo. Mulan. Get him. All of the demons that she made, the 12 Kizuki, along with Rui and his spider family came out. Rui. Please, I don't want to do this being Tanjiro to us. Please. Help us. Ichigo. Don't worry, we'll help you guys. He began to fend them all off, saying. Ichigo. Tanjiro and the others are close to making you guys humans again. Rui. No. Ichigo. Rui. You don't understand. I don't want to be human. As he ran at Ichigo, he yelled out. Rui. My mother and father, they're still in the afterlife, I want to go back to them. Ichigo. I see. Rui. Blood demon art. Blood demon art. Blood demon art. But the speck of his spiritual pressure, he threw them all back, aging to Rui. Ichigo. Then you shouldn't have to worry anymore. Rui. Ichigo. I give it till the end of this week, after that. He smiled. You'll be right back with your mother and father. Do you think you can hold on till then? Ichigo was asking for a lot, but hearing that it wouldn't be much longer made him feel better. He wanted to see his parents right now, he didn't want to live, he wanted to go back to heaven with them. But he knew that rushing this would end him up right back in Mulin's hands. That's when two others came at Ichigo, who gave them a look. They dashed in, faster than the others, but he managed to parry them both before face-planting Zenon, who came up from behind. The two attacked him way more ferociously than the others, and they both had smiled on their faces while doing it. In a very violent manner, just for the buck of it, since Mulin was putting Rui through this, he flung his full-bring blade into Mulin's neck, latching her to the wall. Mulin. Gahe. The two came at him again, but yet again Ichigo parried them again. Haha, you're pretty good with a blade. Ichigo. I could say the same about you too. I just hate that you're on the wrong side. He kicked the teen away as the young man now came for him. It is very unfortunate, but as you know, this wasn't of our own free will. Tell us, how is Tanjiro doing? I hear that you have taken him in. Ichigo furrowed his brow at these two. Ichigo. You know Tanjiro. More than you know. He is the best of the both of us. Ichigo. Who are you? Haha, ask him when you see him. Ichigo. The young man then came up from behind, which made Ichigo get his head back into the game. I want to say thank you for looking after him the way you do. I know that after my death he was torn, but I'm happy to hear that he's in high spirits. Thank you, Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo. Mulin managed to get the blade out of her throat and fell to the floor. She didn't want to retreat, but at the rate they were going, she knew that Ichigo was gonna get tired of this and might kill them all just to speed things along. Mulin. Damn it, Nakam. In an instant, the same traditional Japanese door appeared as the swarm of demons began to disappear. Ichigo saw this and got ready to stab Subito and the other swordsman so that they won't be forced to go back, but they both jumped back. Subito. It's okay, we don't mind it for now. Ichigo. If you come with me, we can figure something out. Subito. I know that we can, but I'm not looking for another life. With a content smile, he said. Subito. I'm looking for the same thing that Riri is, the piece of death. We won't go because we want it to be Tanjiro that strikes us down, it'll mean something to him if he does it, so please if you can. Subito then disappeared as the young man said. Rengoku. The day that we meet again will not be long. Can you do that for me, Ichigo Kurosaki? Ichigo stared at him before closing his eyes and sighing. Ichigo. Yay, I can do that. Rengoku chuckled with happiness, saying. Rengoku. Thank you, my friend. With that, he was gone as well. Ichigo. Sigh. He then got on his phone and called everyone. Tanjiro. Ichigo. Asta. Hey, my head started to work. AC. Yo, teach. He raised his eyebrow cause he wondered what the buck AC was doing there. Rimu. Hey, is something up? Shion. What do you want, pervert? Ichigo. That's enough. They heard the tone in his voice, and obviously, there was something that irritated him. Kazui. Dad. Izuko. MMM. Ichigo. Listen, I need all of you guys to meet me back at my dorm, alright? All. They wondered what happened but decided to just do what he says. Half an hour later, Ichigo just finished explaining all that happened. Shinobu and Tanjiro being shocked. But more so Tanjiro. They all looked at him as he stared at Ichigo, hoping and praying that this was a sick joke, but he could tell that it wasn't. Tanjiro. No. Ichigo. So, you do know them? Tanjiro. Subito and Rengoku. He fell to his hands and knees. Tears beginning to come out. Shinobu tried to comfort him, but the tears were about to come out of her eyes too. The head fell to the floor, which made Rimu and the others look at him before each other. Issei furrowed his brow along with Kina and Kaneko, who stared. They never seen him cry before. Izuko kneeled down to her brother and hugged him to get him to calm down, but it wasn't working. He gripped her back as his face turned red from anger and sadness for his big brother and friend that he avenged. Asta. Well, hey, that's fine, it's okay. All. Asta. All we have to do is storm into Mulin's hideout and take them back, that's it. Nero. They don't want to be taken back, Asta. They want to be laid to rest. Asta. We have to do something, I'm sick of hearing about Mulin. Rias. I agree with you, Asta. But for now, we need to regroup. This news is hurting Tanjiro and fighting's not gonna make him feel better. Asta. I'm yay, but Rimu. How about this? All. Rimu. Since you guys are doing this by the rules and Surziches hasn't gotten back to you about an audience with him, Ichigo. She paused with a smile and said. Rimuru. Why don't I head down to hell, demand that Surziches stop allowing Mulin to do what she want, cause, last time I checked, that's against the rules, and have his audience with you. And if he doesn't listen. She pointed to Vildora. Rimuru. I let Vildora have a field day down there. Ichigo. I can't ask you to do that, Rimuru. What about what Xian thinks? Xian? Well. Rimuru. Xian will go along with whatever I choose, so it's fine, really. Besides, I can see that you, yourself aren't okay with this situation, right? Ichigo. They all looked at Ichigo, who didn't even bother to dignify that with a response. Rimuru. It wasn't just men that were turned into demons, right? There were women and children, too. Ichigo. Issei. Take me with you. Rimuru. All. Tanjiro. Issei. Nero. You can't. Issei. No, I'm serious, take me with you. Rimuru. I can't take you with me. Unlike Tanjiro and the others, people like us, me and you, Issei, we have to stay neutral. I'm only choosing a side cause this goes against the rules that he made. You want to go there to hurt someone. Issei. Okay. And? Rimuru. Baldora. He has a point. Milim. I mean, I don't care about fighting guys and girls, but these are kids we're talking about. Issei. Exactly, this bitch is manipulating and abusing children to fight for her, but you want to go there and talk. Rias. Issei. Issei. And I don't give a buck about it being your brother. Cause he can get his ass kicked too for allowing this shit. Rias. Issei. Like, do you expect me to sleep at night, knowing that this femme's fat-tail ass bitch is kidnapping people and making them her slaves? Like, did you forget that Caddis, Murayama, my mom and dad, Tanjiro and Asta's friends are here? Rias. I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's just that I won't be there to help you, should things get physical. Issei. Then don't be there. I'm not gonna blame you for your brother. The redhead still wasn't with that plan of action. Rimuru. I'll say it again, you're not going, we are. Got it. Issei. And why the buck can't I go? We all agree that Asta's demons are upstanding civilians of society compared to Tanjiro's. Rimuru. Trust me, Issei. I got this, alright. Issei. That's bullshit. Rimuru. You're getting yourself into a fight that isn't your responsibility. Issei. What bucking human being would let some grown-ass woman abuse children and women? Rimuru. Issei. Whatever, man. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed as Rias rubbed his arm. She then asked Rimuru. Rias. You say you'll head down there, but how can you? You don't know how to get down there. Rimuru. I've been siphoning off some of your magical energy, and now that I'm familiar with it, I could head down there whenever I want. Rias. That's not okay. Rimuru. Hey, you left me with no choice, look at how my friend looks, right now. They took another look at Ichigo. Ichigo. Rias. Right, you're right. Tanjiro was still there on the floor, looking at the ground. He couldn't believe that Mulan would stoop so low. Both Sabito and Rengoku. That wasn't right at all. He shut his eyes and balled his fists, but then felt AC take him by the head and put it into her chest. Tanjiro. AC. Come on, Tanji. Smile. Tanjiro. She smiled brightly and said. AC. You always have a smile on your face. You should keep it. He tightened his jaw and sat up. AC. Don't get me wrong. She scratched the back of her head and said. AC. I am far from knowing exactly what the heck's going on. But, I think you should be happy. Yay, they're bad guys now. But, look at the bright side. Her smile widened. AC. You get to talk to them again. And like Ichigo-sensei said, it's not like they wanted to be bad. So why can't they talk to you? He stared at the beautiful brown-skinned girl before smiling, realizing that she was right. He hated what Mulan did, his hatred for her burned brighter than ever. But that didn't mean he needed to dread over it, especially not now. He has the power to shake Mulan to her core. So there was no point in being impatient. Tanjiro. You're right. Thank you, AC. He hugged her fully, which made her blush. Tanjiro. I really needed that. AC. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna hum in front of everyone if he hugs me so affectionately like this. Issei. Is she getting off on affection? Rias. Wow. Kaneko. So pervert stuff doesn't really turn her on, but intimacy does. Good on her. Rimuru. Well, it's nice to see him cheered up, but can we please talk about why one of Ichigo's regular students is in here? Just curious. AC then noticed that they were staring at her. AC. Sup. They all sighed. Rias. Okay, so. Flashback. Just as Tanjiro and Kazui was finishing the breaking of the link that all the demons had to Mulan, Rias, her peerage, and Issei finished the two giant stray devils. Rias. Die you see now, Mukago. Mukago. Rias. I am the king, Kaneko is my rook, Kina is my knight, and Aeno is my queen. You being my bishop would mean that you'd stay beside me during battle, understand? You support me and I'll vanquish those that make it past my subordinates. Think you can do that? Mukago nodded at her as the Retid smirked. Rias. Then, welcome aboard, my loyal ally. Mukago. Yes. Issei. Don't let this devil talk you into anything either. Rias. Whatever I tell her to do, she'll do, she's part of my peerage now. Issei. Okay fine, you better not tell her to do anything weird. Rias grinned. Rias. Or what? Issei. Excuse you? Rias. You gonna make me? Kendo watched it, still shocked that Rias was acting like this with him. But then, something caught her eye. It was on her slightly covered wrist. Kendo. Are those scales? That's when, out of nowhere, the stray that was supposed to be dying tried to attack Tanjiro, who was ready for it as he gripped his blade, ready to finish it off. Only for AC to skid to a stop in front of him. Tanjiro. AC. Issei. Hey don't. AC read. Her fist collided with the stray's stomach as it began to glow, it almost made it explode but shot off into the sky that was colored red from the explosion that happened a second later. They all stared as the rumbling began to subside before looking at her. Tanjiro. Wow AC you have powers. AC. A surprise. Issei. Why the buck were you even out here? AC. Well, Tanjiro didn't come to his room and I got worried, so I went looking for him and found all you guys out here doing all this ultra cool spirit stuff. Tanjiro. You followed me. AC. I realize now, I wasn't supposed to do that. Flashback end. Rimuru. So she has powers. But, how? Rias. Ugh. Rias rubbed her face and said. Rias. Because, from what AC tells us, her grandmother did an old-fashioned demon summoning and ended up getting in touch with Lilith. Kazui. Who's Lilith? Rias. She's the queen of the Succubi and the woman my brother rejected to marry her. Rimuru. You come from a family of Succubi. Sage. Getting some idea when it comes to Ichigo Kurosaki, I see. Rimuru. I wasn't thinking about it till you said something. AC. It's not like that. Okay, so, my grandma was like one of those women that had a goal to put the statement, who run through world girls into reality, so, she summoned Lilith and asked her for power. But, to be funny and petty, Lilith gave out the power, just not to my grandma. Issei. And it skipped everyone except you. AC. Yup, it skipped all of my sisters and my mom and got transferred to the baby of the family, and seeing as how I was so laid back about people banging my tits and making them hum with everything except my mouth, Hass and Hussy, they began to start bucking random guys to get her attention. Issei. It's so crazy how you're saying that so casually. Rias. I can say it causally for you. Issei. Rebuke. Ping. Rimuru Nezuko Asta Milim Mukago Kina Kaneko Akeno Rias. OWWWW. Mukago. Ouch. Milim. Not again. Nezuko. Asta. Drill in my head hurts pain hurts. Rias. Issei. Rimuru. What the hell was that felt like someone just shot a nail gun in my brain. Sage. Ow. Rimuru. You felt that shit too. After they calmed down from the pain of the Lord, Kina asked continued. Kina. So you really got your powers because you were cool with helping guys hum? And your family just has hex with anyone to see if they'll get the same? AC. Yup. Xion. But why, if it doesn't work? AC. At this point, they just like to have hex. Me and Aunt Emma are known as the black sheeps because we'd like a guy to take us out first before they get anything past tit jobs and mouth stuff. Issei. But you're still doing the nevermind. Keno. I'm scared to ask, but how long have you been sought after? AC. I think since I started growing boobs. All. There's some sick bucks in this world. Keno. But why would Lilith just give you power like that with no Kachuo? Kaneko. Ah. Kina. Uo. Rias. Ugh. Issei. What? Asta. What's she trying to do? Rias rolled her eyes and said. Rias. She's trying to make AC her successor. AC. That's bad right? Rias peerage. Yes. Ichigo. Well, we can figure out more details later. For now, I'd like for everyone to go ahead and get back to their rooms and rest up. He looked at Tanji. Ichigo. Tanjiro. I'm leaving you in charge of the storytelling thing to AC and how she shouldn't tell people, alright? Tanjiro. Oh okay. All. Rimuru. Yeah I guess. Nero. Shinobu. Xion. They all then began to leave with Shinobu saying. Shinobu. I hope you don't mind if we stay. Ichigo. No, I sigh no, it's fine. They stared at him and just went to go and get cleaned up for bed. Kazui blinked at his father before floating up to the counter, sitting next to him. Kazui. Dad. You okay? Ichigo. Kazui. I know that you're upset about having to fight innocent people forced to try and murder you, but this'll get fixed. You know that, right? Ichigo. Kazui. Tanjiro just found out that two people that he cares for dearly are alive and well and are on the enemy side, but not by choice, and you're mad for him. Ichigo. Hazui. But look at the bright side. We're getting closer to sticking it to Mulan. Ichigo. Sigh, I know. He put a hand on his son's head. Ichigo. I know. I'll be fine, I just need time is all. Shion. How old were the kids? Hazui. Ichigo. Shion. Ichigo. They ranged from 5 to 8. Shion. There were a lot. Ichigo. It didn't matter if it was a lot of them or not. Children were being sacrificed tonight. Hazui. I wish I knew how you felt. She leaned on the counter next to him. Shion. I would have been angrier for you. Ichigo. Thanks. Shion. But you should know, if Lady Rimuru is heading down there, this will be resolved somehow. Ichigo looked at her before nodding. Ichigo. Thanks for cheering me up. She sighed. Shion. Sigh, I'm not always the purple-haired bitch you all think I am. What I do is no different from all of you. I'm protecting me own, regardless if that means being harsh or not. Ichigo. Hazui. Shion. I didn't want Lady Rimu to be involved with you because, after our deaths at the hands of those two destroyer goddesses, she was alone and it hurt to see her like that. I didn't trust you cause you had the power to take us away from her. Ichigo stared at her, understanding where she was coming from. She was looking out for what Rimu wants. Not what other people want. Rimu never wanted compensation, Shion just said that to keep them from trying to involve themselves with her. Ichigo put a hand on Shion's. She looked at it before slightly up at the man who owned that hand. Ichigo. Shion. You have my word that I would never hurt Rimu. No matter what. I know how much you look up to her, so I do everything I can to not worry you. Alright. He stood all the way up. Ichigo. I mean that. Shion. She gulped because she felt like his face was so close. She tightened her jaw and looked away. Hazui. Ugh, no, not her why. The perplet found herself staring and managed to pull her face away. She calmed down, not to freak out before coughing in her hand and said. Shion. Listen, Ichigo. Ichigo. Shion, from the matter of what happened tonight, there's another matter I'd like to discuss with you. Ichigo. What I do this time? Shion. I'm sure you know. The little event that you and Lady Rimu had. Ichigo. If you're worried that I pressured her into it, I can tell you with certainty that it was the other way around. Shion, I'm not going to berate you about what you two did because she's a girl now and you've been more focused on your son, things happen sometimes. Hazui. Yay, I'm just gonna excuse myself. We all know what's about to happen. He then hopped off the counter and took Nezuko by the hand and said. Hazui. Let's go, Dad's about to have a waifu moment. Ichigo. Shion. Perhaps I should skip to my point. I don't know how I feel about you and her doing what you did. So instead of you preying on her body. She shook a little with a huge blush on her face. The orange tea blinked at her before he flatly thought. Ichigo. Don't tell me she's thinking about. Boichi. Wahoho man queen would be happy as buck to see that you got it on with her. Ichigo. Goichi. Go back to sleep. She touched through and said. Shion. Why don't you use me? Ichigo. Yay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Shion. Huh. Ichigo. Shion. You're really beautiful. I mean you're really up there. But I'm not about to let you force yourself into having hex with me so that I won't do it with Rimu. You have to understand that we both chose to do that, it wasn't like I couldn't control myself and just put her into that situation with me. Shion. And that's why I'm offering myself. Lady Rimu has been itching about the both of your events. Ichigo. Wait, Rimu has been stuck on that. Shion. Yes, since then, she's been trying to tend to herself and not be pushy, and that's not okay. Ichigo blinked at her before thinking. He thought it was just him, but Rimu's been wanting more. Boichi. Okay, so, I just peered into your memory's holy book. Ichigo. Goichi. Boichi. That slime bitch is hot, she got a friend. Ichigo. Please be quiet. Shion. Hey. Ichigo. Shion. Just because I tell you that she's been anticipating your next weak moment doesn't mean plan it. Ichigo. I wasn't doing that. Listen, if it happens between us I assure you that nothing will change. Shion. That's why I'm offering myself, I mean. She held her breasts up. Shion. I am 100% sure I meet your expectations. Ichigo looked away with a blush, something that Shion saw. She's never seen him blush before, but it did look nice on him. Shion. Damn it, all of this negotiating is making my stomach hot. Just accept already. Ichigo. You don't have to offer yourself up, I won't be doing anything with either you or Aimu for a while. Shion. Huh. And why not? Ichigo. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Ichigo. because Nero and Shinobu have been really upset that, despite their efforts, Rimuru got to me first, so I promised them some more attention, and I don't want to do anything with anyone if they're planning to get somewhere with me. Xian blinked at this but understood. But now, she felt a tinge of disappointment because she spent days working up the courage and mental fortitude to present her offer. Xian. I will not accept that. Ichigo. Huh? Xian. What am I saying? I'm not gonna bet everything on those two. I mean, what if they give themselves to you and you end up unsatisfied? Ichigo. I'd understand it more if it was some random woman, but this is Nero we're talking about, especially Shinobu. I have no doubt that the both of them could satisfy me fully with the smallest of gestures. Xian. Okay, he reassured me. That's good enough. I'm still not accepting that. Damn it, mouth, plus, we don't know when those two will get up the courage to actually try something. Ichigo. That's not really a probable. Xian. It is if, in your process of waiting, you bend to what Lady Rimuru wants. So should they take too long, should they not satisfy you enough, I will be there as someone you can indulge in. It's a small price to pay for my lady's virginity. Stop saying things. Ichigo. But you. Xian. I will not accept any more refusal. Our deal has been concluded. With that, she left out and closed the door. Xian. She then started to freak out, sliding down the down. Xian. What the hell is wrong with me? Why would I say that? Of course Shinobu and Nero would be good enough for him, but why did I include myself in it? Ooh. She groaned as she made her way back home, now having to study in detail how to excite human men. Ichigo scratched the back of his head as he heard the two come out of his shower. Shinobu. I'm honestly very surprised that she said that and even offered herself. Ichigo. Sigh, don't remind me. Shinobu. But I will say. Ichigo. Shinobu. What you said. Nero. Made us feel confident. Ichigo. Confident. Please, you guys already know how the guys in class and around the school feel about you. Nero. Their opinions don't matter to us, yours does. Ichigo. Sigh. Shinobu giggled behind the back of her hand and said. Shinobu. I would have never expected that you actually had no doubt that we could please you. But the way you said it. Nero. Hehe, you sounded excited. Ichigo. Alright. That's enough out of you two. See what happens when I give you compliments. You get all teasy. He then grabbed his clothes and made his way into the shower, but then stopped when he finally looked at them. Ichigo. Shinobu. She blinked at him, wondering why he was looking at before looking down at herself. She wasn't done tying up her kimono, so it hung off her shoulders beautifully while her bust was almost out. Nero. Then Nero blinked at herself. She didn't think that there was anything wrong with what she wore, it was just a shirt and shorts. But how she was positioned made all the difference. They both then lowered their eyes and looked at Ichigo, who made his way into the bathroom, choosing not to deal with this. He's never looked at them like that before, but then again. He and Rimuru did have some fun time, so it probably woke up his manly urges. But that was a while ago and he was holding it in, wasn't he? Shinobu. Nero. Ichigo made sure to take a very cold shower before he could even get close to letting that other side of him out. He rubbed his face in the water and thought to himself. Ichigo. Damn it, my guard is loosening. I have to get back into the habit of not being bothered by stuff like that. Sigh. About an hour later, after calming himself, he washed himself and rinsed off all of the soap before getting out. He dried his hair and texted Kazui and Nezuko about a father-daughter-son outing sometime this week, which they both agreed to. He's been wanting to do that for a while now. He made a mental note to text Tanjiro and Asta about it to give them all a break, but as he came out of the bathroom, he saw that Shinobu and Nero were fast asleep in his bed. But what he didn't like was that they were lying on either side of the bed, leaving the middle for him. Ichigo. Boichi. It's a setup. Ichigo. It is most definitely a setup. Shinobu. Nero. He saw how a tick mark appeared on them and flinched. Groaning, he decided to just go along with the trap they've had set for him. He laid down in the middle and pulled up the cover on the three of them. He closed his eyes and covered him groin, just in case his hick was their goal. 11 o'clock came around and some of the teachers came around to do their rounds. They came by Ichigo's room to see if he was doing anything, but found that the three were fast asleep. Some of the male teachers and female teachers were incredibly jealous of him because they've seen Shinobu and Nero around. They had to admit that they were the hexiest among others. They groaned and closed the door with Ichigo sighing from them finally leaving. He rolled over to get more comfortable, but didn't realize how close Shinobu got to him. His face was pressed up against her chest, which made him go wide-eyed. He started to get up, but she pointed at him and said. Shinobu. Back you do one. Sigh. The next thing Ichigo knew was that his arms were locked in place. Now, he could get out of this very easily. But someone else wasn't letting him. Ichigo. Are you bucking kidding me right? No kidding, Goichi. Goichi. Let it play out. Shinobu stared into the orange tea's eyes while Nero took off her shirt and hugged his back, her bare breasts rubbing against him. Ichigo. Hey, hold on you two, you don't need to do this. Don't listen to what Shion said. Nero. If we did, we'd be doing more than this. Ichigo. Shinobu. We know that you try your best to keep it in on your own, but we wanted to help you with that, at least a little. Ichigo. You don't have to do that. Nero. Ichigo. Ichigo. Nero. After just half a year of living with you, we knew that we wanted no one else but you. Ichigo. Shinobu. It's not like we're competing for who gets you next or anything like that. But. Nero whispered in his ear. Nero. We wanted to do this, to give you something to look forward to when we have our romantic weekend getaway. His face turned red. Nero. We know you feel the same way for us, you're just being coy. Lemon skipped. They were amazed. This was all for them. They stimulated him that much. Ichigo. Sigh. They looked at him, calming his breathing down before going to go get some tissue. Shinobu Nero. He wetted it and wiped them both down before laying down and cuddling the two very closely. Nero with her back to his front while Shinobu was hugging his back. Ichigo. Sigh. I'll start taking you guys more seriously. But I can't promise that others will try. Nero Shinobu. Heh. They hugged him closer. Shinobu. We don't care about that. Nero. Just don't forget about us. Ichigo. Duly noted. With that, they all fell asleep. At the same time, with Rimuru, Valdora, and Milim. They were walking their way into Hell's Palace with the guard seeing them. Demon. You're not allowed in here. Valdora smacked him to the side. Valdora. Out of our way. It's late and we have no time. Milim. Don't get in our way. We will punch you to oblivion. They walked their way through the castle, seeing other devil nobles who whispered to each other about the three who dared to stroll into the King of Hell's domain. Rimuru looked at them and said. Rimuru. If you have something to say, please say it now, so I can determine if you need to be knocked around or not. Demon. What did you say? Demon 6. How dare you? Valdora. Shut up, lackey. Grafia. Apologies. They looked at Grafia. Grafia. But you do not have the right to be here. Rimuru. I know, I invited myself. Grafia. That is against our custom. With a cheerful smile, Rimuru said. Rimuru. How about instead of standing there and looking like a stone-faced maid, you go and get the big boss of this house before I break even more of your customs. Grafia. Rimuru. You don't have to play like you don't know me. You may have not stalked me like you did Ichigo, but you know who I am. So, how about we stop playing coy and get right down to business? Mulan. And exactly who do you think you are, you worthless cow? Rimuru. Cow huh? She looked back, seeing Mulan and said. Rimuru. Ooh alright your chick that stressed out Ichigo in the first place. Mulan. You lut. How dare you to talk to me so casually? Do you not know of the situation you're in? Milim. Damn. You really chose suicide. Valdora. Wow, best of luck to ya. Rimuru. Ha, that was cute. Before Mulan knew it, her whole top half was then incinerated which shocked her as she began regenerate. But realized that she was regenerating very slowly. Mulan. Rimuru. You should watch how you talk to people you don't know. Alright. I believe that'll be enough. Rimuru. Wow, more people talking to me like they're strong enough to do that. That's funny. The irritated man put his hands up in a harmless way and said. Surziches. Please, I mean you no harm I assure you. Rimuru. Yay, sure you don't. Surziches. You wanted to speak with me, yes. Then let us speak. My name is Surziches Lucifer. Surziches. And I am the king of hell, how may I help you? The girl from the church. And no, damn it. This is Earth. But it looks so different than the world we knew. There are structures we are not familiar with. And moving metal beasts, is this really Earth? Calm downs all of you. They all looked at the leader of the group who stood there with her back to them. Her lips quivering with the threat of crying. We don't know this world like we used to. And we're pretty much trapped here with nowhere to go. All. She turned to them. But we have to move forward. For my mother, Assel and the other elven mothers. They gave us this chance to get away from Riser and Lilith, protect our chastity and our humility, so no matter what. She gave them a firm expression. We must make sure their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Do you understand? They all stared at her before looking at one another, they groaned and almost whimpered for Assel before nodded. All, yes Lady Lur. She gave them back a nod as they stealthily made their way around all the other humans, avoiding demons and making sure no one saw them. Where are we going to go, my lady? Lur. We're going back to our motherland in the mountains to see if we can argue a compromise with the Dryad leader, Loba. But, which mountain? Blur then pointed into the distance. The area where Ichigo's house is located. Blur. There. She looked back at them all. Blur. Let's go. All? Yes. But when they came out into the open, Blur ran into someone. Blur. Ah. Issei. Whoa, my bad, you could. Blur. All. Issei. Are you some kind of cosplayer? Blur stared at the tall boy, but it wasn't just at him. She stepped back. Blur. DDT the Welsh dragon. Issei blinked. Issei. Are you okay? Blur. What do I do? I didn't expect to come in contact with one of the powerful dragons. What is he even doing here? That's when another came forward, obviously scared, and pointed her blade at him. Be back, stay back. Blur. No, Toa, don't do that. Toa. Keep back from the princess. Issei. Hey. Relax, alright. I'm just passing through, that's it. Stop it. They looked at him. Issei. Okay, so, why are all of them hot? Greg. I'm getting, what do you call that thing when you remember something you forgot? Issei. Deja vu. Greg. Yeah, I'm getting that. Issei. Which means that this sword in my face is real, and that these aren't humans. Greg. Yes, but I don't sense any hostility, they're just scared. Issei. Hey look, I'm not gonna hurt you. Blur. Issei. But for the sake of everything else, are you gonna hurt anyone else? Blur. The Welsh dragon isn't attacking. Issei. Well, are you? Blur. I've heard stories of how destructive Drake and Albion were, and yet, he's willing to communicate and not kill. I can't waste this moment, and no, I'm not here to cause harm. We're here to hide and take shelter. That is all. Issei. It doesn't sound like they're lying. I guess I could. He went wide-eyed, catching the smell of blood from somewhere close. Blur. He looked into the distance where it came from, but knew that Tanjiro and the others weren't on that side tonight. He was the only one. Issei. Damn it, what the hell? Okay, shit, I'm not good at this. Look, just, stay out of trouble, okay? I know a guy that may be able to help you if you don't find a spot to sleep at, but just keep your heads low. Blur. You are willing to help us. Issei. I don't know yet. But if you're in trouble and I see it, I'll call up a couple of friends of mine that'll help you. He then ran off without another word. All of the elves sighed in relief, they didn't even have enough strength to even wound one of the divine dragons. Blur. He let us go. She stared at his back but shook her head and said. Blur. Come. The Welsh dragon has granted us passage. We will not let it be in vain. They all agreed and ran to the mountain. With Issei. He ran to the area where he smelled blood and came sliding to a stop, seeing that blood leaked out of the open door of a house. Issei. He made his way into the house and looked around the dim area, noting that someone else was in here. And from what he was hearing, they were alive. Squish. Issei. He looked down, seeing that he stepped on what seemed to be some cubed meat, but from what it was trailing to, he could tell that it was a human. Issei. He stepped back but closed his eyes. He was the one that decided to come here. Nobody asked him or forced him. He tightened his jaw and looked to see if there was anybody at all that was alive, maybe he missed someone. You're not a devil. Haha, how disappointing. Issei. He turned around to see who it was that said that, only to weave out of the way of a bullet. You have good reflexes, too good of reflexes, so tell me, who are you? Issei. You first, asshole. Fried. Oh right, where are my manners? My name is Fried Selzen, and I am known as a stray exorcist, you see. Issei. Stray, huh? That must mean that you went off the deep end. Fried. Oh, and you're familiar with the term, huh? He grinned wickedly. Fried. You just know a devil or two, don't you? How's about a deal? Issei. Pass. If I wouldn't make a deal with a devil, why would I make one with you? He looked at the victim on the floor and glared at Fried. Issei. Especially after what you did to this person here. Fried. Oh please, everyone wants to talk about what I did, but what about her? She was summoning a devil to grant her wish. You don't think that's just as evil? Issei. You took her life for that. Fried. Yes, I was doing God's work. Issei. I'm pretty sure God wouldn't tell you to murder a wayward soul doing something sinful. If that's the case, everybody needs to die. Including you. Fried. Don't you dare talk to me like you know the Bible, you little runt. He pointed his gun at him, but Issei said. Issei. You're right, I don't know it. But neither do you. Fried. Heh, I can already tell that I'm not gonna get anything out of you. So, why not just make you like that bitch on the floor? I'm sure she could use a friend in hell. Issei. You got two choices here, Fried. And I can promise you. If you don't take the first option. He lowly said. Issei. That second option is gonna hurt. Freed wasn't hearing him as he chuckled crazily before they both heard. Gasp. Issei freed. They both looked at the blonde nun of a girl, who was shocked by what she saw and almost threw up. She looked at Freed, about to ask him what the meaning of this was. But looked at Issei. Issei. Greg. Oh. Greg. Now that is beauty. Issei. Whoa. Asia stared at the boy just as he did her, something that Freed noticed. She shook her gaze away from him to deal with the situation at hand. Someone still died here. Asia. Mr. Freed. What did you do? What has happened here? After hearing that sentence, Issei knew that this wasn't what she signed up for. Freed. You the hell you mean? I dealt with the issue. Asia. Issue. That's a dead woman on the floor. Freed. Oh come on, Asia, my sweet. Issei didn't know why, but he didn't like how he pet named her for some reason. Coincidentally, Asia felt it too and wanted to almost let him know that they had a professional relationship, not an intimate one. Freed. That woman was a sinner, it was better for her to die anyway, haha I know it was good for me. Asia. But she hasn't sold her soul. The Bible talks about people who are on a wayward path and how God will always be there for when they want to turn away from their wicked ways. She rose her voice and said. Asia. As long as God allows them to draw breath, they'll always have the opportunity to turn from their sinful ways. Freed. Quiet, you brat, first this kid and now you with the teachings that I already know. He then pointed his gun at her and fired off 3 shots. She gasped and started to put up a shield with her sacred gear to defend herself. But Issei got in front of her, taking the bullets. Asia. She was shocked to know that he threw himself in her way like that, but also shocked that the bullets didn't kill him. She was under the impression that he was a regular person. Issei. Hey you alright? Asia. Issei. Sorry, this is really cheesy, but. Issei. None of the bullets hit you, did they? Asia. No. Instantly, Asia's eyes became slitted a little, staring at him. She felt weird, like there was a welling up inside of her. Issei gave her one back, because completely fine with this position that they were in. Issei. Asia. POW. Another bullet hit him in the back which pissed Issei off as he looked at Freed for ruining the moment. Even Blonde had to admit that it was pretty rude. She flinched at what she thought and blushed, trying to shake herself away from such thoughts of the tall teen. Issei. You're gonna pay for that, bitch. Freed. Oh really? Hahaha you're gonna. Issei. Unholy punishment. Asia freed. They both watched as 2 gauntlets covered his fists. They began to glow back and red with Issei's heterochromatic 2 different eye colors. His is yellow and red eyes glowing. Freed growled at him but noticed the feel of the edgy from his gear. Freed. What? You oh shit it's you. Asia. Freed. You're the one that ripped Rainer's wings off. Asia. Asia looked at the big who didn't even try to deny it. She felt the aura from his head too and was baffled that it was a boy that protected her from bullets. He dashed into to Freed who fired off more bullets at him but saw that they weren't working. When Issei got close, he tried to use his blade of light to slash at him, but Issei kicked him into the wall. Freed looked up as Issei came back in and yelled. Freed. Hey it's the guy, we need help over here. As if on cue, a portal opened up with black feathers coming out as more fallen angel came out of them. They dashed at Issei, but he tackled them into Freed, crashing them and him out of the house. Asia watched, not knowing what to do. Issei was a good guy, right? One fallen angel came up from behind him and tried to stab him, but he backfisted it out of him way. His fists blazed with black and red magic power as he shot energy through another's wing. Yet again, Freed tried to catch him from behind, but the teen face-planted him and threw him into the building. A stray exorcist ended up dropping his weapons and tried to get up to go and get them, but Issei was right there. He caught him in the body, then the chest before threw in the nose. Freed tried to hit him back, but the big weaved backwards and ran his shoulder into his chest, shooting him through the house. More fallen dogpiled him, but he threw them all back with his raw magic power. Taking Freed's gun, he punched one over and over before pistol whipping them. He took another and unloaded the entire clip into their stomach. Before long, all 20 of the fallen that came to help were down and out. Freed. Hi Aya. Freed stabbed Issei through. Asia. No. Issei. TCH. He twisted around and punched him hard in the mouth. Freed. W what? Issei. Bitch I am not a devil. He punched him to the floor and slammed his face into the floor harder and harder since he made the blonde nun worried for him. Freed was becoming a bloody mess but yet again. Issei had to dodge and ran towards the new portal that opened. Rainer. Rias. Rainer threw hundreds of light spears at Issei, but he took one and parried the others just like last time. But that was enough time to get Freed out of there. In slow motion, he saw that Caloriner gripped Asia by the back of her clothes, yanking her in. Issei. No Ruoir. He dashed at her, but she was already in the portal as Rainer said. Rainer. This bitch is mine, boy. Before the portal closed. Issei. He twisted around and right-hooked the entire house, making it come crashing down. Issei. Rainer. With a deadly glare, he said. Issei. I may actually kill you. Back in hell. Surziches was enjoying some wine and moaned in satisfaction of its taste, while Rimuru stared at him with an annoyed deadpan expression. Mulan glared at Rimuru for what she did earlier, while Dante chuckled lustfully at the blue-haired woman, but she ignored what she knew was going on in his mind. She raised her eyebrow at Zeches, because the only reason she hasn't killed him yet was because she knew it was gonna be an annoying situation for Ichigo. He was the king of hell in his own universe, and she didn't want to make trips like this to Zeches' underworld because Ichigo had to take his place. Zeches. Oh Rimuru, you must try this vintage, it is absolutely delightful. Rimuru. We didn't come down here for dinner. But then she looked at Veldora and Milim who were eating a lot. Rimuru. In the midst of eating, they stopped and looked at their best friend. Veldora. Milim. What? Rimuru. What? Oh, it's okay. It's fine. Hey, king of hell. She stood. Rimuru. Why haven't you replied to Ichigo on his request? Rafia. Zeches. Hehe, do you even know how many people challenge me each day? I'm not obligated to answer all of them. Rimuru. Suo, seeming like a bitch in front of your subjects and wife is just regular for you then, right? Zeches. Hehe, it's whatever you think it is. Rimuru. Are you even aware of the situation right now? Zeches. I most definitely know of the situation. Things are getting difficult on Earth and you, having a strong attraction to Ichigo Kurosaki, completely understandable by the way, felt the need to come down here unannounced to demand that I force my hand to make things easier for him. Rimuru. Let's make one thing clear, even if you are right about me and Ichigo, the fact of the matter is that you're allowing. She jabbed her finger at Mulan, saying. Rimuru. These two bitches to do whatever the hell they wants on Earth, especially the woman. You're allowing her to break rules that you and other leaders have set, risking their anger for it too. What, is her hussy that good? Zeches. It actually is. Rimuru. Mulan. HMPH. Milim gave Mulan a tired and annoyed expression. Mulan. Was that all you needed? To vent and whine about what I'm doing? Ha. She smacked away the food that Zeches had set in front of Rimuru, who rolled her eyes. Rimuru. Did this bitch just forget that I knocked her entire top off or something? Sage. She did. Rimuru. See, and that's what I'm saying, you're like half of me, but you're also like a computer in my head, and even you agree that she's bucking annoying. Mulan. The Earth is mine to play with as I please, and I will continue to do so till I have grown tired of it. Rimuru. Sigh Surziches. I'm telling you right now, this is a problem that you and everyone else do not want. Call her off. Dante. I would love a problem like you. Rimuru. Oh great, now he's talking. Seriously, do these guys not feel the magicules coming off of me? Not trying to sound cocky, but they know that I've fought Ichigo too. Sage. Ignorance is bliss. Rimuru. And that right there is the problem, I thought you said that only leaders would be here. Surziches. That I did. Rimuru. Then what the hell is up great value Kinjaku doing here? Why didn't you bring in the other one? Surziches. He had matters to attend to. So, Dante is filling in for him. Dante walked up to her and said. Dante. Tell me, woman, have you ever been with a king before? Rimuru. I've had some foreplay time with Death and I'm pretty sure he beats you in popularity and in attractiveness. Dante. But not a king, am I right? Rimuru. I just told you that I was with Death. That alone should be enough to tell you how outclassed you are. He groaned at her, leaning down, but she leaned away, her boiling point about to be reached. Rimuru. Please don't do that typical and I'm bullshit we're the guy. Rimuru. Veldora. Comes after the girl, just so the protagonist can be the hero that the girl falls in love with. Veldora. Oh my god, that does happen a lot, doesn't it? Rimuru. Yay, sigh. Dante. I couldn't care less for your objections. Rimuru. So are your ears not working or? Right on Rimu's left was Dante, with his hick out, holding it out to Rimuru to suck it. Rimuru. You have no decorum, do you? Surziches. Haha. Rimuru. And you find this shit funny? Okay, alright, my tolerance limit has been reached. Dante. Go on, have a ta. She sliced it off. Dante. He looked at her. Dante. You witch. How dare you cut off my perfect piece? Rimuru. Your perfect small piece. Mulan. You. She realized that her jaw was gone thanks to Milim. Dauma made himself known out of the door to the Infinity Castle to help but was face-planted by Veldora. Veldora. Nope. He then sat on his back. Eldora. Stay there. It happened again, the three of them, hilariously rendering Mulan and one of her strongest as nothing but fodder. Rimuru then glared at the king of hell. The wall behind Surzich's was then incinerated as a huge thundering sound was heard. The redhead was shocked but composed himself, deciding to keep his playfulness to a minimum before Rimuru actually kills him. She came to him with her hand out, saying, "Rimuru, let me make something very clear to you. I am not bound by your rules." Surzich's. Rimuru. I am not bound by your agreements, your treaties, your compromises, or your alliances. I am a force of my own that could very well flatten each and every one of you before you could even consider a counterattack. Her hand before to glow with black lightning. Rimuru. I feel that it's pretty stupid that you know how close I am to Ichigo and you still choose to stress him out. So, let me ask you. Her magicules blazed off of her as she lowly said. Rimuru. Is your entertainment worth your life? Surzich's. Rimuru. Cause I could very well kill you now, let him rule your hell, buck your wife, raise your children, since you don't know how to be a bucking adult. She set off a thunderous explosion near him again, this time he sweated a little. Now he could see her magicules, but he couldn't see where it ended. This being. Only God himself could wipe this one from existence with ease. He then put his hands up in a surrendering manner and said. Surzich's. Alright. Rimuru. Surzich's. I am not officially ready to talk. Rimuru. Eldora. Milim. They were now seen in his private study, the only people being Rimuru, Grafia and Surzich's, while Milim and Eldora stood watch outside. Surzich's. Sorry about earlier. I have a terrible obsession with upsetting people to see exactly how powerful they are. Rimuru. One of your guys was bold enough to whip out his pea shooter in front of me and demanded that I suck it. Surzich's. Again, I apologize. He sat down with an innocent smile and said. Surzich's. Truth be told, I was actually counting on you three to make a move, they haven't exactly been good company down here. Rimuru. Then why keep them? Why not kill them? It's a simple concept. From the other side of the door. Eldora. He did say that he banged the mouthy one. Rimuru. Did you actually do that or were just pulling our leg? Surzich's. No, I actually had hex with Mulan. I hate to say it, but despite her unsavory attitude and her god complex, she's quite the woman in bed. Eldora creaked the door open. Eldora. Really? Surzich's. Yes, she makes herself a virgin with each stroke I give her. You can't beat that, plus I like to shut her up when she talks to me in a rather rude manner. Rimuru. From the creak door. Milim. I get it. Eldora. Yay, same. The urge to shut up a nagging woman with your hick is hot. Rimuru gestured to Grafia yet again. Rimuru. Is this not your wife? Grafia. Surzich's. Yes, but it's only a marriage of convenience. Me and Grafia care for each other a lot. She's the mother to my son, but we've both agreed that we should have fought harder for what we wanted and not for what other people wanted. Rimuru. I feel like that was a signal to something. Sage. Ichigo Kurosaki. Rimuru. Shit, I did just say that earlier, didn't I? I hope you're wrong. Surzich's. Now, you wanted to speak about Mulan and Dante's little fun trip on Earth and then about Ichigo Kurosaki's proposal. Rimuru nodded. Surzich's. Well. He leaned back in his seat with a smile and said. Surzich's. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to be a little bit more patient with me. Rimuru. Excuse you. Surzich's. Please, just let me explain. Rimuru crossed her arms. Surzich's. Now, as far as the conditions of the deal I made with Mulan and Dante, they are very loose, but for a good reason. Ichigo and his group aren't a part of any faction. Yes, they may still fight off those who are evil, but they don't stay out of the fights like you do. Rimuru. You need the other factions to see that they're out of your control. Surzich's. That was the plan at first, but it backfired, mainly because the people didn't necessarily die by Mulan, they were reborn as demons. I'm getting more heat behind it from those in heaven and the fallen than her. Rimuru. You're not getting to your point. Irritated smiled. Surzich's. Do you remember what I said about me and Grafia not having a chance to choose if we'd love each other or not? Rimuru. Surzich's. The same thing is happening to Rias with one of my other upcoming leaders. A rather distasteful young man, but everyone believes that she needs to mate with him to replenish our numbers. Rimuru. What does that have to do with Ichigo and his gang? Surzich's. Mulan hates Tanjiro, and Dante has too much pride in his own skill to even consider ignorance or defeat. Rimuru. You're betting on them challenging Tanjiro and Asta and inevitably losing. Surzich's. Yes, Issei I do as well. Rimuru. Huh. Why him? Surzich's. Well, why wouldn't I want my sister to see the young man she willingly got herself imprinted by defeat the man she is forced to marry? Riser had almost as much. No, he has as much pride as them, he talks in third person. Rimuru? Wow. Surziches? Yes, I know. Very weird. But, knowing him, he won't back down from a challenge, preferably a rating game. If he does offer that and Rias peerage, Issei, Tanjiro and Asta manage to win, a lot of people will be freed. Rimuru? But why are you betting on Tanjiro and Asta? Issei I get, but that has to do with your world. What about us? His grin became bigger. Surziches? It's not really Asta, but his friend, and the reason being is because anyone that she or her demons have turned will be changed back into a human if she dies. Rimuru? Surziches? And I just caught wind of this Sanpaktu being able to turn people human. This could play out in so many ways he wouldn't even have to kill her, just impale her. Rimuru's eyes wide. This guy was a madman. It was a good plan, but to go all this way. For entertainment. This was crazy. The brunette then gave him a firm expression and said. Rimuru? You do know that the only reason Ichigo challenged you to a fight is cause you wouldn't talk to him seriously, and now, since he's stressed and we just found out that 2 of Tanjiro's friends were turned into demons. She lowered her eyes. Rimuru? He may actually fight you with his full attention. Surziches? I am well aware of what awaits me. But please, try to understand, here in the underworld, boredom is my hell. Milim Voldora. We get it. Rimuru? You two are supposed to be watching through damn door, not including yourselves in THR convo. Milim Voldora. We're multitasking. Rimuru? Sigh, I need insurance. Surziches? Rimuru? You heard me. All of this is for your entertainment and you're betting it all on something that may not even happen the way you say it will. Do you honestly expect me to go back empty-handed with just a faulty promise and some info that we damn near could have figured out on our own? Surziches? Yes, I can see where that could raise frustration. Very well, but what would you want? You're the CEO of a huge company. So you don't really need money. He giggled and said. Surziches? I do find it rather adorable that you genuinely care for this young man. Wanting to bring back something of value to calm his nerves. Usually beings like you wouldn't choose someone weaker than them. Rimuru? Surziches? Alright, now, what is it that I could give you? He thought about it for a second before smiling. Surziches? Ah, yes, how about, as insurance? Rimuru? Surziches? You take my mother, Grafia, and my son with you back to Earth. They opened the door again, all of them giving way to the same facial expression. Rimuru Voldora Milim. Huh? Surziches? Oh yes, why not? My son and mother have been having increasing curiosities of the living world, and the only person here who's been up there is Grafia. Rimuru? You want me to take members of your family as collateral? Surziches? Why yes. My son would be excited and my father will understand, if anything, he'd be ecstatic to let my mother experience all that she wants on Earth. Milim. Voldora. I'm calling it, his mom's a total waifu. Rimuru? And you want the both of them around Ichigo? Surziches? Why not? Rimuru? A single man. Surziches? Yes. Rimuru? That's just coming around to getting back his hexual urges. Surziches? He does need to loosen up. Rimuru? Surziches? Heh. Rimuru? Yet again, she looked at Grafia. Rimuru? Hello. Why aren't you saying anything? Your husband's literally trying to pimp you and your mother-in-law out. Grafia lowered her eyes and said. Grafia? I believe you may be misinterpreting some things. Millard only wishes for you to take us with you as a sign of goodwill, that if he ever goes back on his promise, you or Ichigo Kurosaki would be free to do with us as you wish without any consequences. The brunette rolled her eyes as she just decided to accept his proposal for now. Surziches? Splendid, I'll call for my mother and son. Bang 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 bang. Rimuru? Father, is he in there? The man you told me about, is Ichigo Kurosaki in there? Surziches? Haha whelp, and there's our son. Rimuru? Why is he happy about seeing death? Grafia? Our son has caught wind about Ichigo Kurosaki's fight with Lady Mulan, Lady Serafal, and Lord Zeno, and how he prevailed against them without any damage. Plus, he likes the way Nezuko and Kazui fight. Rimuru? So he's a fanboy now? Irritated opened the door with his son looking up at him with excitement. Milikas? Is he in there, father? I wish to meet him. Surziches? Hehe no Milikas. It's not Ichigo, but it is someone very close to him. He moved out of the way, showing Rimuru. Milikas? Wow, so these two really are the other dragons. Milikas ran up to Rimuru. Milikas? So you're the slime creature I've heard about? Oh my, they weren't kidding. Your magic power is beyond my mother and father's. Rimuru? Hehe, thank you. Surziches? Milikas? I have some news that you might enjoy to hear. Milikas? A few seconds later. Milikas? Really, are you sure I get to go to Earth? Rimuru. Okay, him and Tanjiro can't meet, this isn't a good duo. The diabetes people will be lethal. Surziches. Yes, you do, but you have to make sure you be careful and listen to your mother, grandmother, Rias, Ichigo, and Rimuru. Rimuru. Why put me in this? Surziches. And as I told you before. If your mother or grandmother find themselves about to have private romantic time with Ichigo. Milikas. Leave the room and don't be a bother. Yes, sir. Milim Valdora. Ha 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 ha. Rimuru. Are they serious right now? After concluding their business, they all made their way out of the private study and down the hall to go and get Surzich's mother and explain the situation to his father. But right as they were heading around the counter, Rimuru saw a rather tall man with short hair and a creepy smile on his face. Rimuru. Ah, I see, I must have missed the fun. That's too bad. Rimuru. Valdora. This guy reeks of time magic. Milim. He's annoying. Hey, move out of the way, we don't have time for you to be wanting a conversation. Oh please forgive me. I didn't mean any harm yet. The brunette lowered her eyes in annoyance. Julius. You there, I like your reaction to me. Tell me your name. Rimuru. None of your damn business, bitch. She then passed him up, which made Julius chuckle. Julius. Do say hello to Asta and Ichigo for me. Rimuru. She stopped and looked at him. Julius. Things are getting exciting. And I don't want to miss my chance to test them both neutral force. He said that in a way that made Rimu's eyes twitch. She walked away thinking. Rimuru. Let me hurry up and get the buck out of her before God has to come down here and kill me for destroying everything. As they walked off, Mulan watched them from afar with a hateful glare on her face from what Rimuru just did to her. She couldn't believe that filth like that even had the gall to resist the way she did, and she worked too hard to get where she is. She gave her premium body to Dante and his group for the teachings of more powerful types of magic. And she gave Surziches the same thing for protection and the perfection of her magic. That little blue-haired whore needed to learn her place. She didn't care how powerful she was, cause she knew. Mulan. That every powerful foe has some kind of weakness. She squinted her eyes, thinking, who could she use to make her learn her lesson? Mulan. He. That's when an idea popped up in her head. Mulan. Hey. She hid behind the corner and started to try and work her magic to create one that would work permanently. But she also needed more help. Like a lot more, and no one in this world would cut it. Her magic blazed quietly as she began creating, only for someone to tap her on the shoulder. She looked back with a killer stare, saying. Mulan. Who dares to touch me? But when she saw a very tall being behind her with a smile on his face, she took a step back, ready to attack him. Mulan. You would be so foolish as to. Please calm down, I'm not here for trouble. Mulan. He bowed with a sneaky grin and said. I am here to help you with your goal, if you allow it, milady. Mulan halted in skepticism, looking the inhuman up and down. What was this in front of her? Mulan. HMPH, and how would a mongrel, such as yourself, be able to help me? Oh thank you for hearing me out, my lady. Mulan. At least you know how to speak to a goddess. She really does have a god complex. I am very familiar with the magic that you're attempting to create and I would like to assist you. She squinted her eyes again, trying to feel out some deception, but didn't feel any. She knew that he wasn't really in her side, but he also wasn't on anyone in this world's side either. And that was good enough. Mulan. You are not one to trust, filth. I have half a mind to strike you down now for your impudence, but I suppose you could be of some use to me. Now, I need more men, if you really wish for the honor of working under me as my help, then you will provide me with more numbers, understand? Haha of course, my lady, and I have just the 5 people to help you. Mulan. You fool, I'll need more than that. You won't if they're like Ichigo Kurosaki. Mulan's eyes widened a little before she fixed her composure. Mulan. HMPH, very well. Surprise me, servant. Do good, and you just might earn my favor. With that, she walked off. That's not a high horse she's on, that's a high mammoth. Do her subject just ignore her welching? Back on Earth, that next night. Ichigo. Rimuru. Ichigo. Why am I inhale Exley? Rimuru. That's right, deep breaths Ichigo, deep gulps breaths. She looked at Shinobu and Nero who were very furious with this entire situation. They just got far. So far with Ichigo last night it was a whole breakthrough. And Rimuru being in more people. Rimuru. I was just trying to get some insurance, that's all, I didn't know he'd give me his wife and mother honest. She knew what she did too. Xian told her about their conversation and could tell, just by looking, that they and Ichigo did something in her absence. But now, she literally cock-blocked them. Nero. You greedy, conniving, shallow. Rimuru. Shallow. Valdora. That was kind of shallow. Rimuru. You zip it. Ichigo. Sigh. He sat in his seat as Grafia stood over to his left. Ichigo. Grafia. Boichi. This one. I want this one. And that hot ass mama over there. Ichigo. You know you can relax here, right? Grafia. I am well aware. Ichigo. Are you actually going to? Grafia. Unlikely. We are what Lord Surziches has deemed us. Collateral. Ichigo. You're not hostages, you know him. He then looked at the kid that was around Nezuko and Kazui's age. He had sparkles all d his face as he stared at Ichigo with awe and astonishment before looking at Buldora. Buldora. Oh yeah, you have a fanboy. Ichigo. You're kidding. Buldora. No paha. Ichigo. Sigh. Ichigo didn't see the point in being upset or rude with a irritated boy, so he gave him a stoic expression. Ichigo. Hey there. Guess you've been wanting to meet me. Milikas. Of course. Grafia. Milikas, no yelling. Milikas. Forgive me, mother. But, this is. He zoomed over to Nezuko and Kazui. Milikas. This is amazing death the death. The end of all life is sitting right in front of me. Ichigo. It was just one fight. Milikas. What? No, has Aunt Rias not told you of the uproar that you and Rimuru have caused throughout heaven and hell? Ichigo. Uproar. Most of the underworld wants to enslave you for their own personal gain. Well, heaven wants you to stay neutral and let the natural order of things take place. Ichigo. Dean. I hope you can forgive me for the late introductions. You already know my daughter-in-law but not me. I am Venelana Gremory, wife to the previous king of hell. And the boy that's so fond of you is known as Milikas. I hope you can take care of us for a while. Rimuru. Wait, hold on, Zeches said nothing about them wanting to enslave Ichigo. He didn't tell me that. Grafia. Because he knew that you would be furious that our race wanted to use Ichigo Kurosaki in any way possible. Rimuru glared. She didn't like that any way possible part. All Ichigo could do was rub his temples and groaned, which made them all look at him. He then plopped down on the couch as Nezuko came to him and hugged him for his misfortune. Kazui on the other hand just said. Kazui. Okay, so, before you do anything, can I just pick who I want to be my stepmom? Cause you have a lot of options right now. You got one that's a Dr. Shinobu, you got one that's a bird Nero, the queen of the underworld Grafia, the retired queen of the underworld Venelana, a slime woman Rimuru, my teacher, your coworkers, your principal, the nurses, and that fat-chested ogre woman Shion. Ichigo. Kazui. Kazui. I'm just saying, it's gonna get real annoying to say, hey mom. And all of them answer. Venelana. Venelana. Oh come now child, I'd be very flattered if your father directed his urges towards me, but I doubt he'll enjoy being with an old lady such as myself. It won't be good for him when he has so many young people around him. Kazui Rimuru. Aye, and she's one of those types. Buldora. To be honest, the women that downgrade themselves in anime and hentai usually be the ones you can't stop bucking. He put his hand on Ichigo's shoulder and balled his other hand into a fist, saying. Buldora. Ichigo, you lucky bastard. Ichigo. Quit it already. Rimuru. Hey look, listen. Ichigo. Rimuru. I'm sorry for crowding you like this. I just didn't want to come back without any progress. Milim. Rimuru was gonna blow up hell. Buldora. She was. Ichigo. Wow, they irritated you that much? Grafia. Lord Dante pulled out his penis in her face and demanded that she suck it because Lady Rimuru was pleasing to the eyes. Ichigo. Ichigo calmed down, but Rimuru already saw what she saw. He instantly got mad that some guy did that to her. Rimuru. Blush. Ichigo. You okay? Rimuru. Yeah. She waved her hands, saying. Rimuru. Yep, totally fine, you don't have to worry so much, Ichigo really. Ichigo. Okay, but try not to go down there anymore, okay? Rimuru. Ichigo. If I'm being honest, it's bad on me for letting you go down there by yourself and you felt with so much. Rimuru. Ichigo. They irked you, and badly. So, let me take over for now, I got it. Alright. You shouldn't have had to go anywhere because of me. Rimuru. Blush but I wanted to. Ichigo. Because I was upset. I got it from here, okay. But thanks for what you did. The brunette couldn't shake away the blush. She didn't expect that death would be so territorial, especially with all the women around. She sort of felt envious of Shinobu and Nero. Rimuru. Oh no, my stomach's getting hot again. Sage. I suggest you do whatever needs to be done to get that flame to calm down. Ichigo. I feel like I just had an Asta and Tanjiro moment. Boichi. You did drop that hick off in her. Rimuru. Ichigo. Shut up. Ichigo. Sigh, anyway, I'll just have these guys stay at my place in the mountains for now. It's big enough so they'll all be able to have rooms. Venelana. Thank you for your hospitality. Grafia nodded. Grafia. I am familiar with the area, so we will not be needing an escort. Milikas. What? But your group is so much more exciting, there has to be some way I can be here than there. Ichigo. You can't, this is a high school. Milikas. But wait, what if I'm with Rias? She owns the school, she can make an exception for me. Ichigo. That's not right. What if word gets out? Milikas. She'll pay them off. She usually does that to get her way. Ichigo. I really need to talk to Rias about this whole getting her way attitude. Rafia. A pointless path. Then Alana. Yes, Rias has always found a way to get what she wants. She's spoiled like that, and now, it's even worse, considering that she has now willingly gotten imprinted by that Issei Haidu boy. Ichigo. Sigh, wait, hold on, what do you mean by that? Rimuru. Surzichas did say that too, what do you guys mean? Baldora. Oh, well, the puck is at that age. So, he started to imprint. Rimuru. You knew? Baldora. Yay, I mean, why do you think Milim keeps getting in his bed and sleeping with him? She just doesn't know that she imprinted on him. Ichigo. In detail, please. Rafia. Rias Gremory has always been known as the dominant, the king, the alpha. She is, in every way, the leader in any group she finds herself in. Then Alana put a hand to her cheek and said. Then Alana. But lately, since she's met Issei, she's been taking more of a submissive role when it comes to him. In the Gremory family, when you meet someone, you automatically make that person a submissive towards you. Everything you say makes them want to do and praise you, but when Issei came around. Rimuru. It backfired. Rafia. Yes. When the auto-dominance tried to take root in Issei Haidu, it failed time and time again. Then Alana. It backfired because Rias is very fond of the boy, so she became submissive towards him, leading him to unknowingly imprint on her. Baldora. Same with Milim, but sort of different. We're both 20,000 years old, but she's only seen me as an uncle. But with Issei, her body feels potential towards his. He's strong, and, eventually, that's gonna make her go into heat. He snickered. Baldora. At that point, you can't stop her. Not like the puck will want her to. I see the way he looks at her. Rimuru. Issei's into Milim and she's into him. Ichigo. Rimuru, they both aren't ugly. Rimuru. I know that, but sometimes I forget that Milim is older than me. Baldora thought about it first a second and said. Baldora. If I had to guess, how it goes is that Rias is compatible with Issei, but his body is taking too long to understand that. Milim, on the other hand, he is completely compatible with her, and he's willing. But then there's that rare off chance that he ends up being too compatible with someone. At that point, Milim and Rias may need to take hex from him to calm themselves down. Rimuru. Take it from him. Baldora. Yay, a dragon's mating season is almost insanity-inducing. If the kid ends up finding someone he is too compatible with, they really have to take turns and set days on when they get to have him. Earth a few days later. Murayama. No, I'm not accepting that. Mitsuda. Why are you so upset? All I did was pick your erasure up. Murayama. Cause you didn't even try to look up under my skirt. Mitsuda. And you're upset for that. Murayama. And no IGRR, you know what I'm talking about. Mitsuda. Do I? Cause it sounds like you're all pissed that I'm not being a perv. Hadis. That's not what she's saying, you're not being yourself. Motohama. This is ourselves now, we're giving you guys the courtesy of not being scumbags, which one do you want? Ichigo, Milim, Tanjiro, AC, Asta, Shinobu, Nero, and Issei. All watch them, Ichigo had a lesson going hit this. This was just too entertaining. The girls were upset that the boys weren't being pervy, and now they had a problem with it, and it was hilarious. Issei. It's crazy. Milim. It is kinda like you sleeping naked. Issei. You stripped me, you pick-haired asshole. Milim. Hey, watch yourself, Puck, I didn't do it was Rias who in their right minds stay asleep while someone undresses them. Issei. A heavy sleeper. Milim. That sounds like a you problem. Issei. GRRR. AC. Oh wow, she does it too. That's cool. Issei. How? AC. Tanjiro sleeps naked. Tanjiro. AC. AC. He really likes my thighs, so we sleep with everything off. He's like a real gentleman, cause my hussy is like right there and try not to stick it in. Ichigo. I find it very weird that the others don't hear them. They all then kept on listening to the argument with AC saying. AC. I just don't get it. They got what they wanted, but they're mad that they got what they wanted. Tanjiro. This I'm glad that the guys are better, but it's confusing, why are they mad? Asta. Women. Issei. 100%. Nero. Asta. Just letting you know, I'd be mad at you if that word didn't fit the situation. Shinobu. The women back where I'm from aren't even like that. Mitsuda. Murayama, I don't get it, you hated me peeking in on you. Murayama. I don't like how you are now. Motohama. Suo, you girls admit that you actually did like the pervy side of us, right? The girls flinched. Girl. And no. Girl 8. That's not what she meant. Boy 11. Then what did she mean? Tomo. She didn't mean that. Boy 6. So why is this an issue? Girls. You're being weird. Boys. Make it make sense. Ichigo. Seems to me that the girls weren't as innocent as I thought. Hadis. Huh, no. Murayama. We just wanna know what they're up to. Shinobu. By jeering them because they aren't being scum. Ria. You don't think it's weird. AC. No. Milim. Nah. Issei. Nope. Tanjiro. I'm supporting them. Asta. Yep. After class, Issei left out with Milim following him to lunch, but found Rias hug his arm from the other side. He looked at her as she smiled at him as if she was in love with the boy. She even tried going for a kiss, but he pushed her face back. Milim, for some reason, was getting irritated with that situation, so she yanked him over to her. Rias. Issei. Huh. She gave way to a petty grin at Rias, who glared and pulled him back over to her. Milim. Hey, demon, I don't think the puck likes that. Rias. Issei has a mouth. If he wanted me to stop, then he'll say it. Issei. Stop it. Rias froze in shot. Milim. Hey ayahaha. Issei. You stop it too. Now Milim was shocked. Since they were both frozen, he unlatched himself from them and kept on walking. Milim Rias. TCH. Till they latched back onto him. Milim. He didn't know what he was talking about. Rias. Agreed. He wasn't probably saying it because of you. Milim. Miha, the lizard loves this. Rias. Right, how could I forget his kink for flat-chested girls? Milim. What did you just say, demon? Rias. I have it all. Boobs, a backside, legs, thighs, hair, you name it. Milim growled out before looking at Issei. Milim. Hey Issei. Issei. Ugh, what? She grabbed his junk through his pants. Issei. Ayo. Milim. Be honest, if I were to give you a chance, you'd unload it all, wouldn't you? He pulled away from them. Issei. Damn pervs. And ran off. Milim. Rias. Great, you scared him away. Milim. Me, I just felt him get hard in my hand. Did he run cause he didn't want me to know that? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.